So at the beginning part of the year, I got a call from Judith at Weller to invite me to be part of the TrendVision show team. So that was really exciting, and straight away I started to think of the kind of things that I wanted to do. And then from there, it's very much about putting together some ideas as a mood board to present to the team at Weller, and then make sure that it marries into what they're wanting to create. And then that's what's the most exciting part about it, really, seeing it all come to life in the rehearsals. So day one, we've been doing some off-site rehearsals where we've actually gone through some of the basics of the choreography and really got an idea of what we can do with some of the models. Personally, I really love that part of it as well, because I can really see how the models are moving and see how it's been brought to life. This afternoon, we've come back to the Roundhouse where we've actually done some on-site rehearsals so we can really see the staging, see the screen content, and that helps me to visualise what's going to happen with the hair as well. So it's a good chance for me to try some of the wigs on the models, see what they look like when they're walking, see what they're like on the lighting. And then it's very much about the hard work, getting the hair looking amazing as well, and that's where we'll work through each look, making sure that we get the hair to look incredible. Choosing a team for an event like the TrendVision Awards is really important. We've got a great artistic team at Russell Eaton, and we all know we've got our strengths within that as well, so it's very much about working together as a team to really bring to life the looks that we want to achieve. And then for me, obviously, working with a clothes stylist and a makeup artist is really important as well. It means that we can really bring to life the very strongest looks we possibly can, because we all work so closely together. from my perspective and from Weller's perspective, it's really bringing to life all of this season's latest colours and everything you can do with some of the latest colour innovations from Weller Professionals as well. I think my advice to anybody wanting to put a show like that together is just planning and preparation and thinking about every single aspect of it as well. The more prepared you are, the less things can challenge you on the actual day or the rehearsal days as well. But also getting the right team around you as well.
One of the most exciting places I've worked was at Jane Wilde Salon in Wild Hair in Sydney. I couldn't believe that I was sitting looking at my hometown from the windows of her salon. It was amazing.
I've literally just got off a plane from New York, and every time I go there, I feel like I'm on a movie set. I've been going there for almost 30 years, but I really come back inspired.
One of the most exciting jobs I did was in Miami. I was shooting a music video for an artist, and there was a lot of hype and a lot of press around it.
I've worked in all sorts of places. We did a shoot the other day and I did a haircut in a fish and chip shop on Shoreditch High Street. Been to some amazing cities around the world. Probably here, London is still my favourite city in the world. I'll work anywhere. I'm easy like that.
I chose the hair industry as a career because I've been around it all my life. My mum's a hairdresser. I come from a long line of hairdressers, so even from the age of 3 years old, I was passing up perm rollers and in a salon environment, so it felt like a natural progression. When I was at school, I knew I wanted to do something creative. And I knew from a young age as well I wanted to own my own business. And I got my hair cut I started my career with Saks. I went to get my hair cut in there and I'd never seen a place like it. Playing great music, there was 20 or 30 people working there. And I just thought, wow, this is so different to where my mum got a haircut. I ended up going in and having a trial day.
From about the age of 12, that's all I wanted to do. I thought it was the coolest job on the planet. It still is, actually.
I started my hairdressing career at 14 years old. I had a Saturday job in a local salon just for a bit of pocket money, and I loved it. I loved every second of it.
I think hair chose me. I started in electronic. I was in a technical college. I was a punk. I felt that I needed to become a hairdresser. My idea was that I thought everybody looked shit in the street and I wanted to make them look good.
I was studying at university graphic design, and I was just looking for a part-time job, walked into the local Tony & Guy. They offered me an apprenticeship and I just ended up really enjoying it and falling in love with the industry.
It has been one of the best career choices, I think, ever. I've travelled the world, I run my own business, I go to great parties, I have a really good time, but I also work incredibly hard.
Good morning and welcome to Pro Hair Manchester. We are on the Fellowship for British Hairdressing stage live lounge. So welcome to everybody that's viewing online and welcome to everybody that's in the auditorium. I've got the fantastic job of interviewing Corinne Jackson, who is past president for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. So welcome, Corinne.
Thank you, Simon. I'm delighted to be back up here on the live lounge, one of my favourite spots to be.
Normally you're in this chair though, aren't you?
I know, it's fun being over this side. I like it.
You're not quite under the dryer, but... so welcome.
Thank you.
Really exciting day today, actually. They've just said to me that this is the 2-year anniversary of the Live Lounge.
Yeah.
Which I know yourself and Joe Martin were very instrumental in getting together. So tell us a little bit about how it came about and the concept of it.
Well, Joe and Clive were actually, the brainchilds of the Live Lounge. And I think it was when Joe and Clive came and were talking about it, I thought, what a great idea. I've actually just had a conversation over on the Viviscal stand with Julie about the world going digital. And I think the Fellowship is showing just how we can mix that in with our everyday life, feeling the hair, but we can also get in there digitally and reach a bigger market. I think, we're just leading the way with this. It's brilliant.
I know, it's very interesting times in the hairdressing world, and I'm going to come on to talk to you about where you're at and what you've been doing. But I think when you look at the Live Lounge and what you guys did, I know you say Clive and Joe were really, it was their brainchild, but you really did champion it and promote it, and were up here and got it going as well. So don't do yourself down.
I have to say, I have a bit of an addiction to it. I feel like I'm Lauren Laverne or something, at Glastonbury, interviewing people. So I loved it. I loved the concept when they came and brought it to council. It was unanimous that this is the way we were going to go forward. And I think that was really key, that we had our members on board with this. And it's a great avenue to reach globally, really. And that's how our world is now. It's global. And, Joe and Clive, from concept to delivery, were amazing with it.
Well, and I think, obviously, what's happened from the Live Lounge, it's progressed even further now, because it's opened up our eyes to the whole digital platform, and not just us, but how the hairdressing world is going to operate in the future. What's coming is less live education like this and much more of a digital platform. So we feel like we're really getting ahead of the curve.
Yeah, and I think, with the knowledge, that was the next stage. And I know there's plans for other things, which I won't say yet, but I know there are more things in the pipeline with working on the Live Lounge. But the knowledge was great, and I was honoured to be, one of the first people to do my step-by-step and talk about that. And it's exciting, it's new and it's fresh, and it's what the fellowship's all about. Our new catchphrase, creative opportunity. And this is definitely the way forward. I think, though, one thing that with the fellowship, we're really important about keeping that live as well, hair on stage. And we've got a good mix of that, especially when we're here at Pro Hair Live. You get all our members up here on stage, but then we can take it and you can look at it any time. So
absolutely, fundamentally, that's what it's about. We'll never stop doing hair on stage as an organisation. I mean, that is in our DNA. But I think this whole digital platform and being able to be accessible to people around the world, people around the country, going obviously from Scotland to Wales to Ireland, we'd love to get more people involved. I think actually we've got some footage that we're going to be able to share with you, a little promo video of the knowledge, and that's going to come up on the screen right now, and then we'll come back to Corinne.
The fellowship is all about education, and that is the next step. Education online can be very, very helpful.
Young people coming into our industry now, they're hungry to want to learn more.
The Knowledge is an amazing platform, and it's something that our industry is really missing at the moment.
The fellowship understands the future. The future, our future, is technology.
Everything is starting to move online, and I just think it's a medium that's going to inspire our up-and-coming hairdressers to help us deliver the fellowship's message of quality and just keeping British hairdressing at the top spot.
So, I know, fantastic promo, really gives you an idea of what the knowledge is about. Just talk about access to that. How do people get to look at that?
So if you go onto the fellowship website, you can get a link through there. All our fellowship members have free access, which is another great incentive for becoming a member. And then you can also access it through Facebook. And it's great because you can reference things. I know for me, if I'm putting a show together or I want a little inspiration from my younger team, I send them straight to the website. Go have a look. Let's see what we can find through the fellowship.
Well, and interestingly, for these 2 days of Pro Hair Live, we've opened up the knowledge. So actually people can get free access. They don't have to be a member. The idea of that is we don't want this thing to be the best kept secret. We want to open it up and get people to see why it's good to join the fellowship.
And I think it's really exciting over the next 2 days, free access at fellowshiphair.com. So get on there and have a look at what we've been about. Sam Burnett from Hair and Bones on there. Robert Eaton, our current British Hairdresser of the Year, but we also have our Fellowship Hairdresser of the Year on there as well, Sally Brooks. So there's just so much to access. It's brilliant.
And it is. And for what you're seeing now, you can access this through the website, the Live Lounge through the website or through Facebook as well. So listen, that's all of that stuff, which is fantastic. Let's come on to you. So you did your 2 years as president. I worked with you for one of those years, but how was it from your perspective? You've had a little bit of time to reflect.
I absolutely loved it. I thought I'd have more free time when it ended. That hasn't happened. But I like getting my teeth into something. And when you get a project going, things like the Live Lounge and the digital bits we were doing and Hair and Vision, we changed that. And some stuff worked, some stuff didn't, but you've got to try. And that's what we're all about, experimenting. It's how we, Vidal Sassoon discovered the Graduated Bob because through trial and error. And the fellowship it was all about that, and you've got a great team of people around you. I've made some brilliant friends, and I really feel the fellowship when I left is in a great place, and you and Ken have just taken it to another level altogether. So well,
I think it was that start of the revolution, because I think let's be honest, the fellowship's been around a long time, and was slightly seeing. I was just talking to somebody who just joined 4 weeks ago, and they said, I didn't know if I could join because it was, was it for all the superstars, or did you have to be older, more experienced, blah, Actually, it's trying to open the fellowship up and realise that we're not an old members club. We're not exclusive. We want high standards, we want quality, but we want to be incredibly inclusive.
And I believe with that as well, that anybody that's taking an interest in the fellowship, they want quality anyway. So they're going to be the right people. If you're looking at it thinking, I want to be part of that, that means that you can hone your skills and develop your skills. I joined when I first opened my business in 2003, although I'd had a lot to do with the fellowship through my past employer, it was the natural step. And I've learned so much along the way. I mean, I know when I first opened my business, Simon, you came in and gave me a hand, and you form these friendships, and we're all about making our industry better and more respected out there in the wider world. And I think the fellowship hits that nail on the head. And I've got 3 newbies who are all coming up today.
What, in your team? I was going to ask you, what have you been doing? I mean, you've had, 6-7 months since you've been doing it? I know you're really busy. What have you been doing? What have you got your teeth into?
I've been able to work on my team. So like I just said, I've got 3 new team members. So that's been a big project. I've also been working on sustainability. I know I drive you all nuts. Julie was hiding her plastic bottle from me. And I'm sorry I make you feel like that, but I think every little bit counts. So I have been doing a lot of talks on sustainability and putting a program together about just helping salons look at the little details, which I've loved doing, and the research for that. I've also been lucky enough to have time to go do shows. So I've been working with another one of our sponsors, with Curl Formers and with Unite, doing shows for them. So yeah, I'm really busy.
And salons to me strike me, having been around salons all my working life, they strike me as being places that create a lot of waste. We
do. But you know what? Salons are really good at listening to what they can do better. And I find so many hairdressers coming up to me now saying, I really liked your post about that. We've started doing that. So every comment like that is a great step for me. And one of my mantras on this whole pursuit is we don't need, a handful of people doing zero waste perfectly. We need millions of people doing it imperfectly. And that's what I've been working on.
Such a good maxim for anything, isn't it? You don't have to be perfect at it, but like one little small step.
Yeah.
Talking about your new team members, going to jump to that. What? Because people often say to me, at the moment I'm current chairperson. They often say to me, "Why should I join the fellowship? what's the point of what am I going to get from the fellowship if I join it? From your perspective as a salon owner with 3 new team members, why do you still do it?
Oh, I can tell you exactly why you joined the fellowship, and I wouldn't be anywhere without it. I have 3 new young team members, 3 varied levels, but graduate stylists being the highest. They have been on all the workshops. They're coming here this weekend. They're assisting backstage. One of them's trialing for Step Up and Shine. Another one of my team members is going for Fame Team this year. There's just so much opportunity. And having just me as their trainer, it's limited. And I think the fellowship offers you independent trainers from all brands, all product ranges, and that is key. You can't just become homogenized into one little area. You need to be out there, and fellowship gives you that.
And do you know, the thing is, I mean, I know in our industry there's a lot of egos, but what I love about the fellowship is people will come and give their time freely to educate people. I was going to ask you a little bit about the projects, because obviously you were very instrumental in the projects.
Yeah.
Just talk us through the projects we have and what they're for and who could come on them and that type of thing.
Well, we've got projects for every level, and I think that's really key. Clubstar Art Team, I've worked with them closely over the years. I know Curl Formers have their shoot up on display on their stand today, so that's really exciting. When they come and see that, that'll be really good. The Clubstar is like your base level. That's for your apprentices and young graduate stylists. They get to attend all the events. They can apply for the art team. So it's a brilliant opportunity. Then there's natural progression. Colour Project, one of my guys, Simon, he just loved it, absolutely loved Colour Project. Come back as a different person. He had great mentors from Robert Eaton to Lisa Shepherd, Edward Darley. Every month he'd come back just blown away by who he'd worked with. Then Project X, that's one of my faves, because I looked after Project X for nearly 6 years. So I think it was 4 years actually, 4 or 6, one or the other. And again, that's getting you into the session world. And I think Angelo is leading it up this year. And I met the team the other night at an event after Fashion Week. And the excitement, the people they're working with, it is fantastic.
I mean, that's an interesting thing, actually. Some of the, we've got Paul Dennison doing Project Colour. Angelo Valillo is doing Project X.
Yeah.
And then Fame Team, who are going to be here, are Jamie Stevens.
Jamie Stevens, and Fame Team is just the icing on the cake, really.
And I think that says a lot. We've got Ashley Hodges, who's the new Chancellor. That says a lot, that those type of hairdressers are getting involved with the fellowship.
Yeah.
Listen, we're nearly out of time.
Oh, already?
Already. I know how much you love it. But at the end of this, we like to do a little quick fire questions.
Well, you didn't prep me on this one, Simon.
No, I didn't. No, but you used to spring this on everybody else, so it's only fair I do it to you.
Should have remembered.
Red or white?
Oh, red.
Light or dark?
Ooh.
Chocolate.
Oh, dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate. Okay, one last question. If you hadn't been a hairdresser, what would you be?
I think I'd have been a party planner. I love a good party.
A party goer.
And I'm good at planning a party.
Listen, for the first time ever, I know that you went to bed early last night.
I did.
I was in the bar having a last drink and you were off to bed, so well done on that.
Feeling quite proud of myself, so I'm ready for a great weekend. And I hope to catch you all on the stands. And please, the knowledge, get on there. It's free this weekend. Fellowship Hair.
Absolutely. Before I go, we've got your host for this morning is Darren Messias, and he's going to introduce the teams that are going to come out. We've got some great teams coming up, so stay tuned. Don't forget, you can access the knowledge via the website or via Facebook. We've opened up the content of the knowledge free for this weekend. And one last thing. If you're here, go and see Rita and the people at the stand. Get scanned. You can win a free membership for a year to the fellowship. So, thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Pro Live here in Manchester. Thank you very much to Corinne and Simon for their live lounge. As Simon said, we've got an amazing lineup for you today. Really, really good. As long as with the live lounge as well, there's some great hairdressers. I've been backstage. There's some fantastic hair going on already. So without further ado, let's get cracking. I want to introduce you to Manifesto. So Manifesto are the brainchild of former session stylist Mikey Pearson and Corrado Tevra. Manifesto based their philosophy on cut technically and style naturally, with team members trained in the brand's way of cutting, styling and client care by head of education and international stylist Rino Riccio, boasting coverage in the national media in the Sunday Times, GQ, Wallpaper. Manifesto were also featured as a major force in men's grooming in the iconic New York Times. So ladies and gentlemen, Manifesto.
Hey man, how you doing?
Good.
Cool, Sean, please take a seat. Cool, so good morning guys. My name's Mikey, I'm from Manifesto. I'm one of the owners. And today I've got my model Sean with me. So what I'm going to be taking you through today is personalizing. So basically I've already put the basic shape in there. So I wanted to maintain some length in the outlines. So what I've done, instead of going in there with a clipper or graduating it, I've layered it, so I maintain length in the outlines just to keep some softness. So I'm going to be working texture and freehand into the top because I want to go for something really kind of textured and choppy. And then I'm looking forward to showing you a styling technique, which we use a lot in Manifesto. I'd like to introduce you to Rino, who's head of education. Off you go.
Hello everyone. As Mikey said, we are Manifesto. We are 3 men's hair salon with session approach, right? We are 3 years old company. So, but we have already like 2 salons, one in Holborn, the center of London, another one in King's Cross. So I would like to say thank you, Fellowship, to having us today. Thank you for coming. And let me share with you today what I'm gonna do on my model, Ethan. So I already prepared his hair on backstage and I did like a square line. So basically Manifesto, we have this manual called Classic Now. So what I'm gonna do today is using very fundamental technique, but I wanna twist few techniques together to make the haircuts a little bit more advanced. So I create like a straight line, but at the same time, I would like to create a little bit of movement on Ethan's hair. His hair are really strong in texture, that's why I'm using like clips. So basically I'm using just the length as a guideline to create my layers.
Cool,
so the difference, sorry Mikey.
Sorry.
The difference between line and layers, when I create a line, I'm creating the shape. When I hover direct the hair to create like a layer. I'm removing the weight out. So what I want to see on Neve and hair after, the final look gonna be quite like nice and defined, but very like soft on the internal shape. Cool, Mikey, sorry.
Cool, so I'm working with Sean's natural texture, but you can see there's quite a lot of hair coming off, but it's not getting any shorter, because I'm making sure that I'm not going too crazy on this, and that I'm going with the angle of the hair rather than against it, so I'm not taking chunks out. One thing when it comes to model hunting, what we like to do in Manifesto for our collections is we like to kind of street cast, and at the moment I'm really inspired with Balenciaga at the moment for the models they choose for their campaigns and stuff, because their models are quite interesting looking, got quite strong jaw lines, cheekbones and stuff. And for me, I find it more interesting to look at an image with a model like that, because it's more appealing to our style. So I was just been working on this side here. I'm just now going to start coming into the back. I've got my clip here because in the back you've got the crown area where it can get a bit jumpy. So I want to make sure that I'm taking weight out here, but I'm doing it quite technical. So I'm just going to be doing it like section by section now, just around here. So I'm just angling like that, point cut into here. But then I'm going to clip this out the way because I've already done that bit. So I don't want to go and take a big chunk up and start cutting in it, or else I could have taken more out of this as well. So just go, as I've got Sean facing this angle now, with Sean's hair, his natural texture and his hairline kind of comes into a bit of a point here. One thing we like to do in Manifesto is kind of like go with the natural hairlines and textures, because in our industry a lot of barbers will go in there and kind of like square that off, and to me it just doesn't look natural and soft. So we like to kind of work with the movement and kind of in a way celebrate this point bit here. Cool. Reno, what are you up to?
Cool, so basically just like a little recap, what I said before, I was doing like layers on the back, right? And I was working on this side first. When I work on this side, it's very easy for me to push my body on that way, because it's slightly bit easy to hover direct, slightly bit on the middle. And when I do this, now I'm doing this side, so I'm doing completely the opposite. So I just hover direct, everything to the middle, and I just like work with my point cutting technique. When I say point cut technique, this type of technique I'm using now is the one to remove the length, but not the weight out. The difference to the one to remove the weight out, if I want to remove the weight out, I will like moving my arms, so I'm going deeply. That one, I'm just moving one blade on my scissor, so you can see it. I'm not removing any weight out, I'm just making the shape slightly bit more undone, less graphic. So.
Right, cool. So, since we were last in Manchester, we've changed product companies. We're now with Davines, and we're now. Is anybody with Davines here today? Hello in the back. Cool. So, I don't know if you've noticed. Sorry, she's not listening. So basically, we're doing the education for men's for Davines in the UK and Ireland, and we do have a couple of dates in Manchester. Which I believe is sold out, but we will be getting some more dates in there later on in the year. So what I'm doing now is just working onto this side. Just going to take like this. Dun, dun, dun. So I'm going to start doing something a little bit more interesting in a few moments. I'm going to start doing the drying technique, and as it was mentioned earlier that we go with the ethos of cut technical, style natural. I'm going to be showing the tools and the tricks we do to achieve those looks.
Cool, so, as I said before, in Manifesto we have this manual classic now, which is 6 different haircuts with different technique, different length, a different like texture. So the reason why me and Mikey, we found really important to create like 6 different look on men's hair is just because we've been a bit tired to see like guys with like just like short hair. So in this manual you can find a really short hair as a skin fade, graduation for men, like square shape, and also like really long layers. So if you look our stuff on Instagram, we don't really like to teach people something like copy and paste. We want to like inspire people. What we really like to say is like we want to give like an inspiration, not replication. So what I'm gonna do now on Nifan hair, I just finished like this area. So I'm working like on the front now. So what I'm gonna do, diagonal back section. The reason why I decided this diagonal back section is because the Nifan hairline is not very like super square and straight. So I'm creating like a square line, but in the same time, I'm creating something very bespoke for my model. So what I'm doing now, just like comb the hair forward, twist with my finger, and try to make the shape square, but slightly bit more like undone. So, and now the same. My body position is just the front of my model. The reason why I decided this body position, because if I'm gonna move my body here, can you see my hands? If I move my body, it's gonna be like, little bit like graduated. So I wanna create another type of layers, which is like short to long on side. But in the same time, I wanna do something slightly bit disconnected to the back. So Mikey.
Cool, so what I'm doing now is damping Sean's hair, but what I'm using is the Davines salt spray. And the reason why I'm damping it down now is because if I was doing the texturizing with wet hair, because hair clumps together, you have less control of how much you're taking out. But then also, because I was working visually, it's a lot more easier to judge it when it's drier as well. So that's salt spray. So what I'm going to do now is put some clay in there. So this is the Stronghold clay from Davines. So once I've got the product in, what I'm going to be doing is like compressing the hair down to get it really flat to the scalp. And the reason why I want to do that is because the look I'm going for is going to be quite dry, hydrated hair, but like with tufts popping out here and there, just working with Sean's natural texture. So most important tool we use a lot in our kit bag for when we come to drying the hair natural is a diffuser. Because we feel like if you use a hair dryer and you start blow drying it, and with brushes and stuff, it just swells the hair up and it just starts getting a lot of volume, and a lot of men don't like that, and then they find they have to use a lot more product to kind of get the hair less volumey. So, as you can see now, I'm just flattening my hands onto his head just to get that real nice and flat kind of style. So now I'm going to start drying it. I'm not going to go and put my hands through it, because if I do, it will start swelling out. So that looks a pretty cool fringe you're doing there, Reno.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So you can see the result. I hover direct everything forward, so you can see the hair looks like short to long. But I'm still like not really happy. I want something slightly bit more like soft. So what I'm gonna do now, and also you can see my model's hair, they're really thick on the front, but they come be like fluffy and thin here. So what can I do? Like, I'm just thinking to create like the same kind of feeling that I create on the back. So I wanna just like layer this area and remove the corner off. Let me turn around the chair. Just to create something slightly bit more softer. And I will use exactly the same technique, the point cutting. But in the same time, I don't want to take it off too much here. So what I'm going to do, just like over-direct everything to the middle. To over-direct everything to the middle, just to make sure that everything gonna be over-direct here, so I change my body position. So I will work on this side. The reason why I decided to work on this side, because sometimes when I teach like young students, I can find it very difficult for them to understand where is the middle is, and also think that I don't have my mirror in the front, so I can really like see. So it's much easier for me just to stay here, look at the center parting, and over-direct everything. As I said before, in Manifesto we are men's hair salon with session approach. What the men's session approach means? Basically, me and Mikey, we are quite involved in the Fashion Week in Milan, in Paris, and London, and we do quite a lot of photo shoot. So what we teach our students is not just how cutting hair, but it's like we try to give them some taste. So all our stuff, it looks quite naturally subtle. So we teach them how to make something natural but looking great. So, Mikey?
Cool. So, we're starting to get quite dry now. But as you can still see, it looks like it's wet. And that's the kind of look what we're going for. But once I start kind of personalizing it, styling it, you will see it will then start going to a real kind of like dry, strong texture. Yeah, as Rena has mentioned, we like to work a lot with products. But what we really enjoy about working with Davines is their carbon neutral ethos in their company, which I think is a great step in helping our planet last longer. So, we are getting nearly there, just a little bit damper in the front here. Spare one there.
Before you guys finish up, it's nice to see some guys' hair that's long and not such the bold fades and short haircuts. Where do you guys see men's hair trends going this year and maybe next year?
We can already see quite prominent in the industry that hair's starting to get a lot more softer, which is which is really good for us because that's what we really like to do when it comes to hair. Don't get me wrong, we do have clients and we do have teaching techniques for skin fades and what have you. But when we do our shoots and our collection, we try and show off our talent in more softer, natural hair. Yeah. So, yeah, it'd be quite interesting to see how the trend will go over the next couple of years, for sure.
Yeah, we started this is a very great question actually, because 2 years ago, me and Mikey, we've been a bit bothered to see all people with very skin fade, and we say, okay, let's play with something new. And we just ask some model agency to send us some models, and we was playing on their hair, and also we find very great, very on trend that time, make the hair slightly bit softer. But now I can see everyone they doing that, something slightly bit mullet and modish. So I just coming back from Milan for the Fashion Week. So what I can see in the future, men's they will keep the hair a little bit longer, still softer, but not very modish. It's a little bit more straight, but soft straight.
Cool, so now I have my canvas, and now I'm going to start putting my hands in there, breaking the product out, starting creating my shape, which is going to go well with Sean's facial features and what have you. So as it looks now, it looks wet, but now as I start putting my hands through, we start getting this real kind of hydrated kind of hair where it still really works well with the texture. And let me have a look. Oh, here's a nice little mirror for me. And it's just kind of breaking up that fringe and what have you, working with the softness. But then what I'm going to do is come in here. I'm going to start kind of personalizing it now. Taking a chunk out here. Probably a little bit at the back here. Yeah, and now, great thing with working with these products as well, with the salt spray and the clay, it's got real kind of tough texture, so it's not gonna fall down and what have you. Just gonna work my hands into this crown area. just need it a little bit more drier in the crown.
So what I'm doing at the moment, I'm just remove a little bit of weight out with this technique called channel cutting. If you see that, I'm not closing my scissor at all. I'm just doing like. So I'm not removing the length, but I'm taking off a lot of weight out, as you can see. At the same time, if I dry the hair very naturally, like rough dryer, because when I had the consultation with my model this morning, he said he doesn't really use a hair dryer, he doesn't have one. So in Manifesto also, what we teach, as the presenter before say, we cut technically style naturally. We have 3 steps. When we cut technically, we teach our team how to do the consultation, internal shape, and then attention to detail, which is what I'm doing now. When we dry the hair, also we have 3 more steps, which is preparation, using the product, drying technique, and then like finished product.
Cool. So with the intro video you saw before we came out, that was our latest collection frame. And I don't know if you noticed, the models were like wearing sunglasses, and unfortunately we didn't capture it, but they were also wearing hats. And the reason why we wanted to kind of introduce like glasses and hats into the collection is because we kind of feel like it's not always just about hair. It's like when you look at an image, it's got to be like everything in it, from the clothes, makeup to the styling. So what I'm going to do, so I'm just going to go into my bag here and pull out some sunglasses. Just clean that here up. I'm going to put them on Sean here. So now I've got them in, but what I'm going to do now is kind of use that and like work the hair around the glasses to make it flow. Yeah, one thing I really love about this texture I've created here is I can literally just go in there and start twisting it and it will just stay there. And it's still got that nice kind of matte, not high shine look about it, which I think is really cool. So what products are you using over there? Really?
I just use a little bit of the self spray and I'm drying like with the diffuser, just because I want to create the same feeling when clients, they use the self spray and they just leave it, they don't really dry. So this is a really good hair dryer to create something like that. And I'm just like playing a little bit with my hands, just to show you the technique that I use, which is the layers.
Yeah, so my inspiration for this style with Sean today is Sid Vicious. I just kind of really like that kind of natural look where he hasn't really thought about his hair, he's just gone there, he's just kind of ruffled his hair up and what have you, which for me works well, because when you have a hairstyle where it's like really looking perfect and everything, people can kind of get a bit kind of cautious about it when they're walking around the street, it's windy and what have you. So for the trend to getting more softer and more natural, it's going to be really easy for guys to maintain that look and not have to worry about it too much.
So, Mikey.
Excellent, man. Looking really cool.
Looks wicked, fellas.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Editorial, really lovely finish to it as well.
Yeah. Cool. Do you want to just stand up for me?
There we go. Can you just stand up for me, please? Thank you very much. So, Mikey, do you want to do like a little recap?
Yeah, cool. So, I'll just, I mentioned it when I came out, but I'll just mention it again. So basically I worked with a layering technique on the sides, graduated slightly into the back. I didn't go too close to the nape because I wanted to keep it kind of soft and natural around here, no harsh lines. We worked with Sean's natural texture in the back, so we still maintained this bit of here, not cutting it off. We worked a round layer on top, and then we just worked texture, point cutting, freehand into the back and sides, just to get that texture. And then I dried with salt spray and clay, pampered it down, diffuser, and then just started, once it was dry, shake the hair up a little bit, and then add a bit of texture.
So just a little recap from my haircut. I did like a square line on the back, layered on 90 degrees, and then I did the front, just like over direct everything forward, square, removing the corner using like a 90 degrees technique, and then I just like layered everything with like channel cutting, and now I just like personalize a little bit the fringe, because I think as a creative person, I quite like to work on a really like graphic and technical stuff, but at the same time, sometimes you do really like a precise job and you dry and doesn't look really great for your model, so it's very nice to do something slightly bit more like visual. And I really hope you like it. Thank you, Fellowship, for having us, and I hope you enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you so
Thank you very much,
Enjoy
guys.
your day.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mikey and Reno from Manifesto. Well done, guys. Okay, thanks very much, fellas. So, we're going to move on to our next guest artist just while we tidy up the stage a little bit. So, I've got pleasure to introduce you to the guys from Bang Hair. So the Bang Hair team present their collection, which is called In Plain Sight, taking influence from computer vision dazzle, anti-surveillance, makeup, and fusion. Using graphic shapes to obscure camouflage, make a person more visible to the naked eye. The collection uses wigs and hairpieces created by the Bang artistic team that's a nod to the emerging digital movement. So ladies and gentlemen, Bang Hair. Okay, guys, please welcome Johnny, Sarah, and Andrew from Bang Hair.
Good to see you there.
Are you all right with that?
Good morning, guys. We are the Bang artistic team from York. Welcome to our show. Today we're going to be showing you our new collection, which is entitled In Plain Sight. This collection is taken from the concept of camouflage, dazzle, anti-surveillance makeup. What that is, for those of you that have never heard of it before, it's the graphic shapes and colors that are mixed together in order to make a person more detectable to the naked eye, but also undetectable from camera surveillance. What we've also done is we've taken the colors used in that concept and we've also mixed it with our color palette that we're going to be working with for the year. So we're working with a lot of the colors of the season, so oranges, yellows, lilacs, reds, greens, and what we've done is we've made that like a mishmash to create the collections that we're going to be showing throughout the year. Like I said, my name's Johnny. I'm on stage today with my fellow art team members Sarah Cotton and Andrew Feeve.
Hi.
And yeah, so we're going to be showing you some stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hand you over to Sarah. She's going to tell you what she's doing with her model April, and yeah, enjoy the show.
Morning, everybody. I'm Sarah, artistic director from Bang Hair in York, and this is my model April, and my other model Caitlin over here. As you can see, I've taken the trend, the CV Dazzle influence with the anti-surveillance makeup. I've gone a bit crazy with it. That was the brief. Let's go mad. So I've created some wigs which we have an affiliation with Pro Styles Hair, if anyone's heard of them. So they've very kindly helped us out and provided us with some of this hair, which we have coloured, and it's absolutely beautiful hair, and we use it in the salon commercially, but obviously for stage work it's really good because it's quite dense as well, so it's really good for creating wigs and things. So this is a full wig, and when I lift it up you'll see that all the way around the perimeter we've got a black outline. So I'll just turn you around a little bit. We've got a black outline throughout, so once I start to cut this fringe you'll see it sort of reveal a little bit more. And then the focal point, so with the CV Dazzle makeup, the anti-surveillance makeup, it's all about tricking the cameras so they can't, so even since the dawn of the new iPhone with the, you know, your facial recognition scanner, it's now more people are sort of having an issue with the fact that it's an invasion of human rights, and there's a bit of a standing against it. And even there's a CV Dazzle club in London where people go on walks throughout the public and they try to avoid being recognised on camera. So we've taken that, and we've taken the patterns and the colours and the blocks, and it's quite a cubist movement actually. So all of the colours and the shapes are really quite geometric. So it actually started. In the First World War, it was used to disguise warships. So now it's come into a fashion element, and it's been taken on by fashion houses are acknowledging it. Even Gucci have actually acknowledged it as well. It's been talked about a lot in Vogue magazine. So it's an emerging kind of trend / movement. So that's where we've got our influence from. So you'll see, I'm just going to reveal a little bit more of this, and you'll see some of these colours coming through. And I'll hand you over to Andrew to talk a little bit about what he's going to do.
Hi, I'm Andrew. Hi, I'm the Education Director at Bang. So what I've done today on my model, Jenna, is we've started off with a square classic bob. This is just Jenna's normal hair, really. And then colour-wise, I don't know if anyone is familiar with L'Oreal. I'll tell you what the actual L'Oreal colour was. It's the new Glow range, so the top part is D22, and the bottom part is, let me try and get it. See, it's a little bit darker. It's D11, so it's just working with a natural base 5. So you're basically creating like a 522 and a 511, effectively. Did that in a star-shaped disconnection, so they had the slight purpley hue coming over the top. And then styling-wise with Jenna's hair, I wanted to take this concept but when I use the word wearable, I don't mean like wearable out. I just mean you could take this out, wear that there, that could be wearable. You could do something different with this, it could be more wearable. It's a little bit more softer, and I think it suits Jenna's a little bit more. So again, we're using Pro Style wefts, so we've coloured them. I've used a very similar colour palette on the wefts, just a little bit more dark and a bit more substance to be able to get the wefts darker again. And then place them around her hairline to create a longer effect. Then what I'm going to do, I'm not going to leave it like this. Then we're going to go through and then we're going to texturize it, and we're going to back home texturize it with my fingers, so it creates an almost silhouette that's going to follow her body shape and ever so slightly create a little bit more texture on the edge and create a slight cool look. That's what I'm just going to say, really. And then with her hair coming over the top, following on from that slightly hidden trend, and then with her fringe. Okay.
Okay, great. So these guys have obviously been explaining what they're doing with their models. You know, we, like Sarah was saying, for our collection with a lot of the models, we wanted to use a lot of hair pieces, wefts and wigs. We mainly use Pro Styles. For the wig, Sarah's used a mixture of wefts and tapes. Andrew's been using tapes, and for Owen's fringe, I've also used a system of tapes through the front. We wanted to sort of do something a little bit different with our collections. Normally what we do is, you know, we'll come to a show like this and we'll show something based around a concept, but it will be quite commercial. So, you know, a lot of the haircuts will be very wearable, you know, stuff that you'll see from day to day. But what we wanted to do is take a little bit of that element, but also make it slightly different, you know, go a little bit more abstract with what we want to do. With my model Owen, what I've done, so for his hair colour first, Owen is naturally quite a dark base. He's like a base 5. So what we had to do to get this colour was bleach it all out a couple of times to get it up to like a level 8 or 9. And then we just ran through with some colourful hair. So we did mainly cleared, but just with like a dash of red lipstick in it. I sort of altered the amount that I used, so it's a little bit darker at the root, and then really wanted to get it to sort of fade out to almost like a faded sort of pink, really. And then for his fringe, a little bit abstract for his fringe, as you can see. I was doing a little bit of sort of research, and I saw that L'Oreal recently, a couple of years ago, were doing the denim for hair trend, where, you know, denim was really big in fashion. It was coming through in the clothes and the hair. So what I wanted to do was give that effect using Luo, so mixtures of P01 and 210, just varying the mixtures in order to get that kind of, you know, that sort of like washed out, worn effect that you get on denim jeans. So what I did with the weft was I started off darker and then working it down so it's really, really light towards the end, with a mixture of ratio from anything from 3 grams of 210 all the way down to half a gram to 20 grams of P01. So what I'm going to do, obviously I'm not going to leave his fringe like this because you won't be able to see where he's going. So I'm going to angle it down. So I'm going to start cutting from here to just below where the eyebrow is, and then I'm going to gradually get longer, and I'm going to make it quite choppy as it's coming down his face there. One, because it's just, you know, something a little bit different. It's going to mix in with the red on the top. But then also, just because as you can see with the fading effect, I want it to start darker up here and then move down so that it goes into the more faded areas there that you'll be able to see. So yeah, I'm going to carry on with that. Sarah's going to chat about what she's...
I'm just going to bring Caitlin forward.
Right. Okay.
So this is Caitlin. With her wig, what we decided to do was obviously working on the orange theme on our palette for 2020. Was carry that through, and I just wanted to go a little bit mad. So with the shapes that you see here, a little bit different to what's going on in Johnny and Jake. Shout out to Jake, another member of our art team who's in the audience over there, who's helped out massively and done most of the colouring, but has really been heavily involved. The shapes, the way that I've done the shapes on this one is to, with the help of Jake, was to layer up the colours and then cut the blocks in, rather than with the other model, as you'll see when he comes forward, is that's been actually painted on in blocks. So we've created the blocks, the cubist shape, from the actual layering up of the hair. So we've got the bright orange underneath, and then we've got the dark, and then we've got the orange, the paler orange over the top. The way that I've done the wig was layering up. So what I did was cut a lot of the wefts already, so they were already quite short, and then layered them up. And then once they were layered up, actually decided where I wanted all these little mini baselines to be within the haircut. So keeping it quite simple through the back area, still with that kind of cubish. You can still see the cubish shapes in it, but it's a lot looser through the back, and obviously we've gone for that almost mullet-y kind of texture through the top area. But moving through into the front, this was the focal piece. So this is the bit in the that's heavily influenced by the surveillance camera, the anti-surveillance makeup, is where this comes over the face. So if this was to be used in fashion, the part that would actually disguise the face is this area. So your face is a walking ID card, so if you are scanned, your face is recognized by seeing the eyes, the shape of the brows, the shape of the bridge of the nose. So if you start to put cubish shapes over that, that's how you become invisible to cameras. So that's where the idea has come from. So that's where all these shapes have sort of emerged from. Colours, we coloured them with colourful hair. It's all been done with colourful hair, different oranges, mixed red and yellow, and just mixing them together to make up the different oranges. Okay, thank you.
So guys, obviously you guys like working with wigs and hair pieces, which obviously gives you a creative freedom. But how about when you're learning to work with wigs and colour and cut? How did you guys go about that?
We've been playing around with wigs for quite a long time. You guys have done stuff with the ID team, haven't you?
Yeah. So me and Johnny, I am an ex-ID artist, and Johnny's a current ID artist with L'Oreal. That's where we've learned it, because a lot of the stuff that they do has involved wigs or wefts or anything like that. I don't know if anyone's seen the Colour Trophy shows, like the one, not last year, the year before, like the really long, like pink and white one. No, we make ones like that, so like really long, short. So that's where I learned it personally.
Yeah, I mean, we do like to sort of mix it up a little bit. Like Sarah was saying, with this concept, using a few more like wigs and hair pieces. I think it's quite nice because I know that, I don't know what everyone else is like, but when you're having to go and get models for shoots, or you want to get them for stage work or competitions, you want to like put together an idea, but then you're worried about, well, am I able to cut this model's hair like this? Am I able to colour it like this? Whereas if you're working with wigs, for example, as long as you've got a model that looks great, you can build one, and just put it on their head. They can have short hair, long hair, dark, light. If you want to make them like they've got pink hair, then build a pink wig and then just put it on their head. You're not really changing anything about their image long term, which is quite a nice way to work, I think.
I think as an art team as well, we started playing around with wigs quite a few years ago. We did a collection. That was. It was all a bit out there, and I think what we try and do with our collection, so we do stuff for Colour Trophy, which is L'Oreal Colour Trophy, as if anybody who enters it, amazing competition. It does tend to be a little bit more commercial, it's more wearable hair, but then when you do other things, so sometimes we do stuff like stage stuff, sometimes we do things for BHAs and stuff like that, you can go a little bit more wild with it, and we do like to do an artistic collection and then a commercial collection, so it is quite good to kind of mix. For us, we get our inspiration from our creative stuff, and then we can filter that down and make it more commercial, so we do tend to sort of mix it up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, it is about doing little, interesting work, because this sort of industry, the nice thing about it is there's so many elements to the industry itself. If you want to get into session and you want to do a lot of creative work like this, a lot of fashion shows, backstage, you can do that. If you want to enter competitions that are a little bit more commercial, you want to do Colour Trophy, BHAs, you can do that. If you just want to cut hair behind a chair and do really, really great customer-friendly wearable hair, you can do that. And it's one of those things where there's such a variety of directions that you can go in this industry that it's really, really great.
Well, this actually started off as a commercial collection, remember?
Yeah,
for our Colour Trophy shoot. So this whole concept started off commercial, actual wearable hair by all clients. We've then adapted it to a more stage version. So you can change everything. You don't have to do it such a set way.
Yeah, and I think it's quite nice as well because these days, you know, you look at what people are doing, how they're wearing their hair at the minute. You know, I think we're quite lucky because we work in, we work for a business, or we work in a salon where, you know, we get quite a nice variety of clientele that come in. So we have, you know, your people who are like your middle-aged businessmen and women, do you know what I mean? Who will, you know, want their really sort of like, you know, work-friendly, easy-to-do hair. We'll also have people that want something a little bit more out there. You'll have your more creative people. I mean, Owen, for example, like I say, he was great to be in this show, and the reason that I thought I'd use him is because he sent me a picture saying I'd like red hair. So I was like, okay, well, let's get you in and do it. So it is quite nice that we can have a clientele, not just with us, but I think generally in the industry where people are being a bit more experimental with their hair. You know, they're doing different things, which is really nice, yeah.
Johnny, with us having less than 10 minutes left, do you want to talk through Jack's look?
Yeah, absolutely.
You enjoyed that, didn't you?
Sure. Right, okay, so this is Jack. I'm just going to move him forward. So what we did with Jack is, obviously, he's got amazing hair. You know, he's like all natural. You know, his base is quite dark. Again, it's around a 5 or a 6. So we just bleached it all out. It did take a long time. There is a lot of hair under here. And we bleached it out as light as we possibly could, up to like a sort of level 9 or a 10. Then toned it down to an 813 through the roots, and then blending through to like a 1021. So it's a clean blonde, but just has a slight sort of like iridescent pinky texture to it. Then we did, well, I didn't do, again, shout out to Jake, one of our technicians, did a really, really beautiful extension where he bleached it and then toned it through, so got a nice sort of cleaner base. And then he's done this really, really beautiful graphic just on a weft board, marking out the areas. I'm just going to turn your head this way so you can see. Marking out the areas where he wanted to put the colour, using different types of colourful hair, so greens, a little bit of base 1 through there as well. And then the way we've sort of put it in is we've just put it through the side so that it creates this nice kind of like graphic image through the hair. So it's quite subtle. On some angles you'll see it slightly, on others as the hair moves you'll just see it come through. Again, that's the kind of influence that we wanted to take, you know, from those graphic shapes on the faces with the makeup. We wanted to take that concept and then put it into the hair, and this is actually one of the most, you know, solid representations of it, really. So yeah, fantastic work, really great work by Jake. And then yeah, just a natural, nice little thing that we could do.
Cool, right guys, we've got about 5 minutes left, so shall we finish all up?
Yeah, we'll start finishing off.
Oh, did anyone see this? If anyone doesn't, you probably might know them yourselves, but Face Pro, absolutely brilliant. So much better than trying to hold a piece of tissue or cardboard. They do organic ones as well, so they're actually decompose, which is quite good.
The other point about using wigs and hairpieces as well is a lot of hairdressers learn from their mistakes. So the beauty of wigs and hairpieces is if you do make a mistake,
you can make one. You've
not ruined someone's life, have you?
Take a weft off, put another one on.
Exactly.
There's been a bit of that.
Exactly. Some of the best ideas come from mistakes, don't they?
Absolutely. The creativity.
I don't for me. I don't.
Okay.
We're good, yeah?
Ready to go?
Yeah.
So there you have it. That's our collection in plain sight. Hope you enjoyed it.
Looks amazing. Well done, guys.
There we are.
Okay, stand up.
There we go. Good. Stop. Yeah. Cool.
Well done, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, Johnny, Sarah, Andrew from Bang Hair.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Amazing, fantastic job, guys. Well done. So the beauty of the fellowship, the thing that I love about the fellowship the most is the fact that every artist that works for the fellowship is so different. So you have the guys from Manifesto doing the guys' hair, guys from Bang Hair doing some really contemporary and really strong looks. So now I'm going to hand you back over to the live lounge, which is with Mikey Pearson and Rino Riccio.
Good morning and welcome to the Live Lounge, the Fellowship for British Hairdressing Live Lounge. You can see this being streamed live on Facebook, and also go out and check the Fellowship website out. This morning, we've got some very exciting gentlemen. We've got Mikey Pearson and Rino Riccio, which I have to say sounds like a film star's name. Sounds like you should be in a film in Hollywood.
You said in a really good way, so yeah, I really like it. I really love like Riccio, like sounds like French. I really like it. Oh yeah,
it'll come up, and also it's coming out on the camera. Yeah, it sounds like you should be a cowboy in one of the westerns, in the spaghetti western. Reno. Okay, a little bit about the Live Lounge before I talk to you guys. This is the second-year anniversary of the Live Lounge, and was very much championed by Joe Martin and Clive Silver, who's doing all the CS Media, doing all the production here today. So this was our first foray into kind of creating a digital platform. What's come on from us doing the Live Lounge is we've now gone on and the knowledge has been created. And the knowledge is a body of material that you can either get from becoming a member, going onto the website and clicking through the knowledge, or what we've done for this weekend of Pro Hair Live is we've opened up all the content within the knowledge for you to have a look at. So like I say, either go onto the website, go onto Facebook and have a little look at everything that's in the knowledge. Let's come to you guys. So tell me about Manifesto and what Manifesto is all. What is it? What are you? What's your philosophy?
Cool. So Manifesto's a men's hair salon. We have 2 locations, one in Leather Lane in Clerkenwell and the other one in a new development called Colesdrop Yard, which is in King's Cross. It's right next to St Martin's Fashion College, which is a real famous fashion art design school. So it's a very exciting kind of creative area. So yeah, it's really great to be there. So our philosophy and our ethos is cut technical, style natural. That comes a lot from our background in session work and our approach to cutting hair. We have education, which we do in-house, but we also take that outside. Reno will go into more depth in the education.
Yeah. I enjoy Manifesto like 6 months after open. So Mikey and Corrado, they came across with this really strong idea about men's hair. So me and Mikey, we work out a lot on this to create something completely new, completely different than what like the men's trend was going. So basically, I'm the head of education, and basically we start to create this program called Classic Now. So Mikey, me, and Corrado, we create 6 haircuts, and these 6 haircuts have like 6 different lengths. So we teach like really long layers, graduation, short, skin fade. We teach like everything, different texture. Our philosophy is cut technically, and this is quite funny. Basically, we came across to this type of like word because this guy apply enjoy Manifesto.
Yeah.
Stu, and he say like, oh, you are very different. You cut the hair very technically, but you style the hair in a natural way. And I've been very excited to say, oh, Mikey, we have the philosophy, cut technically, style naturally. So this is where the philosophy comes from, actually.
And what about, for people that don't know, obviously I know and I know you, what's the difference between, obviously we have a lot of barbers here. Yeah. What would be the difference in your offering compared to, say, a not traditional, but like a modern barber?
In the salons, well, if I'm totally honest with you, I've not worked in barber shops before, so my background is unisex hairdressing. So basically when we went and created Manifesto, it was the same kind of concept as a unisex salon, but specialized into men's hair. So if you look at the interior design of the salons and like the atmosphere which is created in the salons, then you will kind of get that vibe, yeah.
That's cool. And what about education-wise, Reno? How are you finding? Who's your sort of typical student? Who would come on one of your days?
Well, at the moment, our students, they are people. They already have like a 2 years experience, and basically they come to Manifesto. They say, "Oh, I'm really tired about skin fade. I want to learn something new. I check your Instagram, the Manifesto one, and I want to learn these type of things." And as Mikey say, he worked for a lot like on a unisex shop. My background is a barber, but then my dad is a barber, so I start with him. And he said, no, you have to learn like a woman's hair, you have to learn a woman's hair. So what we done is we combine men's hair, like we are not like barber, we are men's hairdresser, because we use like unisex technique. I think in the end of the day, technique are technique, If you do like a layers, it's a layers. If you are graduation, it's a graduation. And it's not like men's or woman, it's just like a technique. So we just show our students how use this technique on men's look. And also, Mike is like a really good session stylist. I'm still doing some show. And we also we incorporating session work inside of our education program.
In the education?
Education program. Because when people, they talk about session, they think more like a woman. So, but we are quite involved in the men's fashion week photo shoot, so.
It's really interesting, actually, because when I started my career, I started as a barber a long time ago, obviously. And the thing that we had to learn was scissor over comb. Proper scissor over comb.
Is this Sassoons by any chance?
No, it wasn't. What happened was I started as a barber in my hometown, And then I went to Sassoon's and I retrained. I did a Vardering program and retrained as a ladies hairdresser. But the point I was going to get, do you still teach classic scissor over comb?
Yes, we do. Yes, yes, we do, because we saw people very struggling on that, because of course clipper fade is beyond trend, and basically what me and Mikey doing is like, okay, you know how to do that, so let me show you something new. And as Mikey he said before, in Sassoon he was like learning scissor over comb. With my father I was not allowed to use the clipper, so this is what we're doing. Like, okay, we teach you like clipper work, but let's also teach you something like different new, because also it's a part of our salon consultation, right? So when we do the consultation to our client, we say, how short would you like? And they say, oh, number 3, number 4. Say, okay, you prefer scissor or clipper? Which is different. Like, scissor make the hair like a little bit more softer. I can do really short with scissors, but the difference is like clipper they make more like strong, more like defined. Scissor is like more soft.
And there's a market for both. I mean, I think obviously there's a market for both. Definitely. Listen, I just want to move on quickly before we wrap up. I know, I mean, obviously I've seen your journey through the fellowship. Tell me a little bit about why you joined the fellowship, what it's done for you, how it's helped the business or the education.
So, to be honest with you, I'm Italian, right? And when I came to London, I saw this association called Fellowship. I have no idea what this association was. So, and I said, oh, that's really great. This association make like whole like hairdressers together. It's like hair industry. And I didn't see this one in like different countries. Like, that's very interesting. And when we start Manifesto, also we apply for be part of that. And the fellowship, like, it's sharing. The right word, fellowship, is sharing. And also it's like, I feel like a family. Like, yeah. It's like a family. It's not like...
And not so much ego.
Yes, exactly. It's like a family. We really enjoy it. And fellowship giving us a lot of opportunity. And that's why we are here today, actually. So
brilliant. Right, I can't end this interview without a little quick-fire question. Okay. Mikey, red or white wine?
Neither.
Neither?
A nice cold beer, please.
Very good. Reno, Superman or Batman?
Who are they?
I would like to reply this question like, be yourself. Don't try Superman or Batman, just like, be yourself and play around, like, I don't know.
Good man. Yeah. Okay, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you for having us.
If you're online, watching online, you're watching streaming, then stay tuned. We've got some, and keep checking in all day. We've got some really good people coming up. We're going to have Contemporary are going to be up in a minute. Then we've got Susie McGill and from Rainbow Room. We've also got the guys from Hair and Bone and Neem Lafond and James Earnshaw for Amika. So I'm going to hand you back to Darren Messias, and he's going to intro the next team. Mikey, Reno, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Right then, guys. So thank you very much, Simon and the guys, for the live lounge. As Simon said, we've got some amazing artists coming up this afternoon. We really have. So I'm going to introduce the next guys. Next guys are from Contemporary Salons, an award-winning salon group with 9 locations across the northeast of England. Founded by Managing Director Alan Simpson, the group has been built on a reputation of offering the highest standards of professional hairdressing combined with exceptional customer service in a luxurious environment. Together with the art team, boasts multiple award wins and nominations and is a creative force behind the Contemporary acclaimed photographic collections. So ladies and gentlemen, Contemporary Salons.
Good afternoon and welcome to Pro Live. Hello everybody. Nice to see you. It's nice and quiet here today. We're not mobbed by hundreds of people like last time we did a show, which is...
Hey them for you.
Let's have a seat there if you would please, Gracie. So we're from the Contemporary Salon Group. We're based up in the northeast of England. We have 9 salons in a training academy up there. My name's Alan Simpson. I'm the company director of Contemporary, and I'm joined on the stage with 2 members of our art team, in which we've got Stephen, who works in a Harrogate salon, and we've got Brad, who works at our Stotesy salon. So we've got 3 looks we're working on today. 2 looks will be sort of haircuts, and 1 look will be session. So I'm just basically just sort of kick off with my haircut. So what we've been doing really, the haircut's been pre-cut into sort of a mullet shape. So we're just going to really begin to emphasize that, put a stronger fringe in, then we're going to do a little bit of overcutting into the hairstyle. Then we're going to be working with some product to create a lot more texture into the hair. So you're just going to have to bear with us and we'll see how this haircut emerges. So what I'm going to do at this point is pass you over to Stephen.
So hi guys. So like Alan said, I'm Stephen. I'm an art director for Contemporary Salons. And this is my model Holly. That was a bit rude of me, sorry Holly. So today I'm going to be showing you the ways of being able to create a bit of a softer feel, but still with quite a striking, strong look with shorter hair on a model. So whilst I've prepped the hair earlier on, I've created quite a strong hairline at the back coming down into a V, so you can see the nice strong sharp lines coming through. I've then taking my profile sections, working from short to long from the back to the front, so that what we're getting is that real nice soft texture through the crown, working through into a little bit more length. What I'm going to be doing is taking the fringe and creating a little bit more of a stronger shape, but with some softness to it. With the sides, I wish I could say this was our own hair, but it's not. So we've added in a little bit of hair. We're going to be doing something a little bit stronger and bolder through the sides as well. So it's kind of like a hybrid of softness, but with quite sharp textures. So you're getting strength and softness. It's quite diverse, really. I'll pass you over to Brad.
Hi, my name's Brad, and I'm also part of Contemporary's artistic team. I've been with the company for 10 years, since I was 15. And this is my model, Juliet. And the look that we're going with is more of a session look, which was inspired by, obviously, everyone will know, the Kim Kardashian Met Gala wet look. And it's been quite current on the catwalks, actually, for autumn-winter 2020 with Erdem and Mason. And also, I think it was... I've totally forgot, mind block, sorry, I'm nervous. So, first of all, I prepped the hair with Plee, and then went over with mousse, and then I had to dry it into the hair, because obviously good foundation is always key to keeping that hold into the hair. And then I went through with a tong, and I used a different type of waving technique where we were sort of sliding the hair in and pulling it out just to create a little bit of a wave in the hair and texture. And then to finish, I've actually been using a product called List Control and also Mythic Oil mixed together. And if Juliet will kindly hold that for me, you just mix the List and the Mythic Oil together, which creates more of a softer texture rather than scrunching it with a gel, because then you get that scrunchy, crunchy texture. As this, you get more of that wet look, just come out of the sea kind of feel. And I'll pass you over to Alan.
Thank you, Brad. So continuing on from Brad, the looks that we are working as part of our collection, what we call the Eclectic Collection 20. So it's like a continuation from some of the looks we've been doing over the last couple of years. I mean, Contemporary do a lot of quite a lot of strong, sort of dramatic looks on hair. So this collection is sort of following quite in that sort of direction. So really at the moment I'm really just doing what's looks got a little bit of overcutting into the hair. And I'm just going to cut the hair a little bit shorter on the sides to emphasise this the mullet sort of look. And so I'm just gradually just taking my time, careful not to go right down into the scalp, so I don't want to go that short on this specific look. And I mean, as I said earlier, we're based up in Middlesbrough. We've got a training academy up there, and we do courses in sort of intermediate, classics, advanced, cut and colour, men's, barbering. So we do quite a bit education up that end of the world. And you can actually, if you go to our social media pages, our website, you can get more information on some of the courses that we do there. Let's pass you back over to Stephen.
So as you can see, I've cut the slightly flappy dog ears off, giving it a little bit more strength and shape. So when I blow dry that in and get a little bit more of a smoother texture to it, it's going to sit quite strong and quite sharp. All I'm now doing is, where I've actually applied the wefts, I'm going into the hair that's sitting over the top of it and just refining that little bit of a line with my texturizing scissors. So it gives it a little bit more of a seamless blend, but you can still see that there's a slight disconnection in there. So, as you can see here, compared to on the opposite side, let me turn just so that you can see the difference on both sides. So you can still see quite a strong line on this side. So what I'm going to want to do is just really soften that, bring it into shape and allow it to sit nice and soft, so it kind of more complements the features.
Thank you, Stephen.
So, with the top section, I used the Fix Lux Max gel, and I had to paint it on the hair, section by section. But what I didn't want was that flat 1920s wave. I still wanted a little bit of texture in there, because obviously with that sort of beachy look, there is still a little bit of movement and a little bit of breakup, and it's also ever so slightly a little bit jellified, so you could mold the hair into place without it being crispy, and it still keeps that nice shine on the hair, but then it also has a little bit of a sponginess to it, so it just keeps it without going that, do you know how gel goes, that sort of matty kind of fake shine? This just kept that more velvety, sorry, we weren't going for the velvet texture, more of that vinyl shine in the hair. And I'll pass you over to Alan.
Thank you. So I'm just working sort of through the sides, second side of the haircut. The first side I put a line in, and this side I'm not going to put the line in, I'm just going to sort of just go in a little bit tighter, the sides, because we're trying to leave a bit more length at the front. So we've just got that sort of almost like Pixie Elfie sort of look there, which really suits Gracie's look.
Right.
Some of the colours we've been using, we've been working with L'Oreal colour this morning.
Here.
We've been working with the colourful range, so the hair was had been pre-lightened previously. So we've gone in with what we call sunset coral into the hair, and the darker purple is the electric purple, which has been mixed with clear. So we're working on this morning with the colour for the models. Going to go around the ear, just take this off a little bit. Can you see?
Some of the guys earlier were saying when it comes to trying to find models and casting models, a lot of people are turning to do street castings and things like that. With these types of graphic shapes and colours, how do you guys go about finding the models you need?
Well, I think in the industry that hair models has changed quite dramatically over the last sort of 10 years. I mean, it was all sort of agency models who didn't necessarily want to change their looks, but I think there's a whole sort of new model sort of movement out there that is more specifically for sort of hair models. Because you're quite right, Darren, it's very, very difficult once to be able to do any haircut with the models, but I think the flip side of it is there's quite a lot of work if you're a model and you're prepared to have some of these sort of stronger dramatic looks done. And I think because of that as well, that we have got the hair models having these looks. What we're actually seeing is we're seeing more consumers going for stronger haircuts as well. And that's something what we've seen a lot more of happening out there. I think if you just go to any city now, and you're going to see a real mix and match with strong hairstyles. So it really has helped aid that side of it. But I mean, we don't do this sort of work all the time to our everyday clients in the salon. But it tells a story of what fashion and things, where fashion actually is. Okay. Thank you. So I'm just still working on that line. I'm just trying to get it quite sharp, really. Like I say, a lot of sort of haircuts been worked in afterwards, and that pre-line in there, so it's got to just take your time and cut that in. That's it. That's coming in there really nice, that sort of strong feeling into the hair. I mean, you could go right in and cut right down to the scalp if you wish to, which I've been trying not to do as strong as that with this collection as what we had done in the previous collection, where it's a lot stronger in the bolder shapes. So just really using a bit of a point cut technique for the rest. And the back, we sort of, to emphasize the mullet shape, earlier we cut out a little bit more of like a triangle, which is going to sort of make the sides look longer. So as we come to finish off shortly, we're going to just be working with a little bit of the poker paste Valera, which is a really sort of strong wax, and that's going to help out lift out the hair to a different dimension altogether. So just going to finish off these little bits here, then I can begin to finish off working with the product. Pass you back over to Stephen.
So now that I've just gone through and texturized, I was doing a bit of a razoring technique, just running it over the top of my comb, just to remove that little bit of weight through the top, but still wanting to keep a lot of strength within the length of the hair. So I'm now just going back round and going through and refining the fringe. I quite like the way that Holly's fringe was sitting, but I wanted to add that little bit more strength yet again coming round through the haircut. So as I'm just going round, I'm just very, very lightly taking all of about ½ an inch just to add that little bit more strength through the front area. But as you can see here, I've left a little disconnected panel so that when it's styled, you'll have that little bit of softness coming through with it. Do excuse me for a second, I need to clean her face down a little bit.
So obviously a lot of the time we are working with Instagram, and a lot of the time we're perfecting looks that are a lot more smooth and a lot more sleek, even if they are curls. We are looking for gaps in our photos, and just a simple technique that I always do is take a photo first, and then I
take a seat again for me, Holly.
Have a look at the areas of what I need to fix, and then go in and fix and bring the hair out, just to make it that little bit wider, just so it gives it that little bit more impact for your photos.
Okay, thanks, Brad. I think I better tie my lace before I go flying and make the show a bit more interesting, but I'm not going to do that today. It'd be just my luck to do something like that as well, wouldn't it? But so I was working with the poker paste. It's quite a firm product, but I mean the haircut, we flattened it down earlier because actually it's got a lot of different textures actually within the haircut. But now when we begin to work with the product on it, it's just going to take a different look now. Just working that into the crown. Just almost rubbing the hair, that's sort of creating the texture. Then we're pushing your hand down the front and sort of flattening it down.
Close your eyes.
As well. And what that's doing is beginning to emphasize the sides and the disconnection we've got on the front of this haircut. Just going to come around here so I can see a bit more what we've got going on here. Let's work at these pieces. Just twist them with your hands.
Stephen, just while you're finishing off, can you just talk us through the colour on your model as well?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So I used the My Colourful Hair. I kind of alternated different packets. So in the underneath of the fringe, I used the navy blue. In the middle section, I took two quite strong sections and I used the Caribbean blue, and then it was then finishing off with the navy blue. I wanted that depth underneath to radiate the lightness of the secondary colour sitting in the middle, and then I also then wanted to create that little bit of depth leading from the the depth of the hair running through into the lighter colour, so that it didn't end up looking too just one singular colour sitting on its own and looking a bit too tacky with how bright it would be at the front and then how dark it would look everywhere else. But then with that, I've just really kind of prepped everything through with a bit of play, worked everything all in, and then I'm just using a little bit of Savage Panache just to give that little bit of kind of more of a natural floaty texture to it. Can you just hold that for me? So then, as I'm then styling it through, it gives me that little bit of freedom to have that little bit more natural, free-flowing movement and texture running through the hair. So as you can see, you can distress out the side areas, you can keep them nice and smooth. So I've tried to style one going one way and one sitting in.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. So this is Gracie. So this is the finished look. So Gracie, if you just turn to the side for a little bit from there, so now you begin to see what we've done. From the back, that we turn around this way a little bit more, we've cut a sort of triangular shape out here, which emphasizes the side of sort of the mullet, and the color and the purple, and that just works absolutely brilliant in this sort of look. We were point cutting the hair earlier to create all the sort of distressed textures through the hair. And obviously that's on stage what I was doing. I was cutting this panel shorter into here, and what that's done is given me this really sort of interesting sort of feeling at the sides, sort of sticking out. I mean, you can make this as strong as you want, you can make it as commercial as you want. Certainly in the salon, we do have clients having this sort of look. We might not go as extreme, but we do sort of do that. So coming back to the front was quite strong, quite blunt. We've got the purple going obviously in the front, and this side obviously a bit softer. We didn't follow the line into both sides. I just thought I gave it something having a line on one side. So really that's my finished look. Obviously Stephen's finished off. I hope you've enjoyed watching the show. Like I say, follow us on Instagram or come to our academy for any courses. We would love to see you there. Okay, if you want to just turn around a little bit. This gentleman wants a picture of your hair. Yeah? Cool. Models will be on stage or be behind stage afterwards if you want to see anything close up or ask us any other questions. Okay, cool.
Fantastic, well done guys,
okay.
Beautiful work.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for everyone for watching us, and have a great day. Thank you. Thanks, Will.
Thank you very much to Alan, Stephen and Brad from Contemporary Salons. Beautiful work, really, really, really strong. Loved it. Right, without further ado, let's introduce you to the next guest artist. I'd like to introduce Susie McGill, who's the Artistic Director for Rainbow Room International and Schwarzkopf UK Ambassador. Susie educates throughout the UK and takes part in seminars and shows within the UK and overseas, which has won her a number of awards, including the British Hairdressing Award Scottish Hairdresser of the Year category 3 times, which has now placed her in the Hall of Fame for British Hairdressing. Ladies and gentlemen, Susie McGill from Rainbow Room. Hi, Susie.
Right. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Sit. So I'm really delighted to be here today with you, and we've got a really lovely presentation to show you. So we're really showcasing the Chroma ID today. Can I just put that in your name? It's a fantastic new conditioning direct color from Schwarzkopf, and you can have like from the most natural tones to like really pale tones to kind of stronger, bolder, more current tones that we're going to be working with today. The collection that I'm showing you today is called True to You. Just now I feel in fashion there are so many different types of looks in fashion just now that I didn't just want to go with one singular thing. So it's like an umbrella collection with little micro collections in it. So today with Nicola, we've been kind of working with this look just now. I was really inspired by Celine, Spring Summer, this collection. And they had done like a really kind of like folklore, you know, kind of almost Woodstock feel sort of thing. So we're kind of going with that. So I'm going to work in like a really nice and kind of rounded shape through the front, and I'm just going to work away, yeah. So it's really exciting for me to be here actually, because our company, Rainbow Room International, where we celebrated 40 years from May, last May to this May, and we've really made like a big kind of party about the whole situation. The fantastic thing about it was we were celebrating our own 40th anniversary, and we were also celebrating 40 years with Schwarzkopf, which has been really a fantastic journey. So it gives us this great platform to come and show our work. Okay, so I really just want to take some of the lengths out of here. I want to put quite a strong rounded shape in it. I've kind of rounded through it, but kind of point cut through the ends of it so as it's not too strong. We've still got quite a lot of movement. You can see what we've done here with Nicola's hair is we done like a root bleed, and so we really bleached the root up, and we wanted to create this really beautiful emerald green. So we worked in the yellow on the root from the Chroma ID, and then let it all dry through, dried all the hair, and went back through the top of it with the blue. And this is the thing about creating your own colours, whatever it is that you want. I think it's a really good example of that.
The shine in the colour is absolutely gorgeous as well, isn't it? It's got beautiful condition.
The what?
The shine in the hair.
Yeah, well actually with the blue, we went over the whole lot of it actually, so as we could create this lovely kind of midnight hue through the whole lot.
So before you came out, Susie, and I introduced you, we mentioned that obviously you've won BHA Scottish Hairdresser of the Year 3 times.
I have, yeah.
I'm intrigued to know, how do you guys approach your collections, you know, when you're going to go into the studio to shoot collections? How do you approach it? Where do you get your inspiration from?
I would say definitely with our company and with our art team, when we're discussing anything, most things would be really fashion based. So we would always be watching what's going on the catwalk all the time and relating through hair with the collections. I'm very fortunate to be the UK ambassador for Essential Looks. So actually I get to go and see exactly what's going on with trends a lot earlier than they are out. And that really, really, really inspires me as well. And I think really you can take inspiration from anything really, and just what's going on the street as well. I think just now with younger people, you know, the younger generation. The street style is amazing, and I really love that. Really love to play about with the different colours and textures on the hair, as we'll see as we move forward.
And so who were your mentors when you were training, Susie? Who were the guys that you looked up to?
So originally I trained with Irvin Rusk, which was I had an amazing training there. And I then went on to do further training, some Varteren at Trevor Sorbet. So my mentor there was Eugene Solomon. So I was super lucky, and it was great. And now my mentor now is Tyler Johnson. So I've been really lucky that way, and I think it's really important at any stage in your career that you have a mentor, because everybody needs inspiration and training regardless to where you are in your career, you know. I'm going to remove this because it's really annoying me. Okay. I'm really loving the makeup that Claire has done for us today. It's got that real kind of folklore feel about it. So I think what we'll do now is we'll bring on our next model and have a look at her. So this is Louise. And like I was saying earlier, you know, like a real kind of street fashion, natural textured hair. I was working on this with the Chroma ID actually. She is a natural redhead and her hair is a beautiful colour, but it is winter time just now, so her colour had really toned down. What we worked with was the 777 in the Chroma ID, but I added the orange, which is super strong, and we just to create different kind of natural hues and lights through her hair. I'm just going to really break into this a little bit, and then we can talk through Louise. Want to kind of break through it because you get to see the colour a bit more.
How did you style your long-haired model? How was the styling done, the hairstyling on your long hair?
So, I mean, with natural hair, I really like to work with a kind of air dry on the hair. So when I'm doing this kind of look, what I would do is I would use a little covered clips, really style the hair out. When it's wet, use loads and loads of salt spray on the hair. Once I've got all the salt spray on, then I'll start to position the hair in. I'll just go through that in 2 minutes. The makeup artist is going to kill me for getting hair everywhere. Okay, we're just going to work through. Break the texture up a little. So I'm using some powder cloud to do this. It's my favourite product. Just to give it that really broken feeling. Right, and I will take this and we can... Okay. If you just have a little walkabout, there you go. Okay, again, so you can see through the styling again, it's this real kind of folklore, Celine feeling to the hair, to the fashion, and the hair to kind of work in with this. Come forward, Dylan. So with Louise's hair, I love this kind of texture. So working with the covered clips. We really worked through loads and loads and loads of salt spray onto the hair. And just here where you're getting all this kind of really supernatural feeling coming through the hair, I've really kind of set it in so as we can get these waves. And the salt spray is kind of allowing me to like really pull and break the texture up, which I think is great, you know, because you're getting that kind of day hair to night hair. If you were going out, you could really work it through and work the shape through. Great texture. Okay, and you can see like through the front of Louise's haircut, I've really worked out some shorter lengths here so as we're getting all this kind of softness through the front. Thank you. So this is Lucia. And this is like a prime example of people that have their completely own look. So this is her look. She's in a band, she wears this look all the time. I love working with this kind of textured hair. She has a natural curly texture, but it's quite full and it's quite bouncy. We wanted to keep it really tight, quite rock starry looking. Really pop the colour through here. So what we've done is taken a section through the side and we used a Blonde Mane 2% just to clean it out a bit, and went through it with the red wash, and then on top of the red wash used the red Chroma ID, and it almost gives it like a real kind of dusty blood red, which I love that kind of colour. It's not too popping, it's quite faded. I love that feel. And again with her hair, I really set it all through with all the flat clips, worked on a natural texture, just kept it tight, and it's just a really visual look. This is like, you know, like kind of punk chic. So you'll see quite a lot of this on the runway just now, where it's like, it is a real punk look, but it's a kind of high-end punk look. And I think she's nailed that really well. Thank you. So we're going to bring Amy on. So Amy, I'm really delighted to show Amy to you because this is the last of our shows that we have done for our collection for our 40th anniversary. And it was the red is for Ruby, and we done a full collection with it. The fabulous Chris done that with us. The styling is insane. That's by Claire Frith. I love it. And this is Amy. So I wanted to do, so I've done all sorts of things with her hair throughout this collection for the year. Today I just wanted to keep it really grungy. She looks like some kind of shiny sea person. And we wanted to keep like a really gelled flat look. I used the crystal gel for this, and it's an amazing product. It'll give you that really high kind of fashion shine. And we have worked, so this is now probably the third application of the Chroma ID. Last week she was 1-0, but we had our congress at the weekend, so I lifted her hair and we managed to get it up to a really good kind of orangey yellow base. That was all I needed to then work with the Chroma ID. And the colour is just building perfectly. So we used the pink, and then we've worked through a panel through the top, and some like just kind of soft flicks and panels through the side, here and here, just to work through a bit of orange, working through the orange through the back as well. But I love the texture on this. So that is my presentation. The girls are going to do a little photographic opportunity for you, and thank you very much for your time today. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Susie. Amazing work.
Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Susie. Amazing work. And I think it's really important to point out, obviously the hair was stunning and absolutely gorgeous, but the important thing to point out is about getting the whole package ready. The styling got to be on point, the makeup's got to be on point. Absolutely nailed it. So, now going to hand you over back to Simon for the live lounge, and he's going to be interviewing Alan Simpson.
Right? Yep.
It's a Singer plate. Good afternoon and welcome to Pro Hair Manchester. This is the live lounge for the Fellowship for British Hairdressing. I've got the pleasure of interviewing Alan Simpson from Contemporary Salons. Before I do that, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about what's been happening at the exhibition this week, today. We've had some great people up already. We've had, that was just Susie McGill from the Rainbow Room, Manifesto, Bang Hair, and stay tuned because coming up we've got some great people. We've got Hair and Bone coming up, we've got the Fame team coming up, we've got James Earnshaw from Amika coming up. Excuse me. But before all of that, we're going to talk to Alan Simpson from Contemporary. So welcome, Alan.
Yeah, welcome. Great to be here. I'm glad to be sitting here than being on stage 10 minutes ago, so that's a lot better.
Yeah, the show looked great. So how much of that sort of stuff are you doing, the art team? How much time does that sort of stuff take up for you?
It takes quite a bit of time. I mean, planning something like Pro Live really starts right back at the beginning of the year. Obviously, you're going back, you're looking at your collections, you're deciding what looks you're going to do, then you're trying to find the models. Obviously pulling together clothes, makeup and everything that's going to go with it. But it does take some planning. You don't just rack up and go on stage and just do models' hair. You got to really think it through.
Yeah, good. And how does that help the business? How does it help the team? What does it do for the team?
Well, we do it for a number of different reasons. I think from an art team perspective, it's just great to get out there, get on stage and sort of do what you do in front of loads of people. And it really gives a platform for social media for us as well as a company. So obviously we can use that for the salons, we can use it for recruitment. So, I mean, they're one of the reasons we would do this event.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? I think it's always that with it when you're a businessman as well. Yeah. That balance between the art and the business side of thing is a crucial one.
Yeah, well, you have to. I mean, you think. I mean, an event like this might cost us £2,000, so you would think, well, how do we sort of quantify that? How do we, how does it make money for us, I suppose, in the business side if I put a different hat on? But so we've got to maximise afterwards the social media on the website and sort of just get out there, make sure everybody knows what we do. But it does help in recruitment, definitely.
That's good. I noticed you mentioned the website there. I would say to people, if you're streaming, the ways to look at what's going on is through the website or through Facebook. So keep coming back, keep checking in and seeing what's going on. We'll have some more live stuff on the stage. We've got some more interviews and things like that. Tell me, Alan, then about the business at the moment. How many salons? How big is it? How many team members?
So Contemporary has 9 salons based in the northeast of England. We have an academy that's based in Middlesbrough. Staffing-wise, across all 9 salons in the academy, we have about 100 team members, which is quite a lot. But we are a franchise company, which means that each manager, in our case a franchisee, owns their own independent site. So everything's micromanaged from that side, but our job from a franchise perspective, a franchisor really is to manage that whole marketing, training, education, and the systems, the procedures that to operate.
And what's it like at what's the market like? I mean, you know, from a perspective of having 9 salons, 100 staff, an academy, how is it out there?
I think it's a changing market. I think it's quite tough. I think out there at the moment. I think generally most people would be saying the same things. But I think you've just got to work smart. You've got to be unique. You've got to be different. You've got to give a reason to why clients would choose your brand over another. And I think the more time you put more focus and thinking into that, I think you're more successful you are likely to be. I mean, in terms of business, I think we're marginally up on last year, only about 1%, but it is better than being down.
And what about trainees and assistants? How is that for you?
I think it's, in one sense, some of our salons are actually in the areas where we do actually have a good pool of young people coming through, but then some other salons don't. But I do think it's a huge crisis waiting to happen in the industry with young people joining hairdressing. But it's not just hairdressing apprenticeships down, they're down in plumbing and many other sectors, and that's because of the changes in the government, the kids staying on the schools. And I suppose what we don't really be or aware of is that if a child stays at school and they go to a sixth form, the school gets a payment for each of these kids. So they're not going to send them out to an apprenticeship, but they're going to get money for it. But I mean, there is a good initiative called Choose Hair I've seen out in the moment, and I really like what Emma Brady is doing with that. I think it's a fantastic thing to get out and get involved in your local schools. So recently, I've been phoning the schools up in our area and asking, can I go in and talk to the kids?
Well, and the fellowship, you know, we try and work in conjunction with Emma and the Choose Hair campaign, because obviously the fellowship is all about promoting British hairdressing, and we believe that I think she's done a fantastic thing in what she's created there.
I do. I mean, an example was when I phoned the school up 2 weeks ago and asked, could I go in and talk about hairdressing? And said, well, we don't normally tend to have that sort of thing. I said, we just tend to have colleges. And I said, that's my whole point. You know, we need to get out there. We're a creative industry, and you know, we get a lot of people who've been to college for 2 years then come to us, which really they would have been better coming when they were 16.
Yeah, well, we could debate that argument, you know, A-levels versus apprenticeship. We could debate that all day long. But tell me about then is that me? About your involvement with the fellowship and what it's, you know, I'm always, because people come up to me all the time and say, why should I join the fellowship? You know, what's the point of me joining the fellowship? Tell us about your journey with the fellowship and how it's helped you in the business. Well,
my journey with the fellowship's been quite a long journey now, dare I admit it, but years ago I was infatuated with getting on the FAME team, so I had about 4 goals leading up from 96, 97, 98, 99, and eventually in 2000 I got through and I was a member of the FAME team. To me, it really was probably one of the more pivotal points in my career. It was the training, it was the discipline, and it was the access to working with other amazing hairdressers, so it gave me a huge amount of confidence. But then obviously since then I've supported this fellowship and get involved in events such as Pro Live or London and other things.
And so I think I was saying earlier, what the latest thing we've done is from this platform of the Live Lounge, we've gone on to create the Knowledge, which is innovation, education, inspiration, and that's something that we as an organisation can see changing the way we do stuff, because everything, I don't know if you find this in the business, but everything is online.
Definitely, and I think that's one of the biggest changes this industry has seen. I mean, obviously, before we look towards like events like Pro Live or going to Salon International or going to your manufacturers for education, but really, a lot of hairdressers don't do that anymore. They actually look at and learn everything online. And I see that obviously in our own salons, of our own teams. Everybody's looking on the phone, everybody's accessing education. But actually, in many ways, it's an amazing thing. When I think back in my time, and you would be the same, I had to get on a train from the northeast all the way down to London to watch a seminar for a couple of hours and go all the way back. And I can do that from anywhere now.
Well, and that's the whole point about the knowledge, why we've created the knowledge. And we've created this amazing platform, and it's what we now do with it and how we go on and use it. And like you say, at the moment, we've got members in Scotland we've got members in Wales, so we can't put as many events on in Scotland as we can in London. But if people can have access digitally, or we create content digitally, nothing to stop the fellowship becoming more global, going Australia. We have a big presence in Australia, so cool. Okay, listen, been absolutely fantastic meeting you, and I've known you for many years, and I always admire your journey and where you've got to, and that you kept going, you're keeping at it and doing quality stuff. So thank you for coming on the Live Lounge. I'm going to hand you back to Darren Messias. But before I do that, remember, look on Facebook Live, look on the website, and check out what's going on. Thank you very much. Thanks, Alan.
Okay, guys, let's get on with the action-packed afternoon. So it's my pleasure to introduce the next artist. This is the Hair and Bone art team, powered by Goldwell. Hair and Bone is a multi-award-winning salon collective based in London's West End, renowned within the industry for their instinctive, fashion-focused and trend-conscious style. Their philosophy and 360-degree tech trilogy education is driven with the hairstylist and consumer in mind, combining technically creative cutting and colour with editorial styling. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Hair and Bone art team. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to stage Jamie, Amelia and Ernie from Hair and Bone.
Oh, yeah.
Hello everybody, thank you very much girls. Thank you all for coming to watch us. My name's Jamie Benny, I'm the Artistic Director for Hair & Bone. We're really excited to share this collection with you as it was a collection collaborating with Goldwell. You're going to see, as you've seen on the VT already, you're going to see some of the looks that we've done and we are doing that have evolved slightly from the shoot. This is more so because we've got a couple of different models with the looks, so suitability, you're going to hear a lot about that, is definitely a key part that plays in all of our looks when we choose each one for each girl. So let's talk you through a little bit about Tainted Quartz. So as I said, Tainted Quartz is the name of the collection. Now this is something that we really were really into because we felt pastel trends were here to stay. But we wanted to make them more of a staple look by making every single colour slightly smokier, slightly cooler in the feeling and in the visual look of it. So on my model Anastasia, I've actually used or picked the look, the Blue Moonstone. So this look was really picked for Anastasia because of her skin tone being slightly more olive. We felt that the contrast really made her lips pop slightly and made her eye colour really stand out, which you're going to see slightly more in a moment. Now, obviously I've pre-cut a lot of this. This is a wig that we made, and colour-wise we're going to talk a little bit about that and technique and formulas in a moment with Ernie. But the shape, what I'm going to do for you, as I said, a pre-cut on the underneath, is I'm going to reveal all of this area. So in a moment, we've got a lot of bowl shapes happening underneath all of our kind of models throughout the collection. This was basically because it was inspired through Fendi, which is one of the shows for autumn winter last year. And yeah, so I'm going to do that, get the shape, kind of reveal it for you so you can see exactly what's happening. How are you getting on, Amelia?
Yeah, good, thank you. So hi guys, my name's Amelia. So I'm an art team member as well at Hair & Bone. So like Jamie said, we have obviously custom made these wigs to suit the models that we have today. So the stone that I'm emulating today is raw amethyst. So that is a stone made out of deep and light purples. So that's why we've gone for this colour palette. Also, what we've tried to do is, with these areas, through these edges, we've tried to keep that lightness there as well, so you can really emulate and see the shape of the stone. So with the texture of raw amethyst as well, it has a lot of smooth areas and it also has a lot of rougher areas. So with the styling today, that's what we really wanted to show you guys, is that there's some areas that are a little bit more polished, and there's also some areas that are a little bit more rougher for you as well. So, yeah, the raw amethyst, the qualities that they've got within the stone, it's a positive energy stone. So, obviously at the moment, within everything in fashion and things like that, and well-being is such a massive part of, it's a massive industry. So, as a brand, we want to keep with, you know, what's current and what's fashionable, and we think crystals at the moment are everywhere. So that's why we wanted to use this collection, isn't it? So what I'm actually doing with the hair is I've pre-tonged the hair, pre-set it on a 3 and a 5 millimeter tong. So what I'm using my hands to just piece out and just give a little bit of separation through the curl. And then what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to bespoke the shape to Maisie's hair to actually give her, probably just make it more suitable for her bone structure as well. So we're going to bring some areas in and we're going to dress some areas out. So I'm going to crack on. Is that all right?
Sounds great.
Perfect.
So as Amelia said, we really looked into the properties of each individual stone. That was kind of a key part to the look. Now the Blue Moonstone had, the main quality about the Blue Moonstone was that it had a prismatic feeling. So what that really means is it has areas that when you look through it, you can see as I said, like the deeper levels and the lighter levels. So as I start cutting this through now, you're going to see the darker shadow underneath start popping through. And really, I'm just kind of texturizing this layer through the top, because we've got quite a heavy shape underneath, so we don't want everything to look too heavy. Still want it to fit head-huggingly to her face, which would be nice.
So yeah, that's the same what we've done with Maisie's. We've actually used the deeper areas of the colour through the perimeter to give that strength within the shape, and also use the deeper areas at the side to slim down the shape as well, which will be better for Maisie's face shape, so it's more suitable for her as well. So that's really important for us. Even when we're making wigs, we are still looking at how it's going to look on the girl. So that's why we've pre-done all the wigs beforehand as well. And I know that you'll agree, Jamie, that we just get a little bit, we can be a little bit more creative with it, can't we, when we use wigs?
Definitely. You know, I think you can make sure you fit the shape exactly to the model's face shape, skin tone, bone structure. That's a massive thing. Again, suitability we've been talking about a lot already, but something that we really believe a lot in is making sure that you've framed the face properly for each model. You know, even our clients in the salon, bone structure, face shape is such a big part of our consultation, and that actually does kind of filter through our creative work as well. So what we're going to do now, I think what would be really nice if Ernie could come on stage. She's going to talk you through the formulas and, you know, some of the color techniques that we've actually used throughout the collection.
Hi guys, so I'm Ernie from Hair & Bone, and I'm one of the senior colorists at the team, and I'm just going to talk you through the color story today. So the original inspiration started off with the Fendi 2019 Full Couture show, which showcased a lot of 70s style hair, and it was a lot of beautiful pastel bowl shapes, which is kind of where the inspiration came from. I really do believe that pastels are here to stay, but we really wanted to elevate the trend and make it more smokier and actually give it a more couture feel for the hair. So we originally showcased the Goldwell collection at Vienna, which was a really exciting time for us. It was an amazing show. And when we kind of go through the process of making the concept for these shows, we get together as a team and we kind of talk through everything, and then as a fashion and trend focused business, we really do want to be on trend, but obviously, as we've already mentioned, suitability is really key. So I'm just going to talk you through the colors today. So Maya, she is our peach selenite crystal. So we originally pre-lightened everything globally using Silk Lift Strong and 20 Vol. Then we toned with peach and 10N and 9kg. Then we put in a nice shadow placement underneath with 9kg and 8K, just to give it a little bit of a shadow, and you can see it really nice to frame her face. Thank you.
Yeah, I love that. I love that color technique.
With Regina, we went for pink Hacklemite, which is a really nice, cool tone for her. She's got a lovely, cool skin tone. Again, there's a tiny bit of a root shadow through here just to frame the face in a little bit. We actually globally pre-lightened everything again using Silk Lift Strong and 20 Vol. And then we toned with 50 mils of 10V, 10 mils of 10GB, and some cool pure pigments, pure violet, and some red pure pigments in there as well. And then we toned with 7 AK at PK with peach, lavender and pink, just to give it a really nice dusty rose. Thank you.
Gorgeous.
Yeah. So also, we're really excited to tell you that we're going to be doing some courses at Goldwell. We've got 3 dates lined up in the year. There is one in May, July, and November. And it's really a how-to on the collection. You'll be able to get your hands on, and you'll be able to see everything that's behind the scenes. And yeah, I think it'll be really exciting.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
I think what's really good about the course is, you know, you can see we're not kind of hiding anything from you guys, but it's all about how we work, sharing with you how we approach the creative models, how we approach suitability, face shape, skin tone, everything. You know, we're really going in detail and sharing how we like to work, which I think is really nice.
And all the colour techniques that we've used on the models today, we actually do teach on the Goldwell course as well. So Maisie is actually our pre-shade toning, which is what I was talking about earlier, which is shadowed placement, putting those areas of deepness in to accentuate suitability in face shape and things like that. So that's what we've tried to do, and I think it'll be really cool. We're excited to teach it. So it'll be me and Ernie that are teaching it as well, which very excited to be at Goldwell and working with them as a brand. So yeah. So all I'm doing now is I'm actually just picking areas out, and I'm using my scissors to backcomb the hair. So what I'm doing is I'm just taking areas off just to make the hair and the curls just feel a little bit more whimsical. But I'm also it's very, very visual. So you might see me standing in front of my model. So I'm sorry if you can't always see what I'm doing, but because I don't have a mirror in front of me, I have to make sure that my balance is right. So yeah, this is what we're talking about again with the, with the more polished areas and some areas that are a little bit rough, just to emulate the crystal again. So how are you getting on, Jamie?
Getting on good. I'm literally just going to polish this off. So again, using that word polish, because this is one word that we really found was resembling the stone. It was a very smooth finished stone, and it had lots and lots of gloss. You can see now we've revealed all of this kind of two-tone or multi-tonal blue shade, which looks so good on her skin. And it's such a strong shape anyway, really heavy. That looks amazing.
Yeah?
Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it.
I've got the straightest hair in the world, and this is like giving me vibes to like give myself a perm or something.
Okay. So I'm going to stand you up, Anastasia. Just get all the hair off your face. Okay. Thank you very much. So this is a blue moonstone from our Tainted Quartz collection. Multi-tonal tone with a really strong, bold outline. I hope you like it, and thank you very much for letting us share our work.
Absolutely.
Cool, so
beautiful.
this is raw amethyst. So yeah, again, purple palette using smoky lilacs and deep purples to emulate this beautiful shape. So
Gorgeous.
hope you like it.
Gorgeous. Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys. Absolutely stunning. Beautiful work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much, guys. Fantastic. Big round of applause again for Jamie, Amelia and Ernie from Hair and Bone. Beautiful work. Colours were gorgeous as well. Really, really lovely. So, let's introduce you to the next guys. So we have, coming up now, Nima Lafond and James Earnshaw, and they are working for Amika.
Hey guys, happy Sunday everybody.
Happy Sunday. I'm Naima Lafond. I'm the Global Artistic Director for Amika, and this is...
Hi, my name is James Earnshaw. I'm Amika's UK Artistic Ambassador. We're both so excited to be here in Manchester today.
Yeah, so I came all the way from New York to hang out with you guys. We're gonna just show you a few looks. I think today we're focusing on like texture and volume. So we're just gonna show you a few of our tips and tricks on how we get that done, okay? Cool? All right, let's bring on our models. And also my lovely assistant, Uragi. All right, so I'm gonna be showing you how to do like kind of like a big, fluffy, textured look on our gorgeous model, Zara here. So how I prepped her is I used a curler to curl her hair in alternating directions. So if there's like a row, one curl's going this way, the other's going that way. So like ribbon curls in alternating directions per curl, the entire head, except for this top part. This top part, like a top triangular part, all of it is just going back away from the face. So all these pieces just back away from the face and I pin them. So that's how we set the hair for this look. She does have 2 rows of like thick wefts in here that I sewed into her hair, of course, to like add for the volume. How'd you prep for you, James?
So what I've done on Zoe's hair is kind of like shoulder length, quite fine. I'll show you the real ponytail we've got underneath this is like that long. Obviously that's not good enough for what we're looking for today. So what I've done is tied Zoe's hair up into a high ponytail using elastic all the way to here. I crisscrossed it back down, and then what I've done is wrapped weft around that ponytail and pinned it into place. And then I've done the pull test quite a few times to make sure it's really nice and secure. So what I'm gonna do now is brush it out, really expand that shape, work on these baby hairs through here, and hopefully it won't come off. But we're about to find out. So I'm gonna start by brushing, and then we're gonna work in some product from there, okay?
So what I'm doing here is I'm going back into this hair now, like section by section. I'm spraying it with the Amika Vandal Volume Powder. It's like about 2 or 3 puffs. And then I'm just going in and brushing through. all right? Because our end result is we're not looking for those like ribbon curls as the end result. We want just kind of like big, fluffy texture. All right, let's do the undone texture spray.
Cool, so what I've done with Zoe's hair is with the weft, I used a tong and then twist tonged it in opposite directions for a really natural, kind of lived-in feel. And again, undone texture spray. Me and Naomi use it on everybody, really, don't we? Just spraying it through. And like a lot of people ask me how I do build texture and volume. I don't really tend to use hairspray until the very end, because hairspray is a little bit more of a wet product. I think you're always better to build volume with a dry product. So what I'm doing is spraying it all the way through, and then I'm going to back brush it to expand that shape a little bit more.
Again, I'm going in with the undone texture spray. And at every time, every row, every piece, I go in there, and I'm just making sure that the texture is just like brushed through and fluffed. When you're creating volume, you don't want to just have all the hair down and just start brushing through it. You're not going to get as much volume as you possibly can. So you have to build it in. Start at the bottom row, like row by row. Really take your time to build up that texture. Because literally, this is not even like the top half of her head, and we have so much texture. What are you doing, James?
So again, the exact same as you. So just fluffing and brushing underneath, really exaggerating that texture and just keeping the shape visual, really. I'm not really sure whether we're going to go with like a side ponytail or the ponytail is going to be more back. We're going to work visually and kind of decide from there. I think what's great about Amika and why I use it kind of for all of my dressing work is because you can kind of brush all of the products out, but they're really buildable, so you can kind of layer them up as well. So they work really well if you layer up like the Vandal powder on top of the undone texture spray. You get that perfect hold and perfect base.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things like salons love about Amika in general, is that it can pretty much go, it can go with any hair texture. From like my hair texture to this model's hair texture, the products work for all hair textures. So you don't have to worry about buying 2 different product lines because you have a variety of clients.
Cool.
So as you can see, I'm just like continuing to brush through. Like I said, really taking your time to like build that texture. All right? And we're using a detangling brush for this building. And as I go, what I'm doing with my fingers is I'm just kind of spreading the curl just to open it a bit more. So I brush through, undone texture spray all over, brush through again, like let it fluff out, and I go in with my fingers and just kind of spread the curl open. All right, we're seeing that? It's just really kind of adding to that volume. Because with curls, they tend to kind of hug each other as they just lay there. So you really have to make sure that you're kind of separating it out, just so you can get the maximum out of it, all right? We're gonna continue on towards the top.
Just hold your pony for me, huh?
So do you guys, for 2020, do you guys think this sort of very soft textured hair is going to be a big thing for 2020?
Definitely. I mean, using like a product like this, it just makes the hair look more voluminous and just sexy. It's kind of like an effortless, sexy hair.
Yeah, I mean, we love that Amika anyway, don't we? So
We love a good effortless, sexy.
Even though it's taken you 5 hours to, nobody has to know.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing through here is just binding some velvet covered elastic around the ponytail, just to add that pop of color into the hair, and just to hide the weft join as well. So I'm just going to tie that off, and then just cut off the excess.
I'm just continuing on to the top here
Cool.
with that brushing through. All right, you have to be consistent with the steps so that you can really see the result. Like I said, you brush through and you go in, and you can just, I'm just going in and I'm pinching the wave up, just pinching up. I don't really want to go in and back comb it because it's going to look back combed and too textured. I just want to amplify the curl and the wave that's already happening here. Headstrong. And once you've done that pinching, then you can spray with a bit of Headstrong. What I love about the Amika Headstrong hairspray is that it is a stronghold spray, but you can go back in and brush it out right after. It's not gonna flake on you. The brush will glide through, but it's still gonna give you that nice strong hold. If there's like a product that people ask me about the most, they're like, what do you use on this hair to like get it that way? It's the Headstrong hairspray. That's really what's gonna help create that kind of like big hair look and make it last.
Cool, so what I'm doing through here now is just using a dressing brush. I'm brushing against the ponytail just to bring out some more of that texture through the ponytail. Again, Zoe has some great baby hairs, which we're loving. So I'm just bringing those out, and then I'm gonna start to detail them with a little bit of gel after. But I think what's really cool is it's just giving it like a softer feel to the ponytail rather than it just being completely slick and then a big ponytail from here. So I'm just going to use a little bit of Hot Mess, which is like a really light gel. I'm just going to pop it onto the hairline. And then using this brush that was just donated to me by Naima, which I'm loving, I'm just going to detail that hairline. So I've never actually used the brush before, so hope it works.
Good luck. No, it's good.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, it's
Great.
like angled specifically for like baby hair, so it's a good one.
Wow, this is making it look a lot easier than it is. Yeah, so I'm just, again, using the Hot Mess and just kind of visually working with Zoe's baby hairs without trying to brush her eyebrows down. Sorry, Megan.
Do you see how much volume just that pinching and pulling is giving us? It's really kind of separating her hair for us and getting us all that volume and texture that we need. And at every row, you see I do that undone texture spray just to give that kind of grit and grip to the hair. And then I go in with the brush because you don't want it to be silky. So the undone texture spray is going to give you that grit and grip. And then I can go in and pinch at the wave and the curl, and then I can spray it with the Headstrong hairspray. And don't think because you sprayed it with the Headstrong like that's it. Like I said, you can go back in and brush and kind of go through it as needed.
So I'm just going to dry this just to make sure it's in place, and then I'm going to work on the other side. And I think those details are really important, especially when you're doing stuff like shoots. I think kind of baby hairs and just making sure it looks good from all angles, really.
Exactly.
Not just from the front.
And I think with like, I see you're doing the baby hairs. With like doing baby hairs, there's like a fine line between like it looking cool and then you doing too much, you know? Just kind of like a little something that's not too coiffed. Just like what you're doing, James, is like perfect.
Thanks.
But you guys see how much air we're getting out of that curl by spreading it open, just kind of like pinching through the hair and really waking it up. Then I go in with my Headstrong, and you see I come in from the bottom, right? The reason why I'm coming in from the bottom is I want to make sure it stays where it is. So if you spray that hole from the bottom, it'll really carry that weight for you. Just going through again, row by row. Do you have like a technique for your baby hair styling, James? Like what's your approach to it?
I use this brush. I think kind of, like you said, not overthinking it. It's one of those things, the more you do it, sometimes the worse it looks. It's best to just kind of kind of go in and then be done, if that makes
Right,
sense.
yeah.
And also do it on someone that actually has good baby hair. I've tried to do it on people that don't.
It's not for everyone. It's not for
No.
everyone's hair. Some people have super long baby hair, and that's not going to work out.
Yes.
So like a
Zoe's
perfect
got
length.
a good amount of baby hair.
Exactly. Zoe, you're a perfect baby hair model.
That's just why you're here today, for this little hair on your hairline.
Again, still going through. I'm focusing all of the volume on one side because I'm going to be pinning all of the hair to one side. I'm going to show you guys how I'm doing that. Again, still with that undone texture spray. And don't be shy with it. Some products are like too heavy, and then you brush through and you feel like you put in too much. The undone texture spray is not going to be that at all. You can totally really go for it. It's still going to keep the hair nice and light. Imagine I'm spraying so much of this product into the hair, and it's still so light that it can get tons of volume out of it. All right? Now, when I get towards the top, I'm going to go in with my brush here and just push in once, push in twice. All right? And then I can go in with my fingers with the rest. The reason why I use the brush at the top is it's really going to amplify that volume for me.
So again, just working on that top layer now, just expanding that shape and then just visually seeing where I think it looks better. I think we're going to go more side on today.
Let's bring the
So I'm
tray
just going
around
to work on detailing that. And then what I'm going to do is use the Vandal powder to really give that
Oh, there, yeah.
fluffy texture a level up from here.
Right? And again, just brushing through. Don't forget your ends when you apply the undone texture spray, because the ends specifically need that grit, or else it's going to be like too curly and perfect. Again, I'm going in with my fingers to spread. Sometimes you can just hold the end and push up. Hold the end and push up, just so you can start getting more of that air into the hair. Headstrong hairspray, again, from the bottom. You see how I'm picking up the hair? Like I literally go in with like open fingers, clasp, and then spray from under. It's really, as you style and, you know, go in and kind of just go in and finish the hair, how you grab it is so important, because you could have done all this work and then you go and like lay your hand heavy on top of it or smooth it back down and just undo everything you just did.
So what I'm doing, kind of the last product I'm going to use is Vandal. Now Vandal is my absolute favorite product in life. So what it does obviously is like a dust powder, really kind of gritty texture. So what I'm going to do is spray it on and then massage it with my fingertips, and you can see how much more exaggeration it gives you. If you've done like a perfectly tongued wave or something and really want to vamp it up for Instagram or for that great photo and you want that fluffy texture, this is the best product for that. So I'm spraying it on and then almost massaging it in and using my fingertips to exaggerate that texture. And you can really see how that brings it up to the next level. I think, I always say this, we use brushes so much, and brushes are great, but whenever you want anything to be extra kind of fluffy and soft like this, your fingers are such a good tool. So don't be afraid to go in and really go in with this.
And you can see now I've moved on to the top here. I'm using the Vandal volume powder to really help shape the hair. I laid it out, I did the pinching as we were doing, but then I went in after. I pumped some of the Vandal into it, and then I went in and I spread it out even more, right? The reason why we're only doing this at the top is because with the Vandal, it can get really big, because it's really gonna hold that curl for you. But I really want it kind of like straighter on the bottom, and as it gets to the top, for us to kind of get bigger. So that's why we're using the Vandal up here. right? Undone texture spray. Continuing with our undone texture spray. James, what are you up to?
So I'm just continuing again with the same technique, making sure I'm kind of really working on underneath as well.
Undone?
Almost like Naima said, the underneath is supporting the top. So I'm not going to forget to really exaggerate underneath there as well.
Now for this top section here, remember the section that I said we curled to the back? I sprayed that with undone. And then I'm gonna go in, brush it straight up, right? We're gonna take the Vandal and we're gonna pump it into the hair while it's straight up. Just the entire length of it. A little bit more. Make sure we get that root. I'm gonna run my fingers, kind of rub the root right there, and I'm gonna let it go. Okay? Now I can go in with my fingers and massage that.
So again, what I'm doing is just as a little detailer, using my hairdryer on quite a high heat, low speed, just going in and using the heat from my hand just to scrunch it. And that's just exaggerating this even more. The ponytail is growing as we speak. So just using that bit of heat and scrunching it with my hand almost like activates the products a little bit more.
You see I'm just going in with my finger and just trying to get that nice volume and lift right there at the top. I want it to be pretty dramatic. Hit it again with the Vandal. For this part here, it's really just up until I get the volume that I want is when I'm gonna spray it with hairspray. And I think we're good on volume there. I'm gonna go in with the Headstrong. Really wanna get into that hairline right there.
Naima, I always think mine looks volumized and I turn to my left and it looks flat. Next time I'm doing a straight blow dry.
So I'm just flipping now this hair that I had here on the left, I'm just flipping that over to the right side. We're gonna do a bit more Vandal. Along the right side here. And then we're gonna start, I'm gonna just put tons of really decorative pins into the hair.
What was the word you used earlier?
Clips. But we didn't have clips, so pins. It's so funny, James and I are always going back and forth with like words. I'm from the West, he's from here. And I'm like, I say, what, hairpins, and you're like, it's a grip.
Or a Diane pin.
An elevator. A lift.
Yeah.
We're all always translating each other.
We're educating ourselves as we go along, you know?
Again, just pinning it all to the side here. Come straight forward. Perfect. With this kind of like side look, I really just love to pile on the pins. I think it really adds to the drama of the hair. Really kind of piling it on. And there's no rhyme or reason as to how I'm putting these pins into the hair. I think it's best that you don't have any particular pattern. It looks cooler that way. If it's too much in a pattern, it looks, I don't know, not as cool, I think. How many more do we have? A few more, okay. So again, I'm just really just loading it in. James, you're finessing over there.
Just finessing. I'm just casually here finessing on a Sunday. Just kind of like I said before, making sure it just looks good from all different angles. and just finishing off. I went in with the Fluxus hairspray, which is the lighter of the two hairsprays. Reason for that is because I had a lot of buildable products up before that. So that's just a great way just to hold it without being too firm.
Fine. All right, I'm gonna put my last pin in right there.
Cool.
Maybe not, I'll go in the other direction. Tilt your head down for me. Perfect. Beautiful. All right, so now I'm just gonna go in with a bit more of the Vandal on the hair that we have out here. Pump a little Vandal on the top. Spin her around. Do you see how kind of like stiff these are? It's really the Vandal that's helping to create that shape. And once I'm done like separating,
Glasses time, honey.
then we can go in with a final hit of the Headstrong. Spin this way. Perfect. Slide. All right, I think we're good on our shape here. Now I'm gonna go in with the Headstrong hairspray and just give her a final hit of hold.
Cool.
And you see when I'm spraying, I love to grab the hair a little bit, just kind of like pinch it somewhere and pick it up and then spray. Spin around. Remember, open hand, go in, pinch, spray. Hold a few seconds and then let it go. You see how much volume we get out of that? We do the same here.
Cool, so just because I'm enjoying this little bit of hair coming through there, I'm just visually working, and then I'm just popping a few pins on that side just to secure it and just to keep that balance. Yeah, cute.
So guys, we've got the last couple of minutes. Could you give us a recap on what you guys have done today, please?
Say that again?
We've got about 2 minutes left, so just could you give us a little recap on what you've done, please?
Absolutely. So we've created some like big glam texture on my model here. So we went in with our curler to prep it, alternating the curls, curl by curl. The very top triangle at the crown right here at the front, curl that all to the back. And then we went in row by row, brushing it. Undone texture spray, brush it out again, and then we went in and pinched it and spread it out, right? Then we hit it with the Headstrong hairspray. We did that all throughout the hair. And then I went in with the Vandal just to really give some extra hold and volume to the hair. When we got to the top here, we brushed it all up, pumped it with the Vandal all throughout the whole length of it, and then we let it drop, and it gave us that wave in the front. We went in and pinched that out, Headstrong hairspray, and then we add our little decorative pins on the side, and we have our big, sexy glam hair. What do you guys think?
Yes.
Beautiful. Looks amazing.
Thank you.
So just to recap on Zoe, again, ponytail, really nice and high and secure with her own hair. Wrapped the elastic round, and then using the hair weft, pinning it into position to get that really nice and secure. Brushing it out, building up that texture, and then detailing the baby hairs using the hot mess gel. So you've got that really cool contrast of detail through the front, and then just really using the Vandal powder like Naima has, just exaggerate and bring out that extra texture. If you want to stand to the front on the right for me, Zoe.
You can stand up for me. Perfect. Give these ladies a round of applause, guys. How they look? Good? All right, so we're gonna bring out our last model that I prepped in advance. So for her hair, you can come stand in the center front. Right here is perfect. So for her hair, I pinned just all of her natural hair up. These are her natural curls. I combed through them with my fingers just to get extra volume out of it. And then I pinned it up with large bobby pins. I don't like to grab it all and put like a ponytail holder in it because it takes away the volume. It's better if you bring it to where you like and then pin it. This way you can keep the volume that you want to keep. If you pinch it all in, you lose that volume. So it's all pinned in, right? And then I went in and I dotted a few of these like decorative dots that I found at like a fabric store. Put some gel on the hair, pop the dot on and let it dry. And it's just like a nice little decorative add to the hair. Then we did her baby hairs again with the Hot Mess Texture Gloss. So they're nice and soft, not super hard. Then we went in with the Undone Texture Spray just to break up her curls even more. I feel like this is a product that curly girls need to know about because I feel like curly girls are always asking me, like, how do you get your hair so big? It's Undone Texture Spray. Don't be scared to put Undone Texture Spray on curly hair. It wakes it up because a lot of times curly hair just kind of like sits there and looks like kind of flat. This is, if you like pump it right into the hair, it's really gonna wake the hair up and give it like tons of air and texture. All right, just all over. And then she has like some sexy texture. You guys like this? Well, thank you guys. We're gonna have them hang out in the front. You guys can take pictures if you like. Thanks so much for having us.
Yes, we've had a great show. Thanks guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Amazing work. Beautiful. Thank you, girls. Amazing. And once again, thank you to Naima Lafond and James Earnshaw for Anika. Beautiful work, really, really nice, really 80s feeling. So now I'm going to hand you back over to Simon, who's going to do a live lounge based on the knowledge.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Live Lounge. Welcome to Pro Hair Live in Manchester and a fabulous welcome to our past chairperson, Jo Martin.
Thank you.
Welcome.
You're very welcome.
And here to talk everything knowledge.
Everything about the knowledge, which is our fabulous digital platform for all of our members at the fellowship.
Before we say too much about it, before we get into the detail of it, we're going to play you a little promo so you get an idea of what the knowledge really is. So I think that's just going to come on your screen now.
The fellowship is all about education, and that is the next step. Education online can be very, very helpful.
Young people coming into our industry now, they're hungry to want to learn more.
The knowledge is an amazing platform and is something that our industry is really missing at the moment.
The fellowship understands the future. The future, our future, is technology.
Everything is starting to move online, and I just think it's a medium that's going to inspire our up-and-coming hairdressers to help us deliver the fellowship's message of quality and just keeping British hairdressing at the top spot.
I love that music.
I know.
I can feel that sort of vibration coming up through my shoes there.
I know.
So listen, before we start, Joe, tell us a little bit about how it all came about. You know, how was the knowledge born?
So the knowledge was born. So it's something obviously we've been sort of talking about for about 12 months before we launched it, and it was how we can interact with our members kind of every day around the country as well, and also for our international members, because we've got a lot of members throughout the UK, but we have a lot of events that happen in London, and most people can't come to London all the time to see the events. So how can we interact and engage with a lot of our members outside of London as well, and also 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, which is what all of our members and what all of our industry stylists are looking online, educating themselves, whether they're on a train somewhere, on a plane, or just in the staff room, sort of Googling and inspiration and researching for their own career development.
Yeah, I know, it's fantastic. Obviously, I've seen it develop and seen you watch it grow under yours and Clive's kind of guidance and leadership. What I would say to anybody that's watching online is, for this weekend only, normally the knowledge is available to members only. For this weekend, if you go on the Fellowship website, we've unlocked all the content for the knowledge. So you can get a really good look at what's been going on and what Joe's been doing.
Gosh, yeah, you'd sit there all day. It'd be a full day of watching it, because we've got some great inspiration, innovation, and educational videos from a lot of one of our industry icons.
So I was going to ask you about that, because obviously one of the people that's on there is Rob Eaton, who's obviously current British Hairdresser of the Year. Tell us a little bit about what you did with him, and how that all evolved and came about.
Yeah, so we approached Rob because we wanted to work on an inspirational project. And Rob was asked by Weller to do the finale show of the Trend Vision Awards ceremony. So we thought, what a great idea to link up with Rob and follow his journey on how he created a show. So, there's so much goes on into creating such a huge, performance. And it was a great honor to be able to sort of hang out with Rob and his team over several days, and also, for me, even learn so much from what he was doing as well, which was amazing.
I think that thing of, obviously it's split into 4 parts, isn't it?
Yes.
And how does that work?
So it's, what we wanted to do is we've got a full documentary. So it's almost like our inspiration came from the TV world, because we wanted to create a short sort of TV documentary about the success of creating a show. So we split it into 4 different episodes. So it's all about kind of the inspiration, the ideas, the team, and the preparation, and then moving on through that journey into final rehearsal days, working with the choreographer, the makeup artists, the stylists, doing the rehearsals at the Roundhouse, and then obviously the big finale was watching the show that Rob and his team had delivered.
Do you know, it's amazing, isn't it? I don't know where else you would get that much background and the thought process and the attention to detail, because one thing I know about Rob, apart from the fact he's the nicest guy in the world, his attention to detail is amazing, and that really comes across, doesn't it?
And also it was really lovely to see how them as a team, as an artistic team, working together. And obviously his father, Russell, he's an award-winning professional in his own right as well, and him being involved with the team, and the team being inspired about his little sort of nuances that he does, which is amazing.
I think we can have a quick look at a preview, so we'll be able to see what you're describing. We'll be able to see a little preview of that.
So at the beginning part of the year, I got a call from Judith at Weller to invite me to be part of the TrendVision show team. So that was really exciting. And straight away, I started to think of the kind of things that I wanted to do. And then from there, it's very much about putting together some ideas as a mood board to present to the team at Weller, and then make sure that it marries into what they're wanting to create. And then that's what's the most exciting part about it, really, seeing it all come to life in the rehearsals. So day one, we've been doing some off-site rehearsals where we've actually gone through some of the basics of the choreography and really got an idea of what we can do with some of the models. Personally, I really love that part of it as well, because I can really see how the models are moving and see how it's been brought to life. This afternoon, we've come back to the Roundhouse where we've actually done some on-site rehearsals so we can really see the staging, see the screen content, and that helps me to visualise what's going to happen with the hair as well. So it's a good chance for me to try some of the wigs on the models, see what they look like when they're walking, see what they're like on the lighting. And then it's very much about the hard work getting the hair looking amazing as well, and that's where we'll work through each look, making sure that we get the hair to look incredible. Choosing a team for an event like the TrendVision Awards is really important. We've got a great artistic team at Russell Eaton, and we all know we've got our strengths within that as well, so it's very much about working together as a team to really bring to life the looks that we want to achieve. And then for me, obviously, working with a clothes stylist and a makeup artist is really important as well. It means that we can really bring to life the very strongest looks we possibly can, because we all work so closely together. From my perspective and from Weller's perspective, it's really bringing to life all of this season's latest colours and everything you can do with some of the latest colour innovations from Weller professionals as well. I think my advice to anybody wanting to put a show like that together is just planning and preparation and thinking about every single aspect of it as well. The more prepared you are, the less things can challenge you on the actual day or the rehearsal days as well. But also getting the right team around you as well.
Wow, I think that really gives you a slight insight. And there's 4 episodes, so how long is the whole documentary?
The episodes are between sort of like 10 to 15 minutes long, so you know, it's nearly an hour. So it's a great piece of footage, but obviously you can watch it in small snippets of information as well for yourself, so you don't have to sit for the whole hour and watch it.
No, you can, dip in and dip out.
Yeah.
What do you see happening with the knowledge? Where do you see it going now?
So we've had some great success. We launched it back in October. We've had an array of fantastic, talented, professionals of all different levels of their careers, from being previous Fame team members to obviously being our iconic members like Rob, being in part of the fellowship. And moving forward for this year, we've been approaching some of our, industry sort of creme de la creme team members, and we want to obviously partner with them and do some really exciting sort of like educational step-by-steps. We want to do some more inspirational projects like we did with Rob, and we want to sort of partner with people who are more innovators of our industry as well. So we've got a real sort of like summary of everything. So it's not just about education and how-tos, it's about how to inspire, how to take your journey, in your career to the next level. We want to inspire the younger generation to be able to go online and to just take something from each one of the different videos that we create.
I do think it's fantastic that these people that have got to be industry icons are sharing their knowledge. And if you're a younger person coming into the industry, looking up at where they are and how they started their journey, how they got to where they are. Do you see some of that in the knowledge? Have you captured that?
Yeah, absolutely. We've some of our videos that we have created, we've got lots of information from some of our key industry icons, and we ask them, several questions about where do they get started, where they still get their inspiration from to carry on their journey, and we've got some great snippets of information which you can learn from.
I think we've got a little video of that as well. So let's have a little look at that that video.
I chose the hair industry as a career because I've been around it all my life. My mum's a hairdresser. I come from a long line of hairdressers, so even from the age of 3 years old, I was passing up perm rollers and in a salon environment, so it felt like a natural progression.
When I was at school, I knew I wanted to do something creative.
And I knew from a young age as well I wanted to own my own business. And I got my hair cut I started my career with Saks. I went to get my hair cut in there and I'd never seen a place like it, playing great music. There was 20 or 30 people working there. And I just thought, wow, this is so different to where my mum got a haircut. I ended up going in and having a trial day.
From about the age of 12, that's all I wanted to do. I thought it was the coolest job on the planet. It still is, actually.
I started my hairdressing career at 14 years old. I had a Saturday job in a local salon just for a bit of pocket money, and I loved it. I loved every second of it.
I think hair chose me. I started in electronic. I was in a technical college. I was a punk. I felt that I needed to become a hairdresser. My idea was that I thought everybody looked shit in the street and I wanted to make them look good.
I was studying at university in graphic design, and I was just looking for a part-time job, walked into the local Tony & Guy. They offered me an apprenticeship and I just ended up really enjoying it and falling in love with the industry.
It has been one of the best career choices, I think, ever. I've travelled the world, I run my own business, I go to great parties, I have a really good time, but I also work incredibly hard.
It's a great party.
Fantastic seeing how some of our industry icons got into the industry. So Joe, we're just about coming to the end of our time. I think I just want to say on behalf of the fellowship and everybody that's looking at the knowledge, thank you for driving it and making it along with Clive and everybody else that's worked on it, because you need somebody that's going to push this. And so thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
And look forward to next year.
Yeah, and also
Or this year.
No, and don't forget that throughout this weekend we've unlocked the knowledge, so you can go online and see all of the information and the videos there.
And I think it's just before we finish, I was talking backstage and somebody was telling me about Jamie Stevens saying the thing about the knowledge is you can get all our industry icons together in one platform.
Yeah.
And that wouldn't really happen anywhere else but the fellowship. So that alone is a great reason to go and have a look at the knowledge.
Absolutely, yeah. And you can be inspired as well and learn something new. And learn something new about some of the icons as well. There's
Absolutely.
Really funny takes.
Good. Thanks again, Joe.
Thank
you very much.
Welcome back, guys. Thank you very much to Simon as well. The knowledge, I think, is a fantastic idea. A really great way of accessing all the hairdressing icons or anybody that you want to get access to via a digital platform. So a really, really, really good idea. So let's get on with the rest of the show. We've got some fantastic artists coming up for the remainder of this afternoon. So first, I'd like to introduce you to Unite, featuring the creative director, Gary Baker, and ambassador, Melissa Timberley. Unite's creative director, Gary, and the ambassador, Melissa, would like to present our runway-inspired looks directly from New York and London Fashion Weeks, where they've just completed over 20 shows encompassing 2020's editorial cuts and styling trends.
your knee. Put that there.
Hey guys, how you both doing?
How are you, sir?
Very good.
Oh,
thank
that
you.
sounds loud, doesn't it? Wow.
Hi, everyone.
My voice down. Yeah, very well. Great to be back in Manchester again, second year, Pro Hair Live. Very honoured to be on stage with my partner in crime. Yet again, I must say, because I've been working with her in San Diego before Christmas. We had her out there to get a bit of sunshine, although remarkably there is some sun in Manchester today, so I said take a picture of it. Melissa Timperley.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for coming to see us today at Pro Hair Live. It's nice that the sun's out for once in Manchester. Today, me and Gary wanted to show you a couple of looks that have been inspired by the fashion weeks. So today on my beautiful model, Lee, we're working with some grunge techniques. Through the top, I'm going to work with channel cutting. So I'm going to start with one section that's longer, the next section shorter, long, short. And what this will do is provoke the texture. So all the different textures push against each other and create a really raw movement. So that's what I'm going to start with on Lee. I'm going to pass you over to Gary and he can explain what he's doing on his model.
Thank you, Melissa. I've got two girls in this afternoon to show you, completely inspired by what we've been doing on the runways this season. We've just come straight back from doing London Fashion Week. We did 22 shows in New York, and we're off to Paris on Tuesday to finish our season-long tour there. So, as I say, we're sort of like heavily engrossed in all the session stuff and the Fashion Week stuff now. So this is the majority of all the work that I'm predominantly producing is always inspired through that. And as Melissa rightly said, there was a huge sort of like grunge, not punk element, but grungy vibe to the actual runways this year. Although we did some really polished looks like this, very minimalistic. And so that's where we're taking our main focus from today, to bring you those and give you some of this really beautiful minimalistic hair married with something that's really out there as well. Melissa, I've got the 4-second rule. I didn't hand it. Floor was nice and clean. What have you got going on?
So as I mentioned before, I'm working with this channel layering technique. We use it a lot in the salon. So my salon's in the Northern Quarter. And a lot of clients are asking for this because they don't want to lose the length, but they want to create some volume, a little bit of width. So I'm working with orange segments, just pivoting round, and I'm going to work all the way to here behind the ear. I'm then going to do the same on the other side. If you stay with me then, we'll come on to the fringe. Now this is a really difficult shape to cross-check, but when you do cross-check it, you should be able to see your different sections. Can you see those from there? So that's what I'm working with today. And then I'll show you, I've done a slightly more commercial look on my next model that we will bring out for you in just a few moments.
Oh, you find that the mullet or the moulet, is it sort of making a bit of a comeback?
We're common, we say mullet, but yeah, we are getting a lot of girls asking for it actually.
Fantastic. So if anyone's interested, I'm using a bit of Smooth and Shine, my products on this. This is, it's got an argan oil in it, and it's the last thing you would expect to do a really polished, what I call solid look. But the beauty of working backstage, etc., is that we get to play around with the product very, very differently. So I use that as my base, really plaster that onto the skin, as you'll see a lot of people will go for that. And then we hairspray over the top of it to give it a really fixed, polished sheen. Spray the hairspray really close so it ends up like a shellac. Don't you think of it like a hairspray. I'll just pass that to my lovely assistant, Rebecca, who also works at Melissa's. She's never unhappy, she's always smiling. I can't upset her for love nor trying, so I need to get her backstage with me a few more times and then she'll really get fed up with me.
She just doesn't know the real you yet.
She doesn't, no. So we're just working that into the cheekbone. Run the dryer over the top of that. We always run it from roots to ends. Smashes that cuticle nice and flat, puts a high shine on. So even though that cream is oil-based, we've just found with the hairspray, the combination of it, I'll just turn that hairdryer off so you can hear me properly, is that you now get a beautiful, beautiful sheen. It's very, even say like a gelled shellac, but it looks far better than hair gel because it doesn't crack and you don't get any powdering happening after it. So we're going to work through on the other side, just like we would do normally, section by section, hairspray by hairspray. And I'm going to let Melissa take over as I become a bit antisocial with the hairdryer while I'm doing this. Fire away, Melissa.
So I'm just working through the back now. When I work with a shape that's got some disconnection through it, we've got an undercut through one side and on the opposite side. And then I've taken my guide length from my crown. So I've layered this square, starting from the bottom and working up to this length at the crown. What I would like to create is just a little bit more softness to the outline. So I'm just coming through using the points of my scissors. At the salon, we don't use thinning scissors. The reason for me being, I find that the shape lasts a lot longer when you just use your normal scissors. So I always use a 5-inch scissor. I like them to be very pointy and very lightweight. And I'm just using it and pointing in just about an inch width. That way I feel like I've got better control of where I'm pointing into. As you can see, we've got an amazing colour, but the products that I've used to prep the hair is my favourite, the 7-second spray. I use it on anybody, whether your hair is straight, curly, thick, thin. It's our go-to product and pretty much everybody buys it in the salon. Would you agree, Rebecca?
Yeah, it's what the hairdresser's right arm goes for.
Yeah.
It's our #1 hero product anyway, everyone knows about it. And it's a must-have. I mean, you know, some junior, unfortunately, sort of gives you a bird's nest at the backwash, and it comes back to you. You're going to reach for 7 seconds and put that in. I'm just going to talk about a little bit how I prep this hair. Now, my model has got a huge amount of kinks, etc. in her scalp, and so we use what I call our root energizer to go through that, blow dry all really flat, and it allows us to start creating these really flat sheens. So there's just as much work goes into polished, minuscule locks as it does for something a little bit more out there, a bit more textured. And just knowing the right amount of product to use as well becomes really important. And this is something I teach now religiously in a course I do for anyone who wants to come and work with us backstage on any of the fashion weeks all over the world. You can do New York, Paris, Milan with us, Miami Swim Week, it doesn't matter. You come and do the course with us, you're going. It's a great, I thought it was a really good way of just bringing people into the fashion world who didn't really know how to enter it. And it's been a really success for us. We've got students coming in from all over the place now, from Japan, South America, and even Manchester. Haven't we, Rebecca? You can come in whenever you like, sir. Please come and have a conversation. I don't like you hanging around in the wings. Tell me to shut up, otherwise I'll keep going on for all day long.
Actually, no, I'm intrigued with the backstage, you know, London Fashion Week and Milan and New York. What's the collaboration then with the designers as far as you're doing the hair? So how does it work? Does the designer give you the lead, or do you tell the designer what you're doing hair-wise?
So I've got the 2 looks I've got today. I've got one that is specific by the designer and one where we led it. Some are very, very particular about what they want, and I always say that to hairdressers, you've got to sort of like get rid of your own ego and do what they require. And sometimes they really don't know what they want and they just give it open to you. So it works both ways, but generally we always go and do a hair test a day or so beforehand and then work with that. Our record for a hair test this season, I spent 10 hours with wigs in New York. It was crazy, but it was all worth it in the end. So great question, one we always get asked about. That collaboration with the designers is a must. So as you can see, I'm just using the hairspray and the cream as a combination. And it goes off really, really solid, really, really quickly. So much more versatile than using a hair gel. Fantastic for doing finger waves. It's just a combination of spray and the cream. Use the back of your combs so you don't get any ridging. It really takes it out. And it's extremely soft. When we're finished, we're going to present the models down there and you can come and have a little look, and by all means just touch the model side of the model's head and you can feel the texture of it. Melissa, take it away. What have you got?
I was in full concentration mode then. So on my Model Lee, what I'm working with is a zigzag section. When I'm working with a textured fringe, I always use a zigzag section because it means that it blends more together. If you just create a rounded line, your fringe should follow that, so you'd get more of a blunt edge. So through this shape here, I'm working with tiny triangles and pointing through so that you end up with these long tendrils of hair. I'm then going to visually connect those in so that we've got two different textures coming forward, and then we're going to have some longer pieces that then come over the top. When you're on stage, it's quite hard working with a fringe because you don't have a mirror. It is actually a lot easier in the salon when you're working with a mirror. But what I find is if you tilt the model's head back and press down on your hair, you create some tension, and that way you can better control it.
Melissa, we're on the fellowship stage, and you've been involved with them for a long time, so just give us a little bit of brief history about, what started off for you with the fellowship, why you're such a big supporter of it now, why they still love her, obviously, helps. I think any aspiring young hairdresser, especially girls, are going to look up to you, and I think it's really important that they see your journey and know what that's all about. Because obviously it's not been handed to you on a plate.
So my journey with the fellowship started when I saw the Fame team on stage at Salon International. I'd actually dragged my dad along because no one else would come with me. So my poor dad was there in a suit at Salon International. Can you imagine? He couldn't believe that everyone else wore no socks. He was the only man in the audience, I think, that had socks on. And I decided I wanted to apply, so I started off with Project X, which is a mentoring program for hairdressers. You do 1 session a month, and you get to meet industry greats. So we had days with Simon Shaw to help us with presentation skills.
Yes, pull your hair.
Debbie G was our mentor. It was absolutely fantastic. We learned how to make wigs. Any skill that you don't learn in the salon, that is what they taught you. And then from Project X then, I moved on to the Fame team. So I was on the Fame team in 2016 with the most incredible people, and you make friendships for life. And the Fame team is similar to Project X, that you're learning totally new skills, slightly more often, and it really opens the doors for hairdressers. I would recommend it to anybody. Rebecca's on Colour Project, which is an incredible opportunity to work with the industry's amazing colorists. What's been your favourite day so far, Rebecca? So she had a day with Mozilla and Palmer where they showed her how to create colour that contrast your haircut. So if you're working with square sections on your haircut, how you should do rounded sections for your colour to create the most contrast.
She had the best opportunity then. Her favourite day would have been working with me. But you completely blown me out of the water. So thanks very much. I'm only joking. I couldn't help it. I've got a microphone. He'll tell you. There's power in the microphone. He's going to tell me to shut up in a minute and get off stage.
Just to show that technique you were doing as well with the irons, Gary, because that was really cool.
Come over and I'll talk to you about it. So I'll just run it through. It's just a progression of that sort of like wave that we did, the flat iron finger wave, for want of a better expression for it, and is to really create something much more deeper and more pronounced on there. So using the iron, we're still doing the tap side to side, pulling the hair left to right, but you're turning the iron as well at the same time. There we go on camera. So I'm just going to run through. So obviously you're pushing the hair, you're bringing it back. As soon as you bring it over the top, I have to turn that iron over, and that would help me then get that ridge in there for what I need. So argument's sake, we had to knock out 20 of these backstage really, really quickly in New York. And it was just a case of a happy accident that we found out how to do it very, very quickly, like most things, because the designer changed their mind halfway through the show, as they do. And we went from there. So anyone who doesn't like working in chaos, I wouldn't say backstage is where you want to be, because it generally is cultured chaos. Melissa, how are you getting on? I'm going to bring out 2 more models as well that we've done earlier on. So if I could ask for those to come back on the front of the stage.
So I'm just refining my outline. I still want it to visually look great, but still keep this texture so you can see where the triangles have been taken out. And then I want these longer pieces to come over like a veil So this is where my channel layering has come from, my internal shape. So I'll go over those in just a second, and then I'll dress it out with some product. Eleanor to the left here is a slightly more commercial look. We've gone in with a micro fringe. I use tension to cut this when I do curly hair. And you want to create a blunt look but with texture. Again, if you pull it down in your fingers rather than cutting through your comb, when it then jumps up, you get a very slight graduation through the edge, and that's what gives it that lift. We've then got some slightly softer pieces, and through the back, I've actually worked with channel layering through the back, so it's not just a technique that you need to use just through the top. So you would take your guide from your crown, and exactly the same way pivot round, so like an orange segment, making sure, if you think where you want to take the weight from, so if it's bulky here, that would be your short piece. Does that make sense? So working with the texture, which then, this is her natural texture. It's incredible, isn't it? We've just diffused it. We've used the mousse, which contains argan oil. That's one of my favorite of the Unite products. And then we've used something called liquid volume, which actually reactivates as you touch it. So it was made for girls who always zhuzh the hair on a night out, that it's reactivated every time you touch it. So this is the beautiful Eleanor. If anyone wants to ask me any questions about the cutting technique or the products used, come and grab me afterwards. I'm just going to carry on with my little fringe over here.
Thank you, Melissa. I'm just finishing up the models now for me. You've got the very front of the stage. That was completely driven by the designer, as we were talking about earlier. Post-apocalyptic wind tunnel, we called it. So that's what drove that one. It had to be very sort of like graphic in the shape, and after that he didn't want it to look too done, just lots of different textures, sprays, but it matched his graffiti-led, we're going to move you up to the front, it matched his graffiti-led collection, which was amazing when you saw it all on the catwalk. So we brought that over from New York, as well as this clothing on this lovely young model as well. So as you can see, just through here, that detail in the front, those beautiful little textured finger waves, just to give it something else. I'm using some texturizing spray. And then you can see that really does contradict and contrast massively with that beautiful slick gelled shellac look that we have on the top of the hair, and it's gone off completely solid now, but it's really ultra smooth. I'm just going to finish up a couple of hairs around the front, because that would never be acceptable. Just in there around the eye. A little bit of a trick there for anyone doing photographic work or doing live show work. Always pulling the hair around the eye socket back onto the cheekbone. Always looks really, really flattering through here. So as you can see, the beautiful shine on that. It's bone dry, so as much as I said before, it's much quicker than using a hair gel. Run my hands down it, no problem at all. The hair stays really tight to the skull shape. That is really important, is that we get this really beautiful silhouette. So when all the models are in procession, it looks a real powerful image. And as the designer said, he didn't want to see loads of hair. He wanted it just looks pristine. So thank you for that. I hope you enjoyed what we've done this afternoon. It's always great to be on the fellowship stage. For me personally, to come back from living out in California now for nearly 6 years, to be back in my home country before you guys. Melissa, nearly done?
Perfect.
Fabulous.
I've just worked with the texturizing spray, and a good trick for anyone who uses that is when you spray it on, a bit like a deodorant, how you wouldn't put your clothes on straight away after, just wait for a few minutes, allow the product to do what it's going to do, and then you can run your fingers through it and dress it out. You can really see those channel layers coming through now that it's got the texture spray through
Fantastic.
it. And if you want to join your model.
Load them up the front, let some guys take some photographs. Thank you so much. We'll bring out the girls later on. Thank you so much for listening to us. We'll hopefully see you all later on. Come to Melissa's salon tonight. We've got a really great little soiree going on as well.
Oh yeah, we've got an event tonight if anyone wants to come in the salon, where we're going to do a hands-on demonstration for any fellowship members.
A few drinks, bit of food, much more sort of like impersonal, one-on-one.
We've got lots of Prosecco.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, guys. Looks amazing. Well done. Okay, girls, thank you very much. Thanks, girls. So once again, thank you very much to Gary and Melissa representing Unite. Really brilliant work. Really nice to see that runway versus the sort of slightly more editorial work. Really, really good. Right, stick around because we have got a real treat for you now. I'd like to present to you the Richard Windle and the Sebastian Cult team with Simplexity.
Good afternoon, Manchester, and welcome to the fellowship stage. My name's Rich. These are our beautiful models, and this is for the Sebastian Cult team presentation. So what I'd like to do is to get started and get our models, well, our models are already on stage, but get our artists on stage if they would like to come up, and our models can have a little seat on their stools. So, we have our three Cult team artists. It's just half the team this time because we wanted to give everybody a lot of exposure and show some detail in the hair. And I don't know how much you know about the Cult team, but there's a program that we run at Sebastian Professional, which is all about mentoring hairdressers, giving them the opportunity to be involved within our hairdressing industry, not just from a platform perspective, but also grow their skills in hairdressing, grow their skills in performance, grow their skills in hair art. So it's something that we've been running as a company for over 10 years. We've had many generations of Cult team. But last season, what we wanted to do was just change the concept a little bit slightly so that we had more of this idea of giving back to them so that they can learn from different industry leaders from our own company, within our Cult team, our Sebastian Artist team, and also with people who, like yourselves out there in the audience that do hair. We want them to kind of engage with you too. So they're here really to show, really today, some hairstyling that's very much their own, because when they wanted to join the Cult team, they had to go through a process which was partly audition and partly application. Yeah, so they had to really kind of put their art out in front of us. And the people that got the opportunity to come and show off their skills and have their audition, they had to create a look of their own design completely, from the hair to the makeup and also to the fashion as well, because we wanted to see what they were about as artists in their own right. And what we're doing today really is giving them the opportunity to show you guys in the audience an evolution of what they've done from their audition point, so that they get the opportunity to say, well, you know, kind of this is what I wanted to show, but how does that evolve? You know, as hairdressers, we always like to change things, you know, vamp them up, or, you know, make them look stronger, create more detail, and see how you can transform that shape, that idea, that process of learning. So they're only 1 month into their 18-month program. So they're pretty raw right now, which is great, because that's what we like. We like almost a blank canvas that we can build on and mold and shape and give them opportunities that perhaps they wouldn't get if they weren't involved with the cult team. And some of the things that we've done so far is they spent like 2 days with us, with our lead artists, learning about Sebastian hair, learning about how we kind of consider hair to be simple to the eye to look at, but maybe complex in its construction. So it really involves us, you know, crafting hair, or using our talents to craft hair. Hey, Olivia, she's on stage too. So we also have a kind of honorary team member, Olivia, who's one of our area educators for Sebastian, and we always bring her along when the team's working because she has a really nice way with playing with the team. But what they're doing today then is this kind of evolution of their audition looks, and they've really pushed for some change in what they do. So if I come over here, this is Gemma, everybody. Say hi, Gemma.
Hi, guys.
All right, and when Gemma did her audition, she used the same model, beautiful model, and she also worked with this idea of binding hair, you know, so wrapping hair up, using twine or leather or any kind of fabric, really, that would enhance the way that perhaps your eye traveled around the look. And then today what we wanted to do was consider the shape a little bit more and make it more focused in all the individual details. So there's braiding in there. There is twisting in there. There are tie-offs, ponytails, all sorts of things going on. And there will be some wave textures as well towards the end of her look. But essentially, she's working with this very compact, crafted form, getting her hands in and really working the hair. So, Gem, whilst you're playing, could you perhaps share with the audience some of the detail in the process of how you created this look?
Yeah, so I had to start by taking the shape at the top for the braids. I had to keep them really small because I was going for quite an intricate look. You'll see at the back later on that I followed it all the way around the hairline and through the centre. And then just at the sides, I've press waved everywhere, just to try to give a natural look. And then I'm just pinpointing the areas that I want to stand out and making them more textured using Shaper Fierce.
Beautiful. Gemma was a little bit nervous this morning, but she's pulled it out of the bag, right? So really good. And you know, I was very keen to sort of see her work because when she did her audition, there was a lot of braiding going on, and I thought that's a real skill. Yeah, it's a real skill as hairdressers that we all would love to learn, but don't always get time to do it, you know, because it takes time to really work there. So I'm going to come over here and have a little chat with Hannah. Hannah's come all the way over from Dublin. Okay. Olivia, could you just maybe move around a little? That's lovely. So yeah, so she's come from Dublin today. She's based in Dublin. She's our one Irish cult team member, so she's really strong. And one of the things that really impressed us when she did her audition, could you swivel her around a little bit?
Can I turn you around, sorry?
Was this almost this like basket weaving, this detail that, you know, is really interesting to look at and has a lot of elements of, you know, knowing exactly where you're going. You have to have a plan. You can't just do this random. There's a plan to everything, and there's a lot of detail in there. So I said to Hannah, you know, what could you do different? So she came back and said, well, why don't I go downwards instead of upwards? And then use the length in the hair to create something that, you know, fits with the other looks that are on stage too. So again, Hannah, if I ask you, what's the most important thing for you as a hairstylist when it came to deciding to go for the cult team?
Well, I sort of had to figure out what I wanted to portray as a stylist and also what Sebastian would sort of do in a way. So I love The Matrix and I love top hats. And I love doing braiding as well, but I wanted to change something up. So my original idea came from the back up, and then I had almost like a panel of curls coming up and it swept down. So that was my top hat version, but this time around I changed it and I said I'd go downwards, and then I could mess around with the length because my other model didn't have that much length. So this time I just sort of wanted to have a play around, see what I could change, and have a little bit more fun, I suppose, with it.
Beautiful. Such a nice accent, isn't it? Yeah. So what she's doing here really is she's kind of taking a model's hair, which has an unusual haircut, I must say, and retransforming it to still use that natural shape in the haircut, but also, you know, bring something interesting to the eye, to the rest of the hair. So she's kind of loosening up the top. She's going to create a more raw texture. She's using Eruptic in the hair, which gives you that beautiful, almost like puffiness to the hair because it's dry, and it leaves the hair weightless so that she can build up the texture in the hair. Now, over here, in the front here, is our lovely Stephanie. And Stephanie's from Scotland. Okay. Yeah. Or should I say, Scotland! Yeah. Yeah, we have someone in the back there giving it the big fist up. That's good.
That was still Mancunian.
She says I do a Mancunian Scottish accent. I love it. Anyway, so Stephanie's from Scotland in Wonderland hair. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, got it right. Good. Anyway, and when we were doing when she was doing her audition, we were very, very impressed with the way that she approached her story and the way that she kind of connected all the elements of her work into the finished result. And actually, the model's hair was this, almost this like kind of sulfate blue in parts, and it was a really interesting color that fitted with the shape that she was doing. So when it came to today's show, we wanted to still stick with that ethos and the inspiration of what she did, but we wanted to keep it a little bit more monochromatic and go with like this kind of single tone and show the hair texture off a little bit more. And what she's done is she's kept with her story in the finish of the hair.
Thank you.
But she's adding different elements. She's changed it slightly and she's adding hair in there to make it a little bit more interesting to the eye. And she's going to, you know, kind of reveal those little pieces. So you've got some long areas here, right?
Yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about what's going on here and why you've added them to the hair?
Obviously, it's a bit of an elevation of what I did at the audition, and it was just to kind of knock things off balance a little bit, so that I've got some length here through the front back to these shorter areas, and then added in at the back corner some elongated pieces and kept it short through the front, just so that it is quite asymmetric. It kind of just ties in with everything that I'm doing through the top, so I'm just kind of moulding some shape just to give it a bit of height. So from a side profile as well, you've just got these nice exaggerated shapes coming from it.
See, I like the way that there's no disconnection. Yeah, you've got hair coming forward, you've got hair going back, but visually there's no disconnection, and I think that was kind of part of the evolution of what you're doing, right?
Yeah.
And what about these pieces?
I want to cut them.
You're going to cut them? Well, you've got 2 minutes, so...
just a couple of pieces, yeah.
Yeah, so we thought as well, like, okay, it's kind of a bob. How do we make it look not like a bob? And all of this texture and movement and these combinations of directions take that away. But then we thought, well, why not? Why not extend in certain areas and give it an extra detail?
Do you want to give me a hand?
I'd love to give you a hand. I just haven't got a blade.
I've got one here.
Oh, okay. Fantastic. Don't get lovely. So.
Do I need to hold this?
So what we thought would be to work with these pieces and really just kind of blend them in, but still keep them visually disconnected. So if we just swing you around slightly so you're facing the audience, that's beautiful. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's really... You can see the pieces, and all she's going to do is go in and start to use the edge of her blade to connect slightly with the rest of the hair. Right? Just a case of her sculpting through with the blade to eliminate length. And then she can do that very organically. Okay. So we're getting close towards the end of our time on stage here, I believe. I think we might have maybe a couple of minutes. And I'm just looking at Gemma's work here. It looks fantastic, Gem. That's really good shape. Did they get to see the back? Did you show them?
Much food.
Yeah, so there's quite a lot going on, but there's lots of interesting detail in there. There's clean, smooth areas. There's these lovely little flyaways in the hair that just give the hair, the look, a bit of a frame, if you like. And then over here, we've got lovely Hannah, who's really started to build that texture in there. And Steph, one of the things that you do when you're working with us is you're very into the industry.
Yeah.
So what is it you want or you feel will benefit you as being part of the cult team in the next year or 2 years?
Experience and exposure is definitely one of them. But also cult team's like a massive mentoring program. So things like using a blade was brand new to me. I'd never really experienced it before. So it's just a good opportunity for me to develop even more skills when it comes to cutting, styling, Sebastian as a brand with the products as well. Just kind of having a full understanding of Sebastian in general. Thank you. Mm-hmm. Thank you. There we go.
Okay, and Jem, what about you? What is it you want from being a cult team artist? Or what do you think you can bring to the cult team?
Braids.
Braids. I love it. Yeah, braids. Yeah, that's going to be your thing, I think.
Yeah.
For the next 6 months at least, but we'll work in different ways. Because they've all got something, obviously. They've all got something, but there's something that they can learn and something that they can give to each other as a team and something that we can give them at the same time. So, you know, it's a really great opportunity for any hairdresser who loves hair to come and play with us at Sebastian and be part of the cult team. Because we're going to be on tour in Glasgow, Birmingham. We're going to be at the Trend Vision regionals events, doing our shows there on stage. So look out for those. We will be posting a lot of our information on our Instagram page, which is Sebastian_Cult Team UKI. So have a look at that. We're always putting stuff on there that the cult team are sharing, doing, and what events are going to be coming up to see them. Okay, so I think we're good, right?
Yeah.
All right, so let's stand our models up. Cult team, if you'd like to take a bow and say thank you to the audience.
That way. Go that way.
And then just...
thank you. Thank you.
And then if we could have the music up a little bit and our models can maybe just move into position.
Good afternoon, and welcome to all our viewers who are live on our website and Facebook Live. We have a real treat for you guys, especially out there in the world of the internet. We have the incredible Andrew Barton as our guest.
That's a nice introduction, Ken. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nice to see you.
Yes, great to see. And so, just so you're aware, Andrew was the first person ever to be interviewed on the Live Lounge back to 2-3 years ago. So it's and you were so great that we wanted you back.
Oh, well, thank you very much. I think the seats have actually got a little bit more comfortable as well. And I'm still a bit concerned about this hood dryer, and I've got no hair for rollers, so yeah.
So, Andrew, I mean, you know, an amazing career. Tell us where that came from. You know, where did you start?
Well, like a lot of hairdressers, I wasn't that academic at school, you know, maths and English wasn't kind of the forte.
Socially intelligent, you were.
Socially,
yeah.
but, and aesthetically intelligent. So I was really interested in art and design and fashion. So I kind of started off, I wanted to be a surface pattern designer, designing fabric and materials, and drifted into hairdressing. But I've never looked back, because I've realized that what hairdressing has given me is I am a surface pattern designer. I just work with a different fabric and a material.
Absolutely.
Hair.
Yeah. In fact, that was very apparent when you did you had that kind of show 2 years ago that was an art kind of.
Yeah, so we launched an exhibition in an art gallery called Beehives, Bobs and Blow Dries.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited to tell you, actually, this is a launch and a scoop for Fellowship as well.
Okay, great.
It's coming back in 2021.
You hear that first.
And it's going to be at the Fashion and Textile Museum in Bermondsey in London from June to September 2021. And it's a collaboration around fashion, hair, design, and how hair and fashion all comes together.
Brilliant. I mean, that's incredible. So obviously you are now, what is your title with Headmasters?
So I work with a large salon group called Headmasters. We have about 56 salons. We employ over 1,000 people. And my role is Creative and Communications Director. What that means is the creative aspects, I oversee all the education and training standards to make sure that all our stylists are delivering what our brand values are. And then the communication side is working with our PR and marketing teams to make sure that we're all saying the same things about what our brand values are and creating what those brand values are. And I think, you know, regardless of whether you work in a large company like myself or a small company, you have to be very aware and focused on what your salon is all about and what you're wanting to communicate about yourself. And a lot of my job is making sure that communication path to all of our stylists is very clear.
Yeah, I guess that leads me into the to Able, yeah, because obviously there's a good link there with that role. So tell us about that.
So I launched Able 2 years ago. It's Andrew Barton London Education, Able. And that did come on the back of a beer mark, Ken. But what Able's about is a scholarship to run alongside the traditional training standards in a college. And what I got a bit tired about was the industry always downsizing colleges and saying college training is not good. And that's not true. And I wanted to create a bridge between college education and the salon to make sure that when college students finish their training, they're a little bit more ready for the world of work, they're a little bit more empowered to work in a salon, and a little bit more employable as well, and taking their qualification to a higher level. So, you know, if there's any colleges out there that are interested in Able Scholarship, then get in touch. There's lots of information.
And I think that's it. I think the reality is education is massive, and it's a key fundamental in our industry. And I think we probably have to be leaders in saying you know, with these youngsters, it's what we're teaching them is the problem. If we're teaching them 50 years ago hairdressing, it's not relevant to them, and no wonder they're dropping out. We all as an industry have to say, no, we've got to move forward with our education structure.
Well, you're getting me really excited now, Ken. I mean, it's just like, because the other thing that we're working on at the moment is a real PR message. I've also got really tired over the last few years that the session hairdresser has been so elevated as the ultimate kind of career goal, when in reality we know that's not true. And you know, for me, what I'm excited about is celebrating the success of the salon-based hairdresser who goes to work every day, makes a good living, has a great lifestyle, is part of the community, is constantly evolving and training and developing themselves, being part of a team. And you know, to me, the ultimate part of our career progression is to be a great hairdresser with a great business and a great clientele.
I knew he was going to come up trumps, but I totally agree with you. It's you know, it is the basis of our industry, and it is a fantastic.
It's the basis. I mean, I'm very honoured that, you know, I do lots of different things like you do, Ken, in our weekly kind of work. My favourite day of the week is the day in the salon behind the chair with my clients, making them happy, working with my team. That's absolutely my most favourite day of the week.
Yeah, and I say to anyone coming into hairdressing and they go, you know, they see me flying around the world. I got my team are in Ukraine next week, they're in India the week after, and I do the shoots and they go, God, you've got amazing life. I said, yeah, but where I'm at my best is when I'm standing behind that chair with my client, because that's what made me.
Absolutely. And just recently at Headmasters, we've done something quite historic after nearly 40 years in business. We just opened our academy for the first time to the industry, because we've always kept that training in-house. Now we've opened it to the industry. So we're presenting courses at the Headmasters Academy. But the focus of those courses is helping people to be better in the salon.
Brilliant. I love that. So I could sit here for hours talking to you.
We'll be having a drink tonight, I'm sure.
I'm sure we will. So describe yourself in 3 words.
Oh, okay, I'm not sure. You start off. How would you describe me?
Infectious.
Infectious? What else?
You or me? All right, I got a better one. Superman or Batman?
Both.
Or Wonder Woman?
No, both Superman or Batman.
All right, brilliant.
You know, I think, you know, I'm often asked for words of advice, and people say to me, what's the big piece of advice that you could offer? You know, I started my career in a village salon in Yorkshire. London's been home for a long, long time, but I've never lost my proudness of being a Yorkshireman. You can tell from my accent, I've never lost my accent either.
Yeah, it comes out.
Absolutely, but I think what I was taught as an apprentice in that village salon when I first started was, Andrew, never accept okay as a standard, because it means it's not okay. And that's been a guiding light for me throughout my career, and you know, it's one I pass on to anybody that will listen.
Which there's thousands out there that'll listen.
Hello.
So yeah, fantastic. Right, so been great speaking to you. Obviously great to have you back up on the live lounge. Andrew and I are going to nip off, but stay up here because we have the Clubstar art team coming out to have a little chat about what they've been up to this year. So thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, guys. See you all soon.
Squeeze in, guys. Get yourself nice and comfy. You are a team now. Lovely. So I just want you guys to introduce yourselves. Do you want to introduce your Clubstar art team, Carolina?
Okay, hi, I'm Carolina Saunders, the mentor of this lovely. This is not even a whole group. This is just 3 of our 8. So over here we have Andrew, Darcy, and Ella.
Fantastic. And are you enjoying being part of the Clubstar art team at the moment?
Loving it. It's really good.
Yeah,
a really great experience.
And how about you, Carolina? It's your first time leading the team, so how have you been finding that?
This team is amazing. You know, we've had such a good time together already, and we've only done 2 months of it, and I've absolutely loved every moment of it, and I can't wait to do more.
I can't believe you've only done 2 months because I feel like I'm seeing you guys doing so much already. So tell me about what you've done so far in the first 2 months.
So last Friday, I think it was, we did London Fashion Week, which was so cool.
That's amazing.
So cool. Like, you don't think you'd ever get there when you're like starting out as an apprentice, and then a few years later you find yourself in the middle of chaos with massive designers and great leaders like Carolina, so it was really, really cool.
I think doing it with Label M as well was a really good experience. Really great team around you, you know, some really great names. It was perfect, a perfect situation to be in, really.
Yeah. And I know London Fashion Week's like really close to your heart, isn't it, Carolina? So it was something new for the Clubstar Art team to be getting involved in. So tell us a bit about why you wanted to bring that to them.
Well, I wanted to create a little bit of something that will showcase what I've been doing and what's been bringing me to the industry and the companies as well, and the sort of like the teams. And I wanted to bring that Fashion Week into it because I know how exciting it is when you get there and how much you learn from all these fantastic hairdressers. And if you want to be a session stylist, you need to have a little taster of it because it can be quite stressful as well. So I just wanted everybody to know a little bit more about it.
Amazing. And you're giving them a bit of a taster of a lot of things this year, aren't you? Just to kind of see where directions they can go, because Clubstar Art Team is our young art team. So it's really about kind of showing and opening everything up to these youngsters so that they can see what the industry is about. So what other days have you guys got planned?
Well, we are with Desmond. We are shooting with him. We also have Jonathan Andrews. Of course, we have a presentation day as well with Edward Hemmings. And actually, we're really looking forward to sort of like the shows that we can put ourselves into as well. So, you know, it's yeah, we've got loads on.
It sounds so exciting for you three sat just there. So what was the reason why you guys actually wanted to join the Clubstar Art team in the first place? What drew you to it?
So I love education and stuff like that. So I knew that if I was on Clubstar, I'd be able to have days with so many different people and get experiences that I wouldn't normally get. And I'm still an assistant, so I wanted to push myself outside of my comfort zone and try my best to get on a team with some really, really talented people. And I got that, which is awesome. Yeah, so I was lucky enough to have the Clubstar come to my salon last year to host a photo shoot, and after spending the day with them, I got a really good insight into what kind of Clubstar is and what goes on, and the team, how they work together and how you work with icons, and I just wanted to be a part of it. I kind of got the bug from that. Fellowship is something from the age of 15 that I've always followed, so I thought if I get the chance to be a part of something as incredible as Clubstar, it would be great for me and to boost my career in the right way from the start.
I was lucky enough to be in the Colour Project 2 years ago, so working up from that, I think it's a nice build-up and a nice progression to go next onto the Clubstar as well. So that was my main aim, and I kind of had a couple years out of not doing anything creative, so it was time to maybe get back into the creativeness and get my creative vibe back, really.
Fantastic, I love that, get your creative vibe back. We all need that sometimes. So I'm going to ask you some quick fire questions quickly, guys. So we'll start this end. So 3 places that you're guaranteed to find inspiration.
Somewhere like Fashion Week, you'd find so much because there are so many different people there. You find a lot of inspiration in like nature, like loads of different textures, and then you'd also find inspiration just from like watching other people work and stuff, and just in the salon.
If you could work with one person, who would you want to work with?
That's a good question. It would have to be Sally Brooks for me.
Okay.
So British Hairdresser of the Year twice. Yeah, she's an icon, so that would be a great one.
And a hairdresser these guys in the audience should be Googling right now.
Angelo Seminaro.
Nice. And lastly, Carolina, what look do you wish you created?
What look I wish that I created? That's a tough one. There's so
Isn't it?
many.
I know.
Thanks for giving me that one.
End on a hard one.
Yeah, end on a hard one. Wow. I wish I would have been Vidal Sassoon and created a bob. You know, that would have been amazing. Like the nice, really nice, bob. Classic.
Yes.
Yeah, you've got to
love
go
it.
for that. Yeah.
Nice. Well, it's been amazing to get to know you guys more, and I'm so excited to see more from you this year, as I'm sure all of you guys are really excited to see more from you this year. So make sure you're following at Fellowship Hair to see everything the Clubstar Art team are up to. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ashley and the Clubstar team. So please stick around because we've got some serious talent for the remainder of the afternoon coming up, some real legends as well. So let's kick off with, please welcome Rick Roberts.
Hello guys. That bass on that is good, eh? It's flipping awesome. So, if anyone doesn't know me, I am Rick Roberts, and today we're going to be talking a little bit about texture. Okay, I love texture. I love anything to do with black hair, white texture, anything to do with hair. It's basically a material to me. So, today we brought two models on. And what we're doing is we're going to actually take these models tomorrow and use the same models and completely flip them up. So we've got 5 models on the Platinum stage tomorrow. So if you're here, come and watch us. So I'm going to bring on my first model. Nope. Wherever she is. Are you all right anyway? Yeah? Your hairdressers, you're not quiet. Are you all right? Yeah, all right. So here she is. So I'm just going to get Max on. Oh, sorry, that was my fault. So what I wanted to do was basically work with erase hair and work with a texture and a nice textured fade. So one of my signature things that I love doing is working with high tops, okay? but I do love to mold the hair. So if we just go down on here, I don't know if you can see that. Can you see that? So it's created like lines, because what you'll see what she's got on is like represented what's in the hair. And we try to just make it a little bit more asymmetrical. Okay? So I'm going to show you how we've kind of done that. It's very easy, very simple, but it's very effective too. Now, if you look on the camera, this is what I mean about the models. You see how effective it looks? It's very striking. Everything works with the makeup. So, one thing that we've done, we call it, I've done this a few times on different stages. We've worked with a chopstick, okay? A chopstick one. And what this does, because it's like a sponge, and if anyone wants to come later on, is it all right if they come and touch? Yeah, that's all right. And what we've done is imprinted the hair, okay? Because a lot of people, to create this kind of line, what a lot of people think you have to do is go through with the clippers, okay? And when you've got a model, you're paying a lot of money for a model, they don't want the hair clipped because they maybe got to go for a job the next day, okay? And what we're going to do is just imprint the hair again, okay? Now, when I was on a stage at Salon International, I had to do this, and there was no plugs on stage. And the plug was in the corner. So we had loads of these, and we had to kind of running away and keeping the heat on. So this time, I'm lucky, I've got a plug, okay? So we're just literally going to imprint this hair. Very, very simple, but effective technique, okay? So it just works with this. And what it does, if we just turn around, if we can see on the camera, you see how it's slightly off center? You see how we've just done a few soft lines at the back? What it's done is kind of reflected what's in the hair too. So we're kind of marrying all different textures and different lines together. Does that make sense? Sometimes you've got to kind of work. With shows and shoots, it's completely different. So to flatten the sides too, we go up again, use a flat side, and then we just go in and pull it out. Now with afro hair or texture hair, and my mum always says she hates shrinkage, because basically you can stretch it out so far, but it looks so short, okay? So this is what we've done. We've slightly stretched out this, if you can see on the model, stretched it out, and then this side we've kept lower, and it's given us this kind of asymmetrical feel, okay? And then just to finish it off, oh, there's the glasses falling off. Good job it weren't the hat. What we're doing is just cooling it down, because we're setting it into an area. Okay? And now what that does is completely closes. It's not telling you how to do your job, but you know it closes the cuticle, doesn't it? And reflects the light. So sometimes with afro hair, what happens is that it's because it's so like textured, it doesn't reflect the light. So a good way of doing something like that is basically getting a little bit of oil, putting it onto your hand, and then you can get either a blusher brush or a brush like this, and it's great for your pin-ups. We're going to do it on the stage tomorrow, and we're just going to go up the sides and just brush it up, basically like painting, okay? Because what a lot of us do, especially when we're doing hair ups, what do? We sometimes go through with the comb and pull it up to get rid of them flyaways. So this, in again, just to reflect the light. So imagine we're shooting. Where do we want the light to bounce off? We put more oil. Like afro hair or textured hair loves moisture, okay? And it's the same on here. We just go through. It's like I'm baking. So it's just basically in here, on the lines, dab it down, just to give a little bit more. And then I've got my good-looking Max here. We're just going to clamp, and we're just going to work with this. Now my next model that's coming on is completely different. She's got a lot of texture running through her hair. So we're just grabbing them together, making it stand out a little bit more. And can you see on camera? Can you see how it works? It just gives you a little bit more of an oomph to it. So, let me just get my model to stand up. Can you see how everything works together? You see how we've worked with the clothes. Can you see all the patterns? We've worked with the hair, we've worked with this. And this is what I mean, you've got to work with your model, the full, total look. Okay? So, I'll let her present to you a little bit more. I should walk to the front. And then I'm going to bring on my next model. I'm going to set you on here. Now, this is when we came in. I wish I had some before pictures. I should do that next year, is do some before pictures. So, when she came in, basically, she had real big textured hair. And what a lot of people do when we're in the textured world, we do twist outs, or we kind of put like bandeau knots in, and then pull them out. This is a really quick way of doing it. So this is from Hair Flare, and they're over here. And I don't know if you've seen if you see there's a picture over there, and there's a picture of me on the stage with my model, and this is how we've done it, okay? So they've come and assisted me this morning, and all we're gonna do is literally, stand this side, literally pull them out. And you can sleep in these. They're really easy to put in when you get the hang of it, okay? So, just gonna pull these out. Maxie's got everything today. I'll just give you that to hold. And then, we're gonna slide these out. Can you see how easy they're just coming out? But the effect, okay? And then what we're gonna do, just turn you around a little bit. You okay there? What we've done with this, to give it moisture, and when I was talking about moisture, Afro hair and textured hair loves moisture. So we've gone through with the Oil Wonders, and this is a Melora oil and a spray together. Shake it up, and what it's done, it's fed the ends. Now, when a lot of people do textured hair or curly hair, what they do, what do you do? As soon as you dry textured hair, what do you do? Anybody? What do you put on your dryer? A diffuser. So a lot of people do a diffuser, but what happens, when you take the diffuser, you go like this, okay? And what do you think that's doing to the ends? It's drying the ends, okay? We wouldn't, when we do just like a straight blow dry, we wouldn't straighten the ends first and then straighten the roots, would we? We straighten the roots and then the ends. So when you take your nozzle off here, it's a diffuser because it's diffusing air. So what we do is go underneath. This is already pre-dried, this is already dried, but what we do is don't disturb the curls, just let them naturally dry, okay? The biggest way, what a lot of people say when they're talking about texture, is a lot of people with curls say, I let my hair dry naturally, because the root dries first, because of the heat on the head, okay? So what you do is just go through with the dryer, and start to lift it up a little bit more, and then this will naturally dry itself and you won't get this big frizz, because that's what we're all scared of. When we come in with the curly, I used to hate curly hair. You wouldn't think, but I used to hate it, because what happened to me all the time, I had this big frizz ball, and then I'll be like trying to get the client, I'll be like, no, it's all right. You know what I mean? It's in. So, we're gonna go through, same again, oil on the hands, rub it onto the brush, okay? We're gonna go through, and we're just gonna pull this through. And we're just gonna create this big, thank you, Max, big bouncy hair. Look at that beautiful wave. You wouldn't think this was really textured hair this morning, really big. Now there's ways, while I'm pulling this out, which we're gonna do tomorrow, we work with a company called Bellamy. Has anyone ever heard of Bellamy? Okay, they're an extension company that we work with in the salon. And what we do to enhance it is exactly the same what you do if you was gonna be putting on any kind of hair extensions or anything. So I'm going to get Zoe to come on, and she's just going to show you some of the wefts that we've already pre-done and explain about them. Because to me, I've worked with a lot of extension companies, but these extensions are absolutely beautiful, okay? And they work with every brand, especially when we're working with the Schwarzkopf. So this is Zoe Roberts. Basically, this is my boss, my wife. So.
I do try. So, hi everyone. I'm going to speak to you a little bit about Bellamy today. I'm now part of their education team in the UK. You may have heard of them. They have a massive social media presence. They are the biggest extension company in the US, and they are now launching into Europe and the UK. So we're going to demonstrate today just some of the hair in samples, but then we've got a big show tomorrow where we're going to demonstrate the full versatility of the extensions themselves. As you can see, this was 22-inch hair, which we have curled into really tight ringlets. This is all prepared for our show. As you can see, these can actually be added as pieces or individual wefts into the hair, making it more defined. We obviously do a lot of photo shoots as well. Rick always says you've got to make things bigger on the actual camera for it to really stand out. This is where this is perfect for, to give it super volume, really break it up. It's also 100% cuticle correct, so it is the same length from the tip to the end, which makes a big difference if you actually ever fit hair extensions that you want it to make it look really luxurious and full. So this is like a premium brand for that. Also, we'll demonstrate and I'll show you. We're going to be, it's okay. Also, we've got the 22-inch in blonde, so we're going to do some fantastic work with this again tomorrow on the show. Again, it's cuticle correct all the way down, so it's full, really full-bodied hair, really excellent. It can last up to a year as well, so it's totally reusable. And you can learn more on the Bellamy website, but they're also going to be doing some education courses in the UK, which are about to launch.
So, thank you, Zoe. So what we're doing with this is basically, at the moment, we've just gone through and we've worked two different ones. So we've worked with this one under here, and then we worked with a smaller one, because what we're doing is just building a foundation first. At the moment, it just feels so big, but this is not the thing that we want to show. What we want to show is when we start to just break them up naturally on top, okay? So we're just going through and naturally creating this shape and just creating this vintage vibe. So when we break up a curl, we want to go through and keep the curl itself. Now what we're doing is line it on top of a foundation, okay? So we line it on top of the hair itself. What that's going to do is going to keep everything on top really high and full, because we've got the foundation underneath. Now when I talk about anything about foundation, when you build a house, what do? You don't build it without a foundation, because what's it going to do is going to completely collapse. So we're just going to break this up through the top area and just go through with this comb and keep rubbing my hands with the oil so it just goes bigger and bigger. And you'll see how both these looks clash but work together at the same time. Okay, spin round. We're just creating it as a little bit more of a lift through there. And we're just gonna lift that up a little bit more. How am I doing with time? So there's no clock on here, so I don't know, okay? And we're just gonna lie that through. We're just gonna pick this out, just so we got this big, bouncy, undone texture. So we've got two different textures running through. We've got natural texture with like a glam texture. And can you see how it's building now? If we look at, can we see on the camera there? Can you see how it reflects on the camera? It looks different. On camera, it always looks different. So when I'm doing a shoot, what I do is look through the camera, okay, of the photographer. I want to see what they're capturing. Because if he's shooting from over here, and I'm looking from this side, am I going to see what he's shooting? No. So what I need to do is shoot right in front of the camera and see what he can do, okay? So we're going to go through with this, just tighten it up a little bit more. And then I like some of these little bits here. I'm going to go in with a little bit of texture blow. We're going to go in with our dryer. You just pick some of this up for us. And I'm working with a natural texture. That's why we did it in a smaller section. We're going to go under. We're just going to lift it up a little bit more. And what it's going to do is create a little bit more lift in there. Now tomorrow, like we said, we're going to be over on the platinum stage, and you're going to see a completely different look on this model, okay? You're going to see a completely different look. We're going to show how versatile textured hair is. So let's just take this. I'm going to get you to stand up, and I'm going to style it with you stood up. And you'll see how it works again. Thank you very much. And then I'm going to go in and just pop it up a little bit more. We're going to drop this over, just so we've got this big full texture. Use the cameras as an eye. And you can see how it kind of works together, okay? Because it's so, obviously, some girls wouldn't walk around like this outside, but when you're doing a show or anything like this, you just got to make it bigger. And the only way of doing it is working with a natural texture, or the coils which were smaller, and then just working with a little bit this undone texture. A lot of women are so scared to wear this, but it's the year of texture. I keep saying texture, 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 but it is the year of texture. And just go in, lift it up, use the cameras again, just to kind of see it. It's like my mirror. Just pop your head down a little bit. This is a problem when you're a hairdresser and you're this small. All these models are tall, so you could never go on a date with her. So, obviously I wouldn't. So. Oh, just dug myself out now. And then we can see, if we go to the side, can you see the different textures running through there? So we've got a natural, which is like a frizzy texture. And then what we've got is our barrel curl texture. And it's just, what it's done is just made something a little bit more different with afro hair. I think we just pull it over the eye a little bit more. A little bit of hairspray. Now the best thing about this hairspray, it doesn't have that much alcohol in. Now if we use too much alcohol on afro hair, what it's going to do, it's going to dry out the hair, and we don't want that. We just want this to sit really nice. And because it's already full with moisture, it's fine. How does that look to you? Does it look all right? Yeah? There we go. Pull this back so I can hold this back a little bit more. She's beautiful, isn't she? Rocks it off. You can see how everything totally works. So let's bring over my second model. We'll just watch. Quick recap. If you could just move all this stuff for us, Max. So here, we've gone for the really kind of big glam of texture and curl, working with her natural frizzy texture, as people would call it, putting through with the hair flare, curl formers, working with a dryer underneath that. It just gives you a little bit more lift. And then we've just said that we can enhance it a little bit more with the Bellamy extensions, which we call the same. So if we was wanting to do, we could glue them all in. Just spin around. And through this part here, we're just going to separate it and work with that big afro. And then over on here, we've done something a little bit more street because of the look. We've tried to reflect the same kind of looks. So we've gone slightly asymmetrical, worked with the patterns through the top area, and what this has done is reflected the whole look of the outfit. And Morella, she was in my winning British hairdressing collection. Not Morella. I keep getting the name wrong. And her look is absolutely stunning. And I don't know if you've seen it, it's the one with the head back as the high top. And basically this is how we did it, because we only shot from one side. Okay? I hope you like these models. I hope if you need any more information on any of my looks or anything I'm doing tomorrow, please come and speak to me. And I'm always say, like, on every fellowship stage, if anyone ever wants to come and assist me on a show, or anyone wants to kind of assist me on photo shoots, please come and talk to me, okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Rick. Fantastic work. Beautiful.
Oh.
Thanks very much to Rick Roberts. Beautiful work as well. Again, anyone that's been here all day will see the real cross-section of work that the guys have produced on the fellowship stage. So the talent just keeps coming. So I'd like to now introduce you to Jamie Stevens and the Fame Team 2020.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, I am not the Fame team, but my name is Jamie Stevens, and I'm super honoured, proud, one of the biggest achievements of my life of being asked to be the new Fame team manager for 2020. So today is not about me, it's all about the fellowship, all about the Fame team. I'm going to jump in every now and again, but without further ado, this is the first time that they've actually ever been on stage together as a foursome when they've not been competing against each other. So they're actually all friendly. They're super excited but super nervous as well. So please give a Manchester Pro Hair Fellowship stage warm welcome for the Fame Team 2020, Brandon, Jose, Brooke, and Casey.
Take a seat there. Oh,
One.
2, 3.
Okay.
You can hold on to that.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Not that you can actually, I can't hear anything that you're saying. It doesn't matter, but I hope you're all well anyway. My name's Casey. I'm the founder of Chair Salons in Cardiff. And I just wanted to say a huge welcome to Pro Hair 2020. It's going to be an epic show for us because it's our first. I feel like we're the Spice Girls. Like, that's the way I see us anyway. So it's like our debut single right now, which is
Spice Girls. What one are you?
I'm Victoria Beckham because I'm not posh as hell, but well, you know, I got class and not about math, so lush. What I'm going to do is I'm going to be creating an avant-garde piece that we learned earlier on this week. But before I get into that, I'm going to chuck you over to Brandon, and he's going to have a little chat with you as well. Thanks.
Hi guys, Brandon. So excited to be here today. And I was just thinking, I'm sure you'd agree, Jose, I'd probably be Scary Spice, wouldn't I?
Say that again, sorry.
I'd probably be Scary Spice.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. But today I'm doing something a little bit editorial. We've cut in a strong fringe on Anetta, and we've just secured her hair, tied off in little squares going down, and I'm just going to really start to work and build an unruly texture. So while I do that, I'll pass you over to Jose, and he'll tell you a little bit about what he's doing.
Hello, everyone. We're super excited to be here, like my colleague said. It's very exciting to be on stage for the first time, all together.
Okay.
Oh, something. Oh, can you hear me now? Yeah. So, as I was saying, it's very excited to be all together for the first time on stage when we're actually not competing. And it's just like a bit, it's still nerve-wracking, but it's a little bit more relaxed in a way. So I'm just going to now pass you on to Brooke, and then she's going to tell you a little bit more about what she's doing.
Hi guys, I'm Brooke Evans from Brooke Evans Ironbridge. Today I'm going to show you a little bit about what we've done this week. We had an amazing mentor to kick us off for Fame Team 2020. Well, second, we did have Jamie as well. So we had Sylvester. And he came. That's it. Yeah, you got the second name right. We had a great day doing avant-garde hairdressing. I think he pushed us all out of our comfort zone. I certainly wouldn't be doing this right now if he wasn't here. So I just wanted to say a big thank you to him. I think we've all took inspiration from him this week, for sure.
Definitely.
It was so good. It was an epic day. It was brilliant.
I'm such a fan, and the way that the way that he taught us, it was simple, but it was complex. It was just beautiful.
It was actually a really
Guys,
great
I'm
day.
just going to jump in. Guys, in the audience, can everyone hear them all okay? Yes, Jamie? No, Jamie? Okay, good.
Lovely. Can I carry on talking now?
You can carry on, sorry.
Our collection of images, our collection of looks today is, we've decided to call it War of Ambivalence. So what you'll see is you're going to see 4 light, airy looks and 4 dark, quite moody looks. They're based on mental states. So my particular, well, I think all of ours are based on anxiety and serenity, but I've drawn inspiration from a few different characters, I guess you should say. So one is Medusa. As you can see, my model's head looks really kind of snaky. Doesn't look phallic. Don't even go there.
They're awesome.
Also, I've taken a little bit of inspiration from Maleficent as well. And what I'm doing is to create almost a suffocating feeling. I've melted hair to my beautiful model's head using hairspray and heat and a net like I'm doing now. And then in our day with Sylvester Fanold, I made this little hair sheet, which was really, really fun to make. And just by using hair shavings, a lot of hairspray, and a pintail comb, just to kind of create this really, really cool kind of honeycomb kind of texture. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to hold this up as I'm doing it. I'm just going to rip it apart. And I'm just going to use a little bit of hairspray, find about where I want it. I know I haven't planned where I'm going to put it, but I'm going to find somewhere cool to put it, maybe here. And then my beautiful assistant, Sam, is going to give me a bit of hairspray. Lovely. And I'm just going to melt this on. And I just wanted to create something that looks like she's almost had an infection. I think a lot of people don't realize that mental health is like having something that takes over your brain. And that's what I really wanted to portray today. Now, Brandon, what are you doing?
Right, so again, with the mental health, sometimes, you know, when you're super anxious, it makes you almost feel like you want to pull your hair out. So I wanted to translate that into my look today, to give you that visual representation of literally just pulling out your hair and it being really disheveled. So I'll just pass you over to Jose. He'll tell you a little bit about what he's doing.
Brilliant. So this look for me was also like the way I wanted to take the inspiration towards was actually kind of looking at human nature and how we all have two sides really, and how we can have a side that's got a beauty that is a little bit more airy, more just your, you know, more typical beauty. And then with my other look, I've gone a little bit more for an Alexander McQueen type of beauty, where it's a little bit more challenging, a little bit more uncomfortable to watch. So the idea was to take inspiration from a collection he did called Asylum, where the models were wearing these clothes that were actually like made of wood and things like that, which so make it really, really uncomfortable. So with my model Lola, what I've done, she's the light one. So what I've done is prep it this morning. Lots of mousse, lots of lotion, blow dry it in, and then a pin curl, like really classic, starting from the top and then kind of working my way to the nape. And now I'm just like dressing it out to bring it alive and to make it a little bit more fluffy. How are you getting on, Brooke?
Yeah, okay, thank you. So, I don't know if anyone of you have done avant-garde before. If you think you're going to have great fingers by the end of it, you won't. Definitely super glued together this morning. But a lot of avant-garde, you have a vision, you know where you want to go with it. And a lot of it is play, and you build as you go. So actually, we were finishing off last night in the hotel. We were just trying to play with a little bit of fabric, a little bit of pins. I mean, these are literally little pins that I found that I thought were quite cool. And I really wanted to go with almost like a paisley sort of feel to this. Really airing it out from the dark looks, trying to create something a little bit softer, a little bit lighter, hence why we're using the razor now to just texturise this a little bit more.
It looks so lush.
Thank you.
Honestly, it looks absolutely epic. I love it.
What were you, Scary Spice or?
I'm a Scary Spice. So Brooke is Baby Spice because she's the youngest.
These are all ancient, that's
The cheek on this girl, honestly, I'm going to give her a slap backstage. The cheek.
And she's the youngest.
Yeah, I know. God, now you know what we're going to deal with.
Right, guys, so just for everyone in the audience, just while they sort of crack on, let them do some work for a little while, I'm just going to talk to you really briefly. Does everyone know what the Fame team is? Yes. How many people have entered to get into the Fame team before? Oh dear. Woo! Who wants to potentially see themselves up here next year? No one. Great. Good chat. Ken. So look, anyway, I said before, me personally, I've been a part of the fellowship for British Hairdressing pretty much all of my career. And I always say in every single thing I do, from interviews for trade, consumer, television, being part of the Fame team all the way back in 2006 was without a doubt the pinnacle, most clinical moment in my career. It propelled me, it excelled me, not just in my hairdressing, but as a person. So for me now to be up here, as effectively giving back, we don't get paid for this. These guys don't get paid for it. It is a real commitment, but honestly, the rewards and the benefits are endless. These guys are going to be traveling over the world this year. I've pulled a lot of stuff out my arsehole in quite a short time to get them some of the best days with our industry's best. And one, that's what the fellowship is all about. So yeah, my job is not to tell them what to do, it's to make them into better hairdressers, more knowledgeable, more confident, and in everything, not just hair. You know, presentation skills, life skills, communication skills, teamwork skills, which I hope you will sort of see today. There's a real 4 diverse people up here, but it's actually bringing them together as a unit, as a Fame team. So, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to bring out the first 4 models, and then the guys will quickly talk about what they've done. So please put your hands together for the models.
That's right.
Woo.
Lush. Come stand me here, babe. So, everybody, this is Sophie. Sophie currently hates me because she doesn't like having tight braids, so I think she's a little bit annoyed with me. But I'm sure she's fine. That's fine. Perfect. So I kind of wanted to create the yin to my yang, something completely opposite to what I've already done. So with my second look, instead of having everything suffocating, tight, I wanted to create, as I said, the complete opposite, go really airy, really fluffy. I'm not actually somebody that works with texture a lot of the time, but Soph's hair is perfect for this. So we've just done 2 braids on either side, created a really nice wet look around the front, and some really airy, fairy texture. Just turn around for me, Soph. And we just got some really gentle color running through there as well, just to kind of make it feel a little bit more surreal, a little bit more serene. And I'm using really bright colors on Erin compared to really soft pastel colors here. Like I said, this is just to kind of portray a lighter mindset, a lighter kind of feeling. And yeah, it looks good. Just nice and simple, nice and clean, nothing too overcomplicated. Just use a chopstick wand, which is brilliant. And yeah, just create this really cute texture. So I hope you like it. Thanks. Brandon?
Right, just want to step forward. Right, everyone, this is Pris. You've probably never seen her before. I hardly ever use her.
Your muse.
My muse, my wife, I love her. So today's inspiration was a fusion of 80s and actually a little bit of sort of 50s greaser. As you can see, we've used a technique where we applied a load of hairspray. We've really clamped it down with a mesh, dried that in to create almost a DA well, not almost, it is. And then really pulled everything out to just give it a light, feathery look. So it's a fusion of the eras.
Thank you, Brandon. Jose.
Cool, my turn. So this is my lovely model Bronte. So here what I wanted to do was, as I said earlier, take an inspiration from Alexander McQueen and the collection he did called Asylum. So with this, I've worked, this is what I try to always do. I try to find the most clever way to get what I want, and I will kind of go around as much as I can. So actually with Bronte, this is not her hair. This is kind of like half a wig that I've made. And then what I did was actually put another weft here. So part of this is her hair, and part of this is like the half wig. So it kind of connects. So this is sort of like empty, basically. And all I've done is a twisting technique with elastic. You need like another pair of hands to do that, because it's actually quite difficult when you need someone who's going to really, really pull that elastic. And then you get this really fluffy, super, super textured, frizzy texture. And then basically all I've done is all around the same, then some bandages to give it that a bit more uncomfortable type of look, and then a bit of color to create something that's quite striking. And now let's hear Brooke.
Best to last. So this is my amazing model today. She's been a trooper. It's like the hardest wearing head that I've ever worked with before in my life. Today we started off actually with really short coppery red hair. So we decided to go with really quite a high pony and wanted to explore that a little bit more, going with a really dark theme with some elastics. You can get these from anywhere really, any hairdressing sort of shop. And as we were lifting it really high, we added more hair, and it actually got heavier and heavier and heavier. So we decided to connect this in with a rope braid around the top again. Sylvester was training us back in the start of the week, so he's shown us some really cool techniques. And then to finish it off, we wanted to create a lot of texture here, again using the razor, cut in some really short pieces of hair and hairspray in her face, and attaching more spray once the hair had touched the skin. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, darling. Right, guys, so I'm just going to give them literally like a minute of just sort of final little tweaks, get you minionizing. There's a couple of thank yous to me. Bernard, where are you, Bernard? Oh, he's gone. Anyway, Bernard Connolly is a big supporter of the Fame team and the Fellowship, so he was our lovely stylist. Parissa is actually not just Brendan's wife, but she is our beautiful makeup artist, and she actually did all of them, so thank you, darling. I just honestly, again, these guys, they've been a dream to work with. We're super excited. I'm super excited to work with them to help push, nourish, nurture, all of that malarkey. Huge thank you to their bosses, if anyone's in the audience as well, for supporting them. Thank you to the Fellowship. Thank you to the beautiful models. And guys, just quickly, one-liner recap on your work, please.
Lush. So again, anxiety versus serenity, hair that suffocates the skin versus really airy and flowy with simple texture.
Cool. So, bunch of braids, some loose knots to secure the hair, and then everything pulled out and disheveled.
And with me, it's all about the texture. Very frizzy, a bit more curly, a bit more beautiful, a bit more glam.
And again, you've got to start with the base, get that base secure, added extra hair, and make it as soft as possibly you can feel. We just wanted to say a massive thank you to Jamie as well.
Yeah.
And the Fellowship, they've been amazing, really have.
Thank you very much, guys. We hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Cheers.
Yeah, thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you, guys. Guys, hello. Guys, please feel free. I'm going to leave the models here for a few minutes. If you want to come up, take pictures, please. Thank you so much for your time and patience. One more time, let's welcome back to the stage the Fame Team 2020. Give them a big round of applause, please. Thank you.
Go!
Wow, that was incredible. And I think welcome to everybody who are watching live on Facebook, also everyone who's live watching on our website. Great show there with the Fame team. Brilliant to see their first outing, and they do have an incredible year planned. However, right before there, we had the fabulous Rick Roberts up doing a little gig for us. Welcome to the Live Lounge.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm really good. So, tell me, that moment, your name got read out for the Afro Hairdresser of the Year. How did that feel?
I don't know if anybody has ever watched the British. It's like the Oscars of the hairdressing world. You know that. You've been up many times.
Yeah.
And basically, when I got that, our table erupted. So obviously, it's, you put I had 2 collections up that year.
Yeah.
So I was up for Northeastern and Afro, and all I wanted was the Afro because I had my family there. It was a big thing for me to win that on the night. And obviously, I cried on stage because it was...
we all like a tear.
Yeah, it was a tear, but I dedicated it more to my boys and my kids because I think everything you do for is for your family and your kids. And even just being here today is about building a brand and building yourself and basically keeping a roof over your family's house, family's head. That's to say, I can't say. I always get my things wrong.
So just take it back a little bit. I know, obviously, you're a northern lad.
Yeah, I'm a northern lad.
Yeah, wait, tell us where your career started.
So if anybody knows anywhere where Wigan and Leigh, so I'm from the north here, the best place, and I'm from a little town called Tilsley. So I don't know if you know where Tilsley is. That's where I'm from.
No.
Well, it's just down the road. And I started my career in a college called Wigan and Leigh College. I did a lot of, I did my apprenticeship in Leigh. And then basically, my wife Zoe, she's from Beverley. She was a lot of my models over the time. And we just moved back to Beverley, which was East Yorkshire. And we built up, I opened a salon on my own for 7 months, which was quite hard. At the age of 24 years, opening in a salon, not really knowing how to run a salon, and you basically learn there and then.
Well, they say, don't they, everyone rises to their own level of incompetence.
Exactly.
And I think that I was 21 when I opened a salon, and you just make shit up, don't you?
Totally. I mean, the amount of times I've learned from bad experiences, and if anybody tells you that everything goes smooth in a salon, it does not go smooth in a salon because it is a nightmare sometimes.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we've had it for I think it's about 14 years. We opened in 2007. We opened at the end of the recession. The beginning of the recession.
Yeah.
And for that to start as a new company was actually quite daunting. But we've gone through it, we built up our team. There's a few people that have gone through our doors over the time, have become bigger names over the time. But at the end of the day, I'm about trying to help people, and it's if they want to be on my bus, they can. If they want to get off my bus, it's fine. But at the end of the day, it's about building our brand as a company and building the Rick Roberts brand. I mean, my proper name is Richard. So, but we say Rick Roberts because obviously Rick Roberts, and having a great brands behind us, like obviously the Fellowship. I work for Schwarzkopf. I'm one of their artists of Schwarzkopf. And we've started working with Bel and Me. We're just about to start working with another company. I don't know if I can say much yet, but I'm just about to start working for another company.
Can you not tell us?
I don't know if I can. I think I can. Well,
go on.
Oh, well, I'm not bothered. I'm just about to start working.
It's live, mine, not Facebook.
Well, sorry if I just said this, but I'm just about to start working for Wall.
Wow, okay, great.
So that's a good one. And do you know what it is? It's about being exciting and bringing, like Zoe, she's the extension expert in our salon, and obviously she started becoming the Northern educator for the Bel and Me brand. And they're beautiful extensions that are coming through here. So, I just think I think if you've got a drive and not too many paths, I think it's nice to go down one path and then explore different paths and then maybe just think, oh, I like that, but I like to do everything.
And obviously, you know, you're a salon-based hairdresser, but obviously well-travelled.
Yeah.
With different major brands.
Yeah.
Do you enjoy that part of it?
I do love the part of being part of a brand, but the thing is, it is hard work. I mean, the amount of times people say, you travel first class everywhere. No, we don't. I mean, I was sat outside the toilet for 3 hours on the... You may travel first class everywhere, but I was basically sat outside the toilet on a packed train for ages with all my bags and sat on that. But at the end of the day, it is a wonderful thing to have a brand behind you. Especially, I was a creative director of a major brand for 5.5 years. But now moving over to Schwarzkopf, I've got lots of my friends that made new friends. And to walk into a room of people that have got every award going, it is immense. So, yeah, it is great to have a great brand behind you.
So, I know, obviously, your wife is the real brains behind
she's over here.
Your business. What's the future for... Obviously, stay with her.
Yeah, obviously, or she stays with me. So, basically...
You're punching me, you're punching.
I am definitely punching. Basically, it's about building the brand, building our products. We've got something called Roberts & Roberts coming out over the time. We're not really gone further into that yet, but it's about building that up. And it's about building our brand up and building our name up. And if we can help people in the industry, or like we say, I always like to ask people to come and assist me. A few people have just come up before and asked if they wanted to assist me. It's about actually just being humble and just being good at what you do. I mean, I was just on stage before, nobody would have known that my models were an hour and a half late. So when I was doing the models hair up here, some of it wasn't going right. And that's the stuff that goes on. You come off stage and you think, oh man, what the hell's gone on? And then you go and style it, and then we're going to take it over there. So nobody knows that. It's about covering it up on stage. So everything goes wrong for me too.
Yeah. Well, it's like you say, that's we're always learning on those things.
Totally learning, totally learning.
Yeah, and I think, like you say, it's the same time. I say to all my hairdressers, criticism, just don't let it go to your heart. You need it because it drives you forward. It makes you a better hairdresser.
It's totally. I think when you're climbing the ladder of success, just make sure it's leaning against the right wall. Don't put it against the wrong wall, because it's just going to collapse on you. Okay, I think it's just nice to just be humble. I mean, don't get me wrong, I always try and keep negativity out of my life, and I think that's the best way of doing it. You have your own career path, but sometimes you do need people behind you to help you, because at the end of the day, that is, like you know as a salon owner, we've opened a lot of doors and done our own thing at age 21, age 24. I'm 37 now, and it's about kind of pushing yourself. And we've got a lot of new young guns. We've got the team over here. We've got the guys that are coming up through the team, and it's just nice to kind of have them there and to be here for the first time.
Okay, good. So, milk chocolate or dark chocolate?
I like it mixed.
Ah, how'd you do that?
Melt them both together.
Okay. I can imagine you home melting chocolate together. So, all right, Batman or Superman?
Superman.
Really?
Yeah, too right.
All right, cool. So if you had one superpower, what would it be?
I'd fly. But you know what? I always say to Zoe, I think my superpower would be smell. I know it's not even a superpower. Smell everything. It does me head in. I was in the salon the other day, something was burning. Nobody else could smell it, but I smelt it. And it was doing my head in. I got them all to literally just spray everywhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'd fly. You got to fly.
Fly. Do you know what mine would be? It would actually be electric out of my hands. And I tell you why. In fact, it was here back about 3 years ago or 4 years ago.
Oh, there was no electric?
And I went on stage. Yeah. And I was representing an electrical brand.
Yes.
With no electric on stage. So you can imagine that was... Can you remember?
Yeah, because I had no electric at the back.
So for me, after that moment, I've always said superpower, it'd have to be I want electric fingers so I can turn on my hairdryer or whatever it is. So,
well, I'd say one thing, before anybody's not part of the fellowship, I'd come and speak to these guys, because it's a great platform for you guys to do. You've got to do a members night. You've got to showcase your stuff, and that's where we started, and I started.
Yeah.
And then what you've got to do is come on stage, and then basically you've got to present. And it is kind of daunting when you're on stage, but you do get better and better and better.
And funny enough, you should mention that last week was our members night held in London. We had some fabulous work, some great new teams coming up. And what's really cool, actually, a lot of people are doing it. They're putting their artistic team out there as well. So it's a great platform for everybody. And I think, like Rick said, membership to the fellowship, we are all about opportunity. Everything we do as an organisation is about giving opportunities to its members and obviously the sponsors as well. So I think
one thing I did
part.
as a young artist was basically I assisted people. So I went and inboxed them. That's why I always do it, because I was in the crowd and I was like, I wanted to assist. I was always asking them, can I assist? Even if it was to add pins up, you may have a big team behind you, but to go and work with a different hairdresser, it's amazing. Just to even pass up a pin, or just maybe even just to hold the brush. Because what it is, you're paying for your own education, just paying by a train ticket.
Yeah.
So you're saving your money, but you're getting this education by people just standing there and watching them.
Yeah, I mean, great bit of advice there, I think, for any young up-and-coming hairdresser who wants to learn from the best. Just go and grab them.
Yeah, well, I'm going to be over on the Schwarzkopf stage in a minute, and I've just literally pulled out some of my models that are on here, the hair, and just made a shaped it up. We're going to do a quick shoot with them, and then go over to the Schwarzkopf stage and just do it. And I just want to say, for me personally, I've got one of my friends at the front here, Jonathan, and I just want to say a massive congratulations to him. Me and Jonathan have always been up for Northeastern Hairdresser of the year against each other, and both of them won Colourist this year.
Yes.
And I won Afro, and we still didn't win Northeastern. So
yeah, well,
it just shows you go for one all the time, and you end up winning the other one. But I just want to say a massive congratulations to these guys in the front.
Yes, congratulations. Brilliant. Right, Rick, always a pleasure. I know you're going to get back to that stage, so thank you very much, Rick Roberts.
No worries, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ken and Rick. So, I promised you some serious talent today, and we've seen some brilliant talent already. And now we've got a real treat for you. I would like to introduce the very, very talented Chris Appleton being interviewed by the equally talented Gary Hooker and Michael Young.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think we need to try and draw a little bit bigger crowd than this. This is going to be something you don't want to miss. Would you like to sit there? So, welcome to the Fellowship Stand. We're Gary and Michael from Hooker and Young, and about 3 years ago, we started doing a series of interviews for Professional Hairdresser magazine called In Conversation With. It was meant to originally run for about 6 months, and it became such an integral part of the magazine and such a great read that is ran and ran and ran. The list of people who have been part of this is, it's an illustrious list. It's like a who's who of hairdressing, from hairdressing royalty to young guns, hairdressing icons. It really is the ultimate list. Gary and I are always kind of adding to the list and talking about people that we would, go to, people we would love to see in the magazine, who we would love to interview. The guy we're going to bring on stage is somebody who was most definitely on the list, but very, very hard to get a hold of with him being in the States. So when Chris said he was coming over to the UK, we were like, right, this is happening. We need to get Chris Appleton into the In Conversation With series, get him on stage, chat to him, and get to know everything there is about him, where it all began, what drives things forward for him, what his passions are, and ultimately what the future is as well.
Yeah, exactly. And like Michael said, we started these interviews and they were based around the fact that we knew the guys that we were interviewing, so we knew some of their backstory. So we had an affinity with them, so we could get to really ask questions that probably they wouldn't want to answer to journalists or to other people. So we are going to ask questions that maybe Chris is not expecting.
It's important to say that these things are less of an interview, and it really is, it's a chat. Hence the title of the series, which is called In Conversation with Hooker and Young. And it's very, very natural. We do get to find out lots of things, and it's,
we get champagne,
darling.
We're not precious, by the way.
I mean, we are not precious at all. Cheers.
Cheers.
He's to your broken leg.
And to you. Michael's been my carer for the last few.
I have. It's not a very glamorous reason for breaking his leg. He fell off a Segway. I do like to tell people that we had an argument and I kicked him. I think that sounds better.
Yeah,
so, it isn't necessarily going to be the kind of thing where it's a shout out for questions. But if anybody, when we speaking to Chris, if anybody has something that they would just like to kind of jump on, then feel free. So I think if he is ready, without further ado, we would like to bring out the very fabulous Christopher Appleton. Ooh. Oh, there you go.
Hi, guys.
I think he's got a healthy drink and we're both sitting here with champagne.
That's why he looks like that and we look like this.
This is cute. Hi, guys. How's it going? You guys sound lively.
I know, don't. I think we're gonna have to do something to change that. So,
it's a bit better. Jesus. Yeah, let's make some noise.
Yeah, exactly. We need to try and bring the whole crowd down.
He lives in the US now. He's used to noisy people.
So that's absolutely.
He needs response.
This is the way that we do this. It's very much a chat show kind of thing. So. It's on the sofa. I think I might be Graham Norton.
Where is the sofa?
Gary's Alan Carr.
You can take your top off if you want.
So we haven't got loads of time, so let's dive right in.
Yeah.
So Chris, I always think, and when we do these, the best place to start is right at the beginning. We don't, I think everybody wants to know what is happening in your life right now and what it is that makes you tick, but it's super important as well to kind of find out what your journey is, so where it all started. I remember when you were on the Fame team, so maybe is that a great place to start?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that are you all hairdressers? Oh, really? Because you're so quiet, you wouldn't think you are. Honestly, you need to make some rattle. Okay, so I started doing this when I was 9, just because I liked doing hair. I used to do my mum's hair, and it was about doing the hair, being creative, but I also liked the idea of making people feel good, which is what we inevitably get the idea and we get the ability to do, which is make people feel great. We also get the opportunity to make people feel really bad when they have a bad haircut. I think we have like an emotional medicine kind of thing where we can really lift people's spirits, and for me that's really rewarding. I don't know about you guys. Do you guys find that too? Yeah? Okay, so for me it was kind of just a prolonged journey from that. From the age of 13 I worked in a salon, and I remember my very first day. Some of you may have just watched this stage thing I did a minute ago, so you might have heard this, but I'm going to say it again because it's the truth. I remember standing there in the salon, and I saw people walk in and I saw people walk out, and it was very different. This place is so noisy. So, do you think it's noisy?
I think it's really noisy. Shut up!
Shut that. No. So I think for me it was just about the journey just kept going on. There's never been one thing that changed my whole life. And if anyone's ever waiting for that, like you think you win that competition or you get that award, everything is just a spring leap into the next thing. And I just tried to make each opportunity matter. And I guess it worked, I guess I got to...
So where did you start working? Was it in London or...?
No, I started in a salon called a salon in Leicester called George's Hair Salon. Yeah. And I worked there for the whole of my career. And they were really supportive in allowing me to I guess, growing the salon, but then also outside of that as well, because I think you have to give back to people. You have to let people explore. I didn't feel trapped. You know, they would support me on training, and I used to go off to London and do training fellowships, and you know, I'd go to Sassoon for a week, and I'd come back, and I couldn't wait to get back into the salon to show people, you know, what I'd learned. And then inevitably that got me more and more hungry, and I went into then the Fame team, which obviously, if anyone doesn't know, is an amazing platform for anyone that wants to experience more in the industry, just to push boundaries, to work outside of a chair, you know, to look at hair for a photo shoot. Hair for a photo shoot is so different for hair that's, you know, in a salon. So hair in a salon might be, you know, something that lasts 6 weeks. If you're doing hair for a photo shoot, it's got to last 6 minutes, you know, or a fashion show, it's got to last 6 minutes. It's very different types of hair. It might be just like this. It's like fashion hair might be kind of just like...
Yeah, it might come off.
You know, like, and the photographer will be like, oh, that's amazing. Good. But in real life, people are just like, get it out of the way. That's not real hair. So it was learning how hair is different and how that translates. I can't sit down.
I know, you've had too much coffee.
I'm a hairdresser. No, it's because I just...
Can I take you back? Because obviously we're sitting here on the fellowship stand, so it's amazing that we've got somebody whose career started on the Fame team. So can I just take you back to that and ask you, you know, did things change from there? Was it a great springboard for you to sort of progress onto other things? Did it show you a different side of the industry?
Honestly, it didn't do a lot for me. Oh my God, you guys, are you awake or what? It obviously did a lot for me. I mean, it was something, I heard of the Fame team and I was like...
I mean, it landed with me.
I laughed at your faces, you both were like... No, I think for me, I knew at the Fame team through the industry, and I was like, what is this Fame team? This Fame, what is it? And everyone was like, well, they get to work with all these different people, and for a year, you know, you kind of become a VIP in hair. You get to work with all the celebrity hairdressers. You obviously go on an amazing trip to Australia, which was, you know, great. But for me, I was so excited to be able to, like, the idea of working with the creme de la creme of hairdressers, I was like, wow, that would be amazing. And then I understood the process of getting into the Fame team, and that was a challenge. And I just remember thinking, I really want to be in that. I inevitably got in it, and I really tried to think outside the box of how I could show myself as a hairstylist of what was different and trying to show who I was. I got into the Fame team, and it was an amazing year. It kind of was the beginning of when everything changed for me, because it just enabled me to... I was just a huge sponge. I learned so much throughout the year. And the fellowship was just so good at, like, giving back, you know, and that's why obviously I'm here now. I want to support it because that was the beginning of...
Did you make the decision to enter the Fame team, or did the salon that you're with push you into doing it?
No, I mean, the salon were very supportive of me doing it, and were supportive all the way through. In fact, they actually told me to leave in the end. I was doing Rita Ora, and I just started doing her, and I was...
And asked you to leave?
Yeah. They did
mistake.
actually. So I was it was the right thing, because I was doing Rita Ora, I was working with Sharon Osbourne on the X Factor, I was doing photo shoots, and I still kept coming back because I loved doing my clients. Like, I loved still doing the people that I'd kind of grown up with throughout the years. And it just got to the point where I think they realized that, like, there was more. You know, I'd done it since I was 13. They'd seen me grow and supported me all the way. And it just got to the point where I was doing less and less in the salon, and I still kept trying to do it. And they were like, you know, I think now's the time to go and further that next dream. And I think that's the sign of an amazing, you know, manager and salon and friend that can... I was lucky to have that.
Yeah, yeah. Can I just, if we can just kind of rewind a little bit, when you'd said... whilst you were at the salon, you'd started doing Rita Ora's hair, you were doing Sharon Osbourne and the X Factor. How did that happen? Because there'll be a lot of people, you know, a lot of people who would love to get into that side of hairdressing, that world. How did that actually happen for you?
Yeah, because she's never came into my salon.
She's not. Someone did her colour recently. She went grey. It looks really good.
That was
it. It does look good.
Was you?
It wasn't me.
Oh. Any of you guys?
No. It was,
I bet everyone's going to want to go grey now. So I think how I got into... What was the question?
So right, Rita Ora, how did you start doing Rita's hair?
Everything is just... I think every step of the way was hard blood, sweat and tears. I wanted to... I started to work more in fashion, so I did the fashion show. So I did Milan, London and New York Fashion Week, but like I was never paid to do that. I had to pay for myself, I had to pay for my own travel. you know, I'd lose the money from being in the salon with the clients, but I'd go there just to pass pins. You don't even get the opportunity. Like, I'd won Hairdresser of the Year at the Eastern Hairdresser Awards. I'd been in the Fame team. It still didn't give me the golden pass to be someone special at Fashion Week. No one cares. You just go in there and you pass pins, and you have to start from the bottom again. You know, but I'd be there passing pins, and I'd just absorb it, just trying to learn. And then from that, I started to kind of, what I learned, put into doing photo shoots, and I started to do more stuff for like magazines, like editorials. But again, like the first people I worked with as an agency, like a hair agency, they were giving me jobs on like, I was so excited. I was like, this is it. And they'd give me a job for like, I think it was like Red or Dead flip-flops, and it was like the hair wasn't in it, and they were like, oh, this is great for you, and I was like, you can't see the hair. Like,
the flip-flops are great though.
Yeah, the flip-flops are great, but you know, like, and I just kept thinking, you just keep going, and I was like, I'm gonna keep going. And I remember one day I was on a shoot with Rita Ora's makeup artist, and she's like, you know, Rita's actually been looking for a hair guy, and you know, you do great, would you be available tomorrow? And I wasn't, I lived in Leicester, so I had to go back to the salon, but I said, yeah, sure, you know, you have to be available, you have to make that moment. So I just remember booked a hotel that night. Again, it was a like really shitty hotel. I paid, and I just sat there, and I think it was 1 in the morning that they eventually texted me, because she was flying back from LA, and they said, oh yeah, tomorrow's on. So I remember just thinking, I've got to, like, tomorrow's going to be a big day, I've got to kill it. And I did her hair once, and we just really got on. She liked my vibe. She liked that I did something different. And
Were you nervous
kind of, after the next,
hair?
I was with her for 2 years after that.
Were you nervous starting to do like a celebrity's hair? Because you know, when people look at their hair, there's going to be people who have opinions on whether the hair looks great or it looks shit.
Yeah. You said it looks shit.
No, I said people.
Now I know where those comments come on my Instagram page.
Oh,
really.
That's who sent them.
No, that wasn't me.
No, I think, yes, terrified in every circumstance, always have been, always been so fearful of everything I've done. Terrified. I think fear is, I mean, I've literally been in bed before with like the worst anxiety, like I feel like I can't get out of bed. I kept thinking I can't do it. But I had good people around me that supported me and helped me get out of that and get out of my own head. And you know, I don't know, something happens when I do hair, and it just changes, and I don't know what it is, but I can be like really stressed before I come out on stage, or before I go on TV and it's live TV and the model's hair is not right or something. But there's something happens where when I do hair, I'm just in it, and I really love what I do, and I care about it, and I think that comes across. So every time, yeah, always terrified. I moved to America, I had a job with Christina Aguilera, and I remember I was on the phone to my friend, and I was like, I just don't think I can do it. Like, she's Christina Aguilera, I remember from all these amazing videos, and I'm just this boy from Leicester trying to make it in Hollywood, and everything was so big, and I was just so fearful. And the thing that motivated me was, it was like, if I didn't make it work, then I'd have to go home. And I was always like, so I got to the not the X Factor, what's the other one? Voice.
The Voice.
So I'd done The Voice in England, but The Voice in America was just so much bigger. The room's bigger, like everything's bigger. So I was like, okay, I'm here. We had 2.5 hours for Glam, and she got me in the last 20 minutes before she went live. And I'd never done a hair before. And I was like, so I got in there and I sort of like started doing a hair, and I didn't know what to do with it. I was like moving it around, and I was thinking, all I kept thinking is, I've got no time, and she's Christina Aguilera, and like I can't breathe, and I'm in America, I'm gonna have to go home. And I thought, you know, she'd look really good with a wig. Did any of you guys see the wig that I did earlier? I was thinking she'd look good with like a glam do. And I said, oh, you ever tried wigs? And she said, yeah, I've tried wigs. Done it all. I said, oh, okay. She said, I don't like them. I said, oh, okay.
Imagine.
So I put the wig back down and carried on like blow drying her hair. It was like, I was trying to make it, I don't know what I was doing. And I was like, you know what?
Oh, no.
I didn't come here to do this. Like, I came here to like do what I'm good at. So I was like, you know what? You've never tried any of my wigs. So let me try it. So I just got it and put it on her head. And she was like, oh, she said, oh, and she's like moving it around, and she like called her stylist in, and she's like, oh, I like that, and she's like, yeah, I okay. And there was like 5 minutes before she was going on TV by that point.
I bet you were like,
literally. So I just put it on, and she went. I didn't have time to think yes. I was just like, God, thank God she's got hair on her head. Like, Jesus, like, this is gonna go out with no hair. And then we were sitting there. There was on like a break, and I remember I kept looking at the screen. I was like, is it okay? Is it okay? Is it okay? And I remember sitting there, and she looked over at me, and she went, everyone likes your wig. And I was like, oh, did it. But that's as much as I got, you know. But I was like, okay, I did it. Like, that was it. And then, you know, again, you just... But then when I first got the call for J-Lo, when I first got the call for any of them, I was always terrified. But I just tried to center myself and be like, I know what I'm doing. Like, I put the education in. I did the Fame team. I did Fashion Week. I started doing this when I was 13. Like, I've worked every day of my life to get here. Like, I know what I'm doing. I've just got to do it.
Let me ask you, you know, because obviously, you know, you're making no secret of the fact that when you do things, you still get nervous and stuff like, well, you'll have anxiety the night before. How do you deal with that? Because I think we live in a world now where people feel immense pressure to live their best life and to be the best they can be. And I think we all have levels of anxiety and stress.
Yeah.
But what you're doing, going to do something like that where the expectations are super, super high, how do you deal with that? Because some people would crash and burn and just be like, you know what, I'm just not going. I'm not going to do it.
I actually, you know, I like to dance. I like to dance it out. You know?
Is this a joke?
Yeah.
I was going to say, I like to dance too. Should we dance?
My God.
He's like, dance.
I'm not dancing.
I don't like to dance. I can't dance, but...
Oh, I don't know.
I would like to dance. I just can't. But
I'll teach you.
What do I do? I don't know what I do. I don't know. What do I do when I'm... What does anyone do when they're nervous? I try and center myself. I'll let myself go wild for a minute. Like, I'll let myself go crazy and think of the worst thing that could happen. Like, the Super Bowl just happened. It was huge. It was like, I've always dreamed of doing the Super Bowl, to be part of it. Like, you don't know what it was like walking out on that stage. And I still had these moments where I'm like this little boy, and I'm like, from Leicester, and I'm like, I feel like a fraud, and I'm like walking out, and I'm like, wow, this was a dream. Once upon a time, this was a dream.
Can I just chip in? Has anybody seen the footage of Chris doing J-Lo's hair at the Super Bowl?
Yeah, you don't look like you're nervous.
I mean, honestly, it really is something else. It cuts. She's there looking amazing self, and then the camera
and you're like
pans
brushing
around.
Her hair like
Chris is doing her hair,
and
she's moving around and singing and dancing, and you're there doing it. And it is just an awesome bit of film.
Were you dying inside?
No, I mean, I was so nervous before, but this is my process. So I was there for a week before, and like I saw Jen, and she called us to the field, so we went to the field for rehearsal to the stadium, and I just saw her, and I gave her like a big hug, and I was like, I'm so excited for this. Like, I'm so proud of you. Like, we all felt under so much pressure. Like, I think the Super Bowl is just such an amazing moment for everyone. But you do realize everyone is going to watch this, and you realize then everyone is going to have an opinion of whether it's good or whether it's bad. I've been in salons before. Like, I used to work there, and it'd be like, oh, did you see that Super Bowl? It was terrible. Oh, did you see her hair? Frizzy. This was in Miami. I was like, what am I going to do? So I was really nervous again, like when I was 13, my first day of the salon. Nerves doesn't change. It feels the same. Doesn't matter how old you are. You know, now I'm 26. It still feels the same. And I think that I just kind of... well, first of all, what I do is I was thinking, what kind of J-Lo do people like? So I would text like a big group of my friends, male and female, 3 pictures. One was like her iconic half up, half down, like Barbie pony thing. Another one was this glamorous like side part thing, and the other one was the middle part. And I wanted to just get the concession of like what people like to see, and it was all the middle part glamorous hair.
Yeah, I would have said that.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, and I was like, you know, you can overthink it, but I was like, I just wanted to make it the most beautiful it could be. So I just kept thinking about how I could make sure it stayed on her head and didn't fling off when she was doing that bit, and we did a rehearsal, and I did one rehearsal, and this was actually interesting. We did a rehearsal for the Super Bowl, and she was going to perform 3 times, twice as a rehearsal. The third time they were going to record in case it rained, because if it rained in Miami that day, they wouldn't be able to. They'd have to show a pre-record. So I was like, okay. We're going to do a. She said I want a glamorous side part because she started on this pole and her head was to the side, and she said I want it like glam. I said okay, so we'll do the glam. I did it twice. It was great, bouncy, nice. And then they said you've got 45 minutes before we're going to reset back on the field. So I went back to the trailer and I was like, I'm going to just prep it again. I'll do it a bit tighter. So I used a new curling iron that I'd not used before, and it'd been a bit like damp, like from the humidity in Miami, and I pinned it. And then I don't usually do this, but I got a cooler hairdryer and cooled it and really baked it in and set it. And normally I take the pins out and it drops, and I give it a little brush, and it's like on the video, it's cute, it's like nice. And they said, oh, you got 5 minutes. She's like, okay, let's get these pins out. So I took these pins out. And it was quite like curly, and her daughter was in the background, and she said, oh, you look like Vacation Barbie from that. And I was like, ha ha ha. I said, it's going to drop, it's fine. I just like started brushing it, and it just wasn't dropping. And I don't know what was, it just wasn't, I kept brushing it, and I was thinking, shit. And then she had to go, and we're on the way to the field, and I'm like brushing her hair. All I was doing the whole week was brushing her hair.
It will drop.
And it was, it was not, it was these coils, like, and every time it was like, springing. It was like it had a life of its own. So we got to the field and she's looking at me like, you motherfucker. She's like, and I'm looking at myself like, fuck. Like, I was saying to my sister, where's that portable straightener? Like, I need to. And there's like no electric out there. Drama. And I'm like, oh my God, I've worked all my life for this moment, and I fucked it up. Like, her hair's so curly. So she does this performance, and I'm trying to brush it, and I'm putting hairspray on the brush, and I'm brushing it, and if you guys see me, I'm pretty like in there, and I'm giving it a good brush. And I'm like, fuck. So she does the show, and you can see it on the monitor, and I'm like, okay. And every time she kept flicking her head, and it was like da-doing, da-doing. And every time she was like da-doing. And I was thinking, fuck. So she came back, and I was like, please don't rain on Saturday, because this is what they're going to show. And she said, how was it? I said, I think your hair was too curly. And she said, yeah, it felt curly. And I was like, yeah, I think it was too curly. But then it was funny because like her choreographer walked in, and she went, oh, Jen, that was amazing, you killed it. And she said, and that hair on the last one was amazing. And I was like, oh, and then her manager came in and was like, amazing, you killed it. And guys, the hair on the last shot was brilliant. And we were like, both me and Jen looked at each other, like, I just don't know what people want anymore. But anyway, for the final thing, it wasn't that curly. And I was like, you know what, I think the middle part works better. And I looked at what I was doing and just tried to see what would work best, and overanalyze things as you do, as we all do. But I do think, after the show, everyone went crazy, and it was like this amazing, like, reception. I think I got an extra 200,000 followers that day. Like, that video went everywhere, and everyone was texting me about hair. But there was this one strand of hair that was in her face, and I couldn't not focus on anything but this strand of hair. And I was like, oh my God, this strand of hair was in her face. And I didn't go out that night. I was in my room, and I was like, fuck, I fucked up. But then the next day I was like, everyone was like, it was amazing. Everyone was talking about it. And I was like, you know what? Like, you have to be realistic. Like, hair's hair, it moves when she dances. Everyone's saying it's great. You also have to celebrate when something's good and be kind to yourself. Like you're kind to others, try and be kind to yourself. And I've also learned that, and that's come with age. And it's a double-edged sword, because it's kind of made me it's helped me get to where I've got to. But at the same time, if you let it can destroy you. It can go too far. Anxiety can go, you've got to bring it back. And I just try and keep a reality of it. I have great people around me. I have a great family, which, ground me a little bit, and just, enjoy it for what it is.
You know what? I think everybody should. The one thing you said there, which I think is absolutely amazing. We keep hearing a lot now. Be kind to others. But you saying like be kind to yourself. I think a lot of people beat themselves up too much.
Yeah, especially as hairdressers, we all beat ourselves up. We all doubt ourselves. Did I do the best haircut? Was it the best colour? And I think we put a lot of stuff on my shoulders as well, because we're responsible for how people look.
But it's not just about that. I think we work in a world, and Chris, you've made loads and loads of references to it. You're putting yourself under massive scrutiny, under massive pressure about what people think about what you're doing, which has a direct effect on you're responsible for that. And it is about being kind to yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't give yourself a hard time, because you can only do what you do. And I think everybody needs to just sort of take ownership of of who they are and love themselves a little bit more. I think it's an amazing thing. Can I ask you, give us an example of like a regular week in your life? A regular week.
Everything.
I mean, it's just, I don't never really know where I'm going or what I'm doing. I luckily have people that tell me where to go, like my agent. It'll be like, and I have an assistant, Mitch, who helps me, and it's like, I'm on a leash. He's like, get on the plane, get in there, wake up. I don't know, it's crazy. The schedule is, you're following pop stars, and their schedules are wild. So it'll be, I don't know, what did I do last week? I think Monday was with World of Dance with J-Lo. So we did World of Dance, she did a big show. And then I think I did a photo shoot the next day. Then I flew to New York, and then I flew back to LA. And then where are we? We're in Manchester. I flew to Manchester. Tomorrow I go to London. I'm on this morning, the show, and then I fly back to New York, and I have to do a shoot, and then I'm flying back to LA, and then I have to fly to Cabo with Kim, and then I come back and I fly to Miami with J-Lo, and then I come back and I think I've got some press to do in New York. It's just like crazy like that.
Do you have to
boring life.
I know it sounds really dull, right? I mean, who'd want that life? When you're,
but the way I deal with it is for example, I'm doing this look in Cabo. I'm doing this look, and I know I need like this wig to be ready. And I'm doing this different, so I'm like getting these stencils, and I kind of just deal with like, I know that's my next thing, so I'm getting that ready now, and I'm like working on that. And I just try and do a job at the time. Like I can't take it all on because it's too overwhelming.
I just wondered because obviously you've worked with some massive, massive names. I wondered, like for instance, somebody like Jennifer Lopez obviously has an incredibly busy schedule. I was under the impression that you would maybe be exclusive to one person at a time.
Yeah.
But would you?
Well, I think the danger of that, I was like that with Rita, and it was great. It was great when I was doing it, and I just think that inevitably what happened was I felt like it was a great learning curve, and we were really close, and we created a really amazing amount of things, but I just felt like it was time for me to, I'd done everything, and I wanted to kind of work and have new challenges.
Yeah.
I think if you work with just one person, it's great to do for a while in a period of time, but I just think being creative and as an artist, you want to keep it growing, and I think I like working with different people just because I feel like they get the best of me then. I never get comfortable. I always go in with the, trying to, like my first time, which I think we should always have, but sometimes it's, if you're doing the same thing every day, that's why I don't kind of do films and stuff, because it's like a repetitive thing. Like they want the same look every day, and and I know that's not my thing. I've learned that over the years. So you just have to also learn what you're good at. My thing is, I like to change it up. Like I like to go in, create a look, create a vibe, create an image, and move on, do the next, Yeah, I'm not a kind of like, I understood that I'm not a beachy wave kind of guy.
Yeah.
I like to do a look, and that's my thing. But you need everyone that does everything. You need beachy wave people. You need people that do more and people do less. And there's enough room for all of us, but it's just knowing what you're good at and then showing that. And that's where Instagram comes in as a platform.
What is your thing? If you had to, I know it's hard because you obviously can turn your hand to lots of things, but if you had to sort of sum your look up as one thing, what would it be?
I'm going to turn it back on you, and I'm going to say, what do you think my look is? And if you could sum up my work in one paragraph, what would it be?
Yeah.
I'll see if I agree with you.
Gorgeous hair.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I would say kind of like a sexy glamour, but obviously I think a lot of the people that you do the hair on are sexy and glamorous. So it's sort of, yeah, that's how I perceive your hair. I mean,
My mum is
obviously
going
like
to
a
be
modern
so
glamour,
happy
but
that you said that. No, yeah, that's it. I mean, I just think it's I'm great that you guys know it, but I think my work tends to be, I've always aspired to push people to go out of their comfort zone, but I always want to keep it beautiful, aspirational, inspirational. There's different types of people you'll meet in life, and there's different types of clients as well. But there tends to be people, like, for example, like clients. If you think about clients that come into a salon and they want to have their hair done, there's like 3 types of client, for example, with color. There's clients that don't like to do too much, clients that like to do much, and then clients like to do the extreme. So that's like, you know, like a talking client would be like Jennifer Aniston, like, had the same similar kind of color for a long time, doesn't like to make too much of a statement. It's just her thing, she's comfortable with it. She doesn't really care about trends, you know? And then you've got the middle client, which cares more about trends and will relate to the trends as they come in and try and keep up with them. And that's kind of like, you know, talking. And then you've got like the screen person, which is not really interested in trends. She wants to set the trend. She wants to be the trend that people follow. And I think it's just about knowing who you are and what you do, but then just there's a platform and a need for all of it. It's just about showing it. And that's why I think Instagram is a great way of doing it. I keep mentioning Instagram just because it was a really big thing that helped me get to the next level. And it helped me get seen by people that wouldn't see me. I lived in Leicester and JLo knew what my work was. There's a reason why. She didn't follow me on Instagram. She's only just followed me on Instagram. Recently, I told her, I was like, you don't follow me? She's like, don't I? I said, no. But, you know, people look, they don't necessarily follow you. So it's just, it makes the world a smaller place. And sometimes you feel unappreciated, you feel unmotivated. But I think you know, you got to give, I don't know, I just think putting the energy into sort of knowing who you are and showcasing that and believing in it, that it does get picked up. You know, people see.
Can I just ask you, was it always a plan that you were always going to go to the US and do session celebrity hair?
Never. No. None of it was. I knew when I was a kid, I used to try and make my mum, like when I did the hairstyles, I'd want her to look like a Hollywood star. Like I was inspired by, at the time, back then, it's changed so much, but it was like Madonna when she did like an album, it was a whole thing. So she did like music and she had like the curly hair with a cowboy hat and the cowboy boots. It was a whole vibe and people would then start buying cowboy boots. They'd become fashionable. Or, you know, when Gaga came out, she did the crazy platinum hair. And if you think about it, when people buy into a brand like Gaga, when she then kind of dyed her hair brown and started to do jazz, it kind of changed for her a little bit because people were like, oh, this is not what we brought into. You know, and it's like Katy Perry, even she said like when no one liked her hair short because everyone knew with the long black hair and it was like this candy, and then all of a sudden the hair was short and blonde and people get confused. So I think once you know a brand and once you stick to it, I think, you know, you got to just keep pushing it. And sorry, what was the question? I'm lost. I went off.
I was asking,
you can't remember
whether it was a plan that you wanted to do.
Oh, I guess, sorry. I guess doing my mum as wanting to make her look like a Hollywood star, ironically, I ended up in Hollywood. So maybe that was the path I was always meant to take. I didn't know I wanted to do that, though. I never said as a kid I want to move to America. But each step of the way, I would always think, what's next? What's the next challenge? What's the next thing I can do that's a challenge and, you know, I can learn more and give more. Even, I get it now, you know, after the Super Bowl, I was like, what's next? You know, this is the Super Bowl, what do you do after that, you know?
Which naturally brings me on to the next question, which is, what, you said you were what, 26?
I'm 26.
26. So you're like,
What's your name?
I hate you.
What's your name? I don't mind a bit of a giggle, but the hysterical.
I know what kind of laugh was that. It was evil.
Starstruck.
27. No, I'm 36.
You're 36.
Yeah, 36.
So you know.
But thank you for going along with it. I mean, this one over here.
Yeah, he had your
car hysterical. You should have seen her face. She was like.
26. She was a client and
crying. She's got tears in her eyes.
Thinking, I think I've met you
I'm
20 years ago. What is next? I mean, do you think of the future, or do you just let things roll and where you go, or is there?
No. I've always got a game plan. You know, I think next I'm, you know, wanting to expand in my commitment with like a brand. Like I work with Color Wow, and my visual of how I can, bring more to that. I really want to give back a lot as well. So I speak a lot to like audiences. I do my master classes. That's why I came to Manchester, because I know when I was sitting in the audience, as you are now, like I learned a lot and I had a lot of questions and I got them answered in small ways. And I think for me, education is really important, because some people have said to me before, like, why are you doing that on stage, giving away all your techniques? But I've never really thought about it as like that, because everyone has their own interpretation of it anyway. And I believe as a community we should share, and that's how we grow, and that's how we go back feeling inspired. And I remember that feeling of going back into the salon, like feeling motivated and inspired and, ready to hit my clients with it. And I just think that's so important. So if I can do more of that, and I think I'm good at it, like I like talking to people, I like the interaction. I mean, this audience has no interaction, terrible audience, but like I feel, no, not really, you guys are great. I feel like we should support each other more, and there's enough room for everyone, and on every platform. I feel like sometimes hairdressing can have an old-fashioned conception that it's bitchy and competitive, and I don't know, I just think there's enough room for everyone, and I don't think kindness goes out of fashion, and I don't think there's enough of it, and I think people are becoming more aware of it. Kindness to others, but also to yourself, I think makes a better place, because the one thing I've learned is it doesn't matter how much money you've got, and it doesn't matter how much success you've got. If you're not happy, it doesn't feel good. Like, it doesn't feel better. That feeling doesn't go away. So it's about, trying to be kind to others and being kind to yourself, I think is a good way to be.
I think, you know what, honestly, and from what Chris has just said, I don't think there's many industries who share the way that we share.
Yeah. Like
you said, people might say to you, why do you share your techniques? The reason you want to share your techniques is because it's just that sharing and giving thing. Hairdressing is an industry that wraps around the world, and people travel to different countries to share their knowledge and to give their advice and techniques, and it is an amazing thing. I don't think it is another industry like it, and it's why we do continue to grow and flourish, and it's an amazing thing. And I think it's testament to that, the fact that you're here, you've done a show, you've been on stage, you're talking about your life, and you're very humble about it. You talk about the beginnings and how you've done it, and it's brilliant for people to hear.
It's amazing to think that you once worked in a salon in Leicester.
Yeah.
And now you're doing the hair on the Super Bowl.
Yeah, but I don't care about that.
I know, but like it's inspirational to a lot of people.
Yeah, but it's still. It doesn't matter if it's J-Lo or if it was, I remember this woman called Matilda that used to come in every week for a blow dry. I used to do all these different styles on her every Saturday. She'd come in and she'd come in and she had a walking stick and...
Like me?
Huh?
Like me?
Yeah, no, you did that to yourself. She didn't choose to have a walking stick. She'd come in and she was like down, and I'd do her hair and she'd always let me do different styles. I'd always do. I mean, honestly, she'd walk out with like braided, like every day or every week it was. She would have a look, but she'd go to the bathroom after, and she only had like red lipstick, but she'd put it on her cheeks, like, and make her cheeks look rosy, and she'd come out and she'd put some red lipstick on. She was only going home, and she was probably like 75 or something, and she would not use the stick as much when she came out. She kind of like would try and not use it as much, and she was holding herself different. And like, I still love that. That's why I do what I do, because I think that's probably why I work with the people I work, because I still have the thing of generally caring about the way they feel and the way they look, and it's not just about let's make you look good. That doesn't work. It's a whole package that we have as hairstylists which makes it successful, I think.
I agree, and I think if you make somebody look good, in turn you're going to make them feel good, and ultimately if you can make somebody feel great about themselves, it's a pretty amazing gift to give somebody.
Yeah, but I think that doesn't matter who you are. It's human people, like that never goes out.
Agree.
Trends will change. I don't think that will ever change. I hope it doesn't.
I hope so.
I hope so.
Well, I think that was a pretty awesome interview. Did anybody enjoy that? Yeah? I think give Chris a massive round of applause for being here and chatting to us. That was fantastic.
Thank you for being a great audience. I take it back. You were great.
Yeah, he's obviously got
Has anyone got any questions?
a much drier sense of humour than we realised.
Has anybody got any questions?
We've got about 5 minutes. Does anybody have any questions?
All right, I'm out of here.
No,
Thanks so much.
I think you were right
Bye.
the first time. Shit audience.
Shit. Bye. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Thank you so much.
Grab a seat. Right, we got a great big table right in our way. Anyway, fabulous, great insight. Thank you, Joe. Great insight to obviously a celebrity hairdresser, which leads me perfectly on to introducing my next guest. So for everybody out there on Facebook Live and on our website, I'm absolutely delighted to welcome up Michael Douglas.
Not the real one. Not the real one.
Yeah. You know, the real one.
Yeah, I am the real one. Did you know that Michael Douglas's real name's not Michael Douglas?
No.
Did you know that Michael Keaton, his real name is Michael Douglas? Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
It's quite amazing, isn't it? So I've worked on The One Show for many years, and on The One Show one night, they brought on the Hollywood superstar Michael Douglas, and I got to meet him. But he said, oh, it's not even my name. Kirk changed his name when he became an actor, so they all became Douglases. But Michael Keaton's real name was Michael Douglas, but he had to change it to Michael Keaton because Michael Douglas was already taken.
Wow.
I said, look, I don't care. I'm the only Michael Douglas in this building.
Yeah, you're the real one.
Yes,
you're the real one.
exactly.
So, Michael, obviously, Mike, you know, I've known you in the industry for many years.
Yep.
I never forget a time when I've got a real super fan of a client of mine. And she said to me, and this was back years and years ago, 10, 15 years ago, she said, I was over in Bristol in a shopping centre, and she said, and this guy came out as a hairdresser for some event. And she said, first, I thought it was you.
Ah, okay.
Right?
Yes.
But I was mesmerized by him like that. And I felt wounded.
It wasn't you. You're not mesmerized.
And it was you.
Yeah, okay.
And it was hilarious because then we started talking and I realized I deduced it was you. So, yeah.
Well, I had this thing where I tried to steer clear of wedding makeovers and shopping centers. But weirdly, as a hairdresser, you can't avoid those two places. No. It's like, we're going to do a makeover today in a shopping center. I was like, please, not a shopping center. So yes, I've done a few of them in my time.
So, I mean, obviously, for the last, quite a few years, you've been kind of celebrity hairdressing. You've got some celebrity clients. You do the TV, and all of a sudden, I'm seeing you back in kind of the professional realm, which is amazing. You were there from the beginning.
Yeah.
And I remember from Weller days.
Weller days. I joined Weller as a technical trainer back in 1994 at the Weller studio, and I worked in professional hairdressing, I guess, till about 2002 when I got offered a job in consumer products for Weller.
That's right.
Now, my dream really although I'd worked in fashion and had done all the fashion weeks and all that stuff, I actually wanted to work in advertising, hair advertising.
Oh, really?
I used to watch those adverts on the telly. You remember there was one called Organics?
Yeah.
And this girl came out of the ground and her hair was like 6 feet up, And I used to think, how do they do that? And then I'd watch all these adverts on the TV and the hair just looked so amazing. I thought, that's where I want to work. I want to work in consumer advertising. So, like all good philosophers, I guess, is that I pointed in that direction and walked that way, So I started working consumer products, and I've been there ever since, really. And the funny thing about that industry is it's changing rapidly, rather because of the internet and because of the way the decline in people watching TV, that actually there's just less TV commercials being made. So I used to make probably somewhere in the region of 15 hair commercials a year.
Yeah.
Down to about 4 or 5 now. So there's not as much money in it as it used to be. So I guess I'm dipping my toe back into the professional world. And thank you for being so welcoming, by the way, people, because you could hate me forever for going to the dark side, because I'm currently the global ambassador for Nice and Easy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you can throw stuff at me if you like. I know. Can you Adam and Eve it? But the money is amazing, I'm afraid to say. So what the hell?
I'm sure it is. So.
But, there's a big crossover between consumer products and professional products like never before. I mean, arguably, they're the same products. And I'm sure lots of people will take issue with that, but you just can't escape the quality of them. They're the same. The only thing that separates products that you get in the chemists and products you get in the salon is you or me or any of you lot. That's what makes the difference. So you have to be extremely good. You can't necessarily just rely on the products to do the job. If you can't apply it well and you can't choose it properly, you are in trouble.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
So obviously the a resident hairdresser on the One Show.
Yes.
Were you at the? What was the? Your
street barber.
The street barber.
I hated that name. I'm not a bloody barber.
Is it gone now? Or is it
no, they just kind of call me the One Show's resident hairdresser now. But occasionally they go, "Oh, the street barber is back," and I was thinking, no, it's like, you don't call Gordon Ramsay a bloody Chinese takeaway, do you? You know, I was never cutting men's hair. It was always women. Why did they say it was a barber? You know.
Yeah.
Not that I have anything against barbers, by the way. It just wasn't an accurate description of what I was doing.
Yeah. So I mean, that obviously keeps you.
It does. Yeah. I mean,
out there with your face out on the TV and.
You know, I had a dream to make a really good hair program for the consumer that would transform, I guess, the vision of what a hairdresser was, because there's still a lot of people out there that see it as quite a lowly career. You know, you do it because, you know, you haven't done very well at school, you're perhaps not super bright, you haven't got lots of GCSEs or A-levels, or you haven't got a degree. So it still has this reputation, I think, of being a career that gets chosen because there's little else to do. And you don't look at a chef in that way, although it's a very similar option. And you don't look at other skill sectors, whether it's interior design or gardening like that, but hairdressing's still viewed like that. And I thought it's largely because there isn't any big TV shows. There was gardening TV shows, interior design TV shows. I mean, more cooking shows than you could shake a stick at, you know. And I thought, why can't we make a really good hair program? And that's been my quest, really, for the last, well, I'd say 18 years. And I'm still on that quest. Still hasn't happened, but, you know, I'm chipping away.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. I mean, I've obviously watched your Instagram the last couple of weeks, and you've been at all the major events doing hair for your fabulous clients.
Yeah. So I've got some really good clients that have been with me for years. You know, Davina's obviously a great one. I do Claudia from time to time. Holly Willoughby quite a lot.
Yeah.
Tess Daly. A lot of them lot.
Yeah.
All got hair extensions, a lot of them. They're all liars. That's what they are.
So, I mean, I have to tell you, I know what I was talking about. So, I've got 5 kids.
Yes.
And I've made it in life because I've told my children that I know Davina's hairdresser, which they were so impressed that I actually knew you.
Yeah, well, good. Yeah,
Isn't it funny how kids look at things? It's like...
Oh, no, I know. I know somebody who knows somebody. What? I did these history programs for the BBC about 5 years ago, where we did a whole series of short films about World War I. So it was me and my friend and business partner, this guy Dan Snow, who's a historian for the BBC. And we made these shows about the World War I trenches. Now, these shows go out across schools all across Britain and have done for the last 5 years. And it's so weird that I meet school kids in the street and they go, "Oh, you're the World War I trenches guy." And it's like, oh, not the hairdresser.
No.
You know, just the guy who was in World War I trenches. So it is funny what you get recognised for and what you get labelled with.
Yeah,
in this
100%, I suppose, with kids and stuff like that. So, couple of things.
Yeah.
Dark chocolate, milk chocolate.
Oh, dark chocolate, but with fruit.
Oh.
Like cherry intense dark chocolate. Lindt do a lovely one.
Yeah?
Yeah. So I'd definitely go with that.
In fact, that just reminds me, actually. So you've just recently launched a new podcast.
I have, yes.
Which is, tell me about
it's called Making the Cut, which is a play on me as a hairdresser, but it's nothing to do with hair, this podcast. So this podcast is a review podcast, and it's me and my good friend Davina McCall, and we review products. And they can be anything from televisions to toothpaste. I mean, I have thrown in hair products in there because lots of people keep going, "Oh, can you tell me a good product for dry hair?" So every week I'll do a little hair review as well, but it's mainly products. And weirdly, we've just reviewed a chocolate bar called Twin Peaks. I don't know if anyone's seen this chocolate bar called Twin Peaks.
Really?
My God, right? You get it from the pound shop. Somebody sent it to us to try. I wouldn't have bought it. You know, I'm not a big fan of chocolate. They sent me this thing. It's a complete rip-off of a Toblerone. It's white chocolate, milk chocolate, dark chocolate. It's a £1 for a bar. It's the biggest lump of chocolate you've ever seen. It's bloody gorgeous, but it's a £1 for 180 grams. Jesus, it'll take you out. You will not walk for a week after eating this goddamn thing. But yeah, Making the Cut. So it's on iTunes and Spotify and all that kind of stuff. So if you like podcasts, have a listen. We review TV shows, films, musicals, drinks, technology, the lot, you know, and a few hair products thrown in. It's called Making the Cut.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's been a good little enterprise, actually.
Yeah, I'm sure.
My whole career really is that I've dipped outside of hairdressing to find, I mean, inspiration's a kind of cliche, but it probably sums it up most of all, is that, like, I did stand-up for a year, and I can't tell you how beneficial that was to be a stand-up comedy. I did stand-up comedy for a year. I can't tell you how...
Are you funny, then?
Well, I mean... When I look back, 'cause I filmed some of it, bloody hell, it was close to the bone.
Oh,
yeah. I mean, to try and be a stand-up, you need to do about 100 gigs. I did about 20. And you learn as you go along, but unless you get to about 100, you never really find out what kind of a comedian you are, because you don't get to choose, weirdly. The style of comedy chooses you.
Right.
So you might go out there and think, oh, I'm going to be a Frankie Boyle or a Jimmy Carr type comedian. When you get out there and do that, you realize that's not what you're going to be.
Yeah.
So it takes you a long time. And, you know, it's very similar to being a hairdresser. You can't just be like a blow-dry type hairdresser or a Sassoon type hairdresser. You are what you are. Like, the whole thing chooses you. But having done that was just the most beneficial thing I could have done to being a presenting hairdresser. No, I'm not scared of anything. I'm also in a band, a singer in a band, and that's another thing. It's been amazingly helpful for presenting television and all that kind of stuff to put you through that kind of hell, you know.
So what type of singer are you?
I'm just in a covers band, and we do the Arctic Monkeys, the Killers, the Stereophonics, you know, all that kind of stuff. It's great fun. I play the guitar, play the piano, do a bit of singing. I mean, it's literally it's probably the most fun that I do.
Wow.
You know, it's absolutely brilliant. I was in bands from being about 16 to being about 20. And, you know, I thought I would make it as a rock star. I thought I was going to be the Michael Hutchence of Leyland, yeah? But that didn't happen. But to return to it now I'm 46 or whatever and just do it for fun, it's an absolute bloody joy. And you'd be surprised how much it feeds back into what we do as hairdressers. It just makes the whole process easier and less stressful. Because, you know, my capacity or margin for stress is much bigger than it was hadn't I done those things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. So, what's the future for Michael Douglas?
The future of Michael Douglas?
You know, I know you're not going to marry some celebrity Welsh.
Yeah. Well, you just keep an eye on the Daily Mail. You'll see what happens in there.
How is it living your life in the...
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. I mean... You get featured as a national news story. It's the worst. You've no control over it. There's nothing you could do to manipulate the story. Nothing. So the best thing you do is do nothing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you just add fuel to the fire. But it's a terrifying place to be. And, you know, very tragically, you obviously saw what happened to Caroline Flack recently. Yeah. And I don't blame the media for what happened to her in any way, shape or form. It's part of the price you pay for playing the fame game. And I don't think they were unnecessarily harsh on her, but it's hard to articulate, but it's just a terrifying experience because you're so out of control. People can say whatever they want, and there's very little recourse. You can't really open your mouth because as soon as you do, they'll quote you, misquote you, take it out of context and manipulate it. Yeah. And they can do that. You know? So the best thing to do is keep quiet. It's a terrifying place to be.
But it was interesting you say that because then when you, Eamon Holmes, when he was on TV talking about it, you know, over the last week, he said, but if you do nothing, it becomes the truth.
Oh, yeah,
Which is the scary thing, too.
Absolutely, yeah. And then that's the truth forever. In a way, you know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, definitely don't believe everything you read, for sure, especially in the red tops and in the Daily Mail. You know, and have some sympathy for the people that are being taken advantage of. But it is part of the game, I'm afraid. You know, these people earn £2, £3, £4 million a year, and it comes at a price. You know, and the price is that you get to lose some of your public life. You know,
I'm sure. Sure.
The future for me is that I guess I've been trying to launch and wanting to launch a consumer brand for a long time.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So it looks like that might happen this year. It's been difficult to know when to start talk about it because you have an idea, and then you know you conceptualize the idea and you bring it to life, and then you're slightly scared that someone's going to take it or steal it. So, but at some point you have to take a leap of faith and go, "This is my idea," you know. So I think probably by the summer I'll probably talk about that a bit more, but we're hoping certainly by the autumn by September, October, we're probably going to launch on QVC, Instagram,
Wow.
Facebook, maybe Harvey Nicks.
And consumer brand.
It'll be a consumer brand. Of
Brilliant.
course, professionals will be able to use it. Very good. But it's got a very specific concept around it that really feeds into what I do as, I guess, as a hairdresser. And it sounds a bit weird, that, but a lot of people say, when I wanted to launch a brand, a lot of people say, well, who are you?
Yeah.
Like, what do you stand for? So if someone said to you, oh, what does Ken Picton stand for? Who are you? What problem are you solving?
Yeah.
I used to think, I don't know, like shiny hair, like, oh, yeah, well, I'm the celebrity hairdresser. And I remember this one buyer at Boots said, Michael, the world doesn't need another celebrity hairdresser. And I was like, oh, yeah, right. And then she just said, what problem are you solving for women?
Yeah.
And I was like, shine? And they were like, Charles Worthington solves that. John Frieda solves that. Trevor Sorbie solves that. Nikki Clark solves that. What are you? And I was like, wow, what a bloody question. Like, what do I stand for? You know? Anyway, it took me bloody ages. And then what happens to me from time to time as I wander around the streets is people stop me in the street and they'll go, oh my God, you're the guy who does hair anywhere, right?
Yeah.
I go, yeah, that's me. And they go, yeah, my God, it's amazing. Can't believe you just do that thing, you know, up a mountain or whatever, you know. Because I do people's hair in the street, basically. But it just dawned on me one day that I was the guy who does hair anywhere. So the brand is called Your Hair Anywhere.
Brilliant.
So I'll tell you a bit more about the products, I guess, as maybe as we go along. But I realized that you're bound by 2 or 3 things if you want your hair done. 1, by electricity, plug socket. 2, by water.
Yeah.
And 3, this ability to go from wet to dry. So we've created a range or a brand, if you like, that eliminates the need for all those things.
Really?
Yeah.
Electricity as well?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because you know what, it was quite funny because I was up here earlier with Rick Roberts and I said to him, you know, if you had a superpower, what would it be? And he was to fly, but mine was exactly that, to have electric coming out of my hands because at this event back 5 years ago, I went on stage for an electrical brand and there was no electric on this thing. The electrics are gone. So I was literally holding the tongue in my hand and it wouldn't work.
And nothing would work,
And I was
right?
like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a nightmare. But I mean, I've done that one show for 13 years. And I'm never near a plug socket.
Yeah.
Never.
Yeah.
Somebody says, oh, you've got to do this girl's hair on a helipad on a cross-channel ferry. Yeah. I'm like, oh, right, do that. That's fine. Wind's bloody blowing around and all the rest of it. Or we went down Britain's deepest cave, Gaping Gill it's called, 300 meters into the earth.
No.
And someone said, oh, right, we're going to cut this girl's hair down here. I was like, Jesus, you feed me in some extension lead for 300 feet. So, you know, I've been plagued with this problem for a long time, actually, trying to do nice things to people's hair without electricity and without water. And we think we've managed it, basically.
Amazing.
But it's interesting you say that you want electricity in your hand. I have this industrial engineer that I'm working with to develop these products, because they are devices and products. But I said, how could we create a new set of straightening irons or something like that? And he said, I've got this great idea. It's a glove. Put this glove on. You got plates on the fingers. You just go like that. I was like, Jesus Christ, that's bloody brilliant.
No.
Now this guy's like inventing toilet brushes and stuff like that. You know, when you meet someone outside the industry who sees things completely differently. And he said, imagine you had a glove on and between each finger had a hot plate. You just went like that and you could do things with the hair. I was like, wow, how brilliant an idea is that?
Yeah,
right?
it's amazing. So is that what we can expect?
It isn't at this stage. That's the guy I'm working with.
I want one of them gloves. Yeah, I want to test it for you.
He's thinking like that all the time, and I'm like, wow, you know, it's so great to think outside of the world.
I know.
So that's very exciting. I'm very excited about all of that stuff. So we've got investment in place, which is quite a new thing for the hairdressing world. Hairdressers generally don't raise investment for business. They open a salon, earn some money, open another salon, earn a bit of money, get a distributorship maybe, import some products. But we've done the whole venture capitalist thing. We've took on investment, you know, we've obviously give away shares for the company for that investment. We've raised quite a lot of money, so we should get a nice big launch out of it and get a load of advertising and all sorts of stuff. It's been a fascinating journey, you know. To sit in these meeting rooms like Dragon's Den and pitch your idea where people say, how much money do you want, you know? This one guy says to me, he says, at the end of all this, how much money do you want? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, what would you be happy with? I was like, you know. I And I went, 12 million? And he went, okay. And then he looked at my partner and he says, and how much do you want out of this? I was like, I should have said 15. You know, like there were these weird questions. It was like, do I say 1 or do I say 100? Like, how much would I be happy with? Like, I've no idea. But it was really interesting that was a question he wanted a proper answer for. And it's very difficult to, if you asked yourself, what is it you would actually want if you could have it? You think, I don't know, actually. 100 million and I'd be dead, I think. Don't give me 100 million pounds.
Yeah.
I'll be dead in 6 months. Yeah. But you know, this industry I've been in since I was 15 years old, and the things that I've managed to do with regards to being on TV. I mean, I've worked on massive Hollywood movie sets. I've worked with Johnny Depp and Gwyneth Paltrow and Sienna Miller and people like that. Working on a movie set is the most exciting thing I think I've ever done.
Yeah.
And I've worked on these huge ones with green screens and all sorts of exploding hotel rooms and stuff like that. Even just as a hairdresser, you know, just trying to do continuity on stuff like that. It's just fascinating. And then obviously working on television as a TV presenter and then building a brand and a business and all the rest of it. It's amazing when you think you're 15 years old and you start your YTS scheme, that you go, oh, by the way, you can do all of these things within this bracket of within this domain. And it's something we don't necessarily shout about enough to kids leaving school who are a bit unsure about what to do. Is that we should really somehow be more encouraging to say, all right, you'll learn how to blow dry and cut hair, but it's the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. And I think that's it. I think, you know, it's interesting because it is my children's high school. They're very pro hairdressing.
Okay.
But they have
But is that because of you?
Yes.
Oh,
100%,
okay.
Yeah, because they can't say to you don't want to go into that.
Yeah.
Even if they are so, you know, intelligent or, you know, it doesn't matter or that kind of stuff. So that's great. So, I know I could sit here and chat to you forever in a day.
Especially because I have a very strong coffee. Like, I'm non-stop once I've drunk coffee, you know.
So, Batman or Superman?
Batman or Superman?
Yeah.
Batman.
Yeah?
He's more human.
Yeah.
You know, and he's more frail, and I think there's something more interesting about that.
Okay, and so that superpower. What was yours?
Superpower. If I could have any superpower.
Yeah.
I mean, X-ray vision's too obvious, isn't it? And at my age, it's just perfect.
Ooh.
I think the ability to...
Ooh, I quite like that one.
Yeah, I think the ability to read minds. I mean, the truth is the pathway to enlightenment, as all religious books tell us. And I think the truth is the pathway to some kind of peace, inner peace. And I think to know genuinely what people were thinking would set you free, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be terrifying to start with, but then at least you'd know. And I think the ability to read minds would be a gift.
Yeah, I'd love that for my wife.
Yeah. They're supposed to remain a mystery.
Yeah.
You don't want to know.
And see, that would be solved. I don't know if I want to solve that.
No, you won't. It's the puzzle that keeps you together, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So fantastic. Well, it'll be really exciting to see all these things coming from you.
Absolutely,
I shall watch with great anticipation.
At MD London on Instagram.
Yes.
I will drop some teasers and stuff like that over the next few months.
Yeah, definitely.
But yeah, we're going to launch on Instagram in quite a big way because it seems like the perfect medium for hairdressers.
Brilliant.
Right?
Yeah. So it's like, it is like the one, isn't it, really? So that's great. So thank you for all of you guys at home watching and you guys in the audience.
Thank you very much.
He was amazing. And Michael, it was always a pleasure.
Oh, it's a pleasure,
And
Ken. Thank you.
glad to have you in the professional ranks.
Yeah,
more
I'm back.
and more.
I'm back.
It's
Thank
great
you.
to see.
Thank
so thank you very much.
Thank you.